5. We're crooked. Good. Streaming ish, kind of, for a little bit. Sort of streaming for a little bit. Been tired today and yesterday and all of the days. Where are we at? We want undo capture. Perfect. In his own little world. What are you doing? Gas. It's his gas. Oh yeah.
They're going to do, and then he's dead. She also has to keep a straight face going on for her daughter, who's asking where her dad is, and she's just telling him, "Oh, he's on a trip with Jesus," and so she can't be around sobbing all day and stuff like that too much. She got to go do that stuff in private. But she's also the new CEO of Turning Point, and she's going to be the one who's leading it, and she's probably trying to let everyone know, hey, I'm strong, and I'm going to. I'm not just going to be a ball of emotion in charge of this thing. So lots of things going on. So yeah, I'll just say again, if you're looking at that going, well, something's off there. That's not how I would react. So I'm going to say she's fake. If a thought goes through your mind, again, you need to be 100% sure, because even if you're 99% sure, if you accuse her of being fake, or even worse, we've seen that there's a plot and she was involved. There's some sick stuff going on online. If you say she's fake or something like that, and there's even a chance that you've done something horribly evil, you've done something evil. If you have a thought in your head, guess what? You haven't done anything evil yet. You haven't done anything evil. If you think, that's not how I would react. That looks a little suspicious to me. You haven't done anything evil yet. You just have a suspicion. Keep that crap to yourself, because if you say it and you're wrong, you've done something really bad. And there's already plenty of people to do something horribly bad out there. Trust me. Trust me. All right. This got about another minute of this video.
Pretty amazing to see almost the entire cabinet, the vice president, the president, all gathered in one place, right?
What is most remarkable?
1 second. Can't say I didn't warn them. Can't say I didn't warn them. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd it go? There we go. Okay. Prophet, death. There we go. All right. So, someone just said, she's fake. Okay. I literally just said, keep your pie hole shut. It's a simple request. Keep your pie hole shut. Keep your stupid thoughts to yourself. couldn't honor that, therefore got banned. All right, let me back that up a little bit.
Back to the
Almost the entire cabinet, the vice president, the president, all gathered in one place, right?
What is most remarkable is even I, and I'm not sure Charlie knew how big his impact was. There's a saying among the timber workers in Oregon, you never know the height of a tree until it falls.
That's awesome.
That's
Everyone catch that? That is a good saying. This is.
wow.
I try to figure it out why some people seem so wise, but every time I see Dennis Prager, he's like this. It's, oh, there's this saying here. Oh, this. Oh, I learned this. He apparently just absorbs important points that he encounters throughout his life.
Dapper is
Then,
really smart.
when it's relevant,
Has
he's
a
got
great mind for that.
got something that he learned years earlier, a saying he learned this or that, and he knows when to apply it. And here he's pointing out he didn't even think Charlie understood what an impact he was having. Like if you said, "Hey Charlie, what if you were shot, what do you think's going to happen?" It's like, "Oh yeah, a bunch of people are going to be upset, but yeah, the movement would keep going." He may not have understood how big that would be, and so Dennis Prager just summed that up with, "You don't know how tall a tree is until it falls."
Do it again.
until it falls. That's the case.
Hang on. See, I know you guys by now. I know you guys. Some of you dopes are thinking, what? You can measure the tree. That's not the point. If you're standing on the ground looking up at the tree, you don't really realize how big that is until it falls. And then you see it and they're like, whoa. Anyway, that's the point. It's the same thing. Quit jumping to conclusions and then blurting stuff out. Sorry about that. Let me go back.
Until it falls. That's the case with Charlie.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your
I'm gonna play
wisdom.
this
I'll
a
share
little
with you
bit.
that I have received
You know,
I haven't
hundreds and
tried the new
hundreds of text
striker yet.
messages.
Pause. Hey, J14. Hey, J415 Espinoza.
I really like this.
Dude,
Sarah,
Charlie will approve of you banning people, and you're banned. This
Team
isn't Charlie's channel.
I
How
think
do you
it's
know
really
he would
cool.
approve of? Hey, you're going against freedom of speech. Yeah, now you're banned.
Is Dr. David Wood
Dude,
having
really like
arguments
that.
with John 4, 5, 6, 7?
Like all that.
Anyway, let me break it down.
Can't
to
believe
you.
it's
Free speech
$48.
is government not
You can do a trial of
stopping
it.
you from saying stuff. It doesn't mean if you're saying stupid, idiotic stuff over in the chat that I don't want to listen to and I don't want people on this channel exposed to, that I just let you blurt out your stupid nonsense. So better luck next time. Find another
Yeah,
channel.
no
to watch.
stupidity.
The case with Charlie.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your wisdom. I'll share with you that I
Doesn't
have
matter.
received
Need some
hundreds
tea.
and hundreds of text messages saying that you should have been
Yeah.
on that stage and
Yeah.
you would have been if you could have.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I got to sit with you here today. Being
Good.
with you today was really a great honor. And I know that many, many people wanted to hear from you. So it's
Well, I'm
a
glad
great
that
pleasure to be here.
being with you is an honor and a joy. You have really enabled PragerU to have the impact it has had.
Wow. I know David can't really tell how it feels because he's a psychopath, but that was really touching.
That was?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just checked what Charlie Kirk tweeted about Dennis Prager. The last thing that he actually posted about Dennis Prager on his Twitter profile on March 19th was so his last words about Dennis Prager were, "America is a better place when Dennis Prager is behind the mic."
As
You know.
long as display.
That's a pretty huge compliment to say. That's a pretty huge compliment.
So much respect. So much respect.
I What is it?
Me too.
I'm trying to figure out if people are being mean or joking, because if they're joking, I'll let them slide. If they're being jerks during some of this stuff, I'll just block them. Because this is not a time, guys. This is not a time. What were you just saying, AP? Oh, yeah, you were talking about his last post about Dennis Prager. It's like,
Yeah,
seriously,
well,
it's like
I'm already in a team. How do I leave?
I realized when I was like, hey, let's go through some of what Dennis Prager says. Like every time I've ever listened to Dennis Prager, it's been like, wow, this guy is like just a massive source of wisdom.
Whatever.
It's like, okay, well, why am I not listening to this guy?
What's the
much?
survey?
In other words, like we listen to a lot of toxic stuff that we respond to. Should be listening to some good stuff. Should be listening to some good, wholesome, edifying stuff here and there. You know what I mean?
Did you ever see Dennis Prager's fireside chats?
I think you mean FDR. He had the fireside chats.
No. So Dennis Prager would do this thing where he would just sit down with a cigar at his fireplace and like unscripted, no plan. He would just go for like 2 hours just giving people advice and
Well, that's
talking
what we
about
do here.
life. Yeah, but his voice is really cool.
He does have a cool voice. Yeah, man. Yeah. I can guarantee everyone I'm going to be listening to some Dennis Prager talks here in the very near
I think he
future.
got hit with that classic thing that some people, like, unfortunately it happens. The man presents like wisdom for people for years and years and years and starts a huge movement and coaches and educates people like Charlie Kirk. But then he had some maybe morally questionable things to say about a specific topic.
Yeah.
And so now he's like, to some people, he's like despicable. And let's forget about every good thing he's ever done.
Yep.
And let's forget about the fact that he basically led the conservative movement in the United States on a moral level also for years and years and years. This one thing that we think that he messed up on, we should judge him only by that and that alone.
And I've already seen it. What you're just talking about, I've already seen it in the chat. It was he said the adult film industry was a net good or something like that. And it's like, well, why? So you disagree with him? I would disagree with him. But like,
he didn't even say that though.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's when people, I mean, we've seen it with Charlie, right? We've seen it with Charlie. Here's what he said, and you go to it, and it's not what he said. But assuming it's what he said, why wouldn't you just think, oh, he's right and awesome and an awesome speaker about all these things, and he's wrong about that, and therefore we need to correct him on that instead of, oh, that's what I realized, that he's the devil himself. Well, stuff. Yeah. And that is all a product of basically something we've talked about a bunch, and I've pointed out a million times about what goes on in society. Everyone feels like they're being attacked all the time, that they click up into groups, and then they define their groups by being opposed to other groups, and then every group is like, to be the most important member of the group, you have to be further away from the other group, and then so it becomes more polarized. And this is part of, someone was just commenting, I didn't pull it up, but someone was commenting like, hey, there've always been conspiracy theories, but now it seems like it's like everyone's just becoming more obsessed with every conspiracy theory. Guys, once people polarize more and more, and you regard the group that you're opposed to as more and more evil, the further away from you they get, almost anything becomes believable about them, because that's how evil they are. They're so evil. Like if they're close to you, if they're close, you have disagreements, but they're kind of close to you on a lot of issues. Then if someone says, this person is doing this because of a sex cult where they're sacrificing kids and blah, 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 you think, what? You sound like an idiot. When you regard them as like supremely evil, because that's how far you've polarized, you believe anything. That, yeah, they're over there, they're drinking the blood of little babies. And you'd be like, oh my goodness, that's completely believable because they're so evil. And so, yep, it's all connected, guys, all connected. All right. So we're gonna watch some excerpts from longer interview that was done on the same day as that, and check out some interesting stuff from Dennis Prager, wise guy. Windstream, W-Stream, Windstream or Windstream. I'm sure you heard about this, but an LDS church in Michigan was attacked today. 10 people shot, at least 2 dead, and the building basically burned down, with more people likely died in the fire. Yeah, last I saw, I only saw it earlier on, but they identified the guy as like an ex-Marine or something, and so yeah, I don't know more details than what I saw like hours ago. But yeah, don't know what that.
4 dead and 8 others wounded.
And so ex-Marine, again, I know no details, so that could have been someone who had a mental problem or PTSD and snapped, or it could have been a guy who really hated Mormons and I'm going to go deal with Mormons, or could have been a Mormon who got ticked off or left or something like that. But yet, I don't know anything about it, so I won't be able to provide any information until more stuff comes out and I actually check it. Richard Dawkins thoughtfully
The pouty
critiques
lip.
transgenderism.
It's
Thoughts?
here.
President Trump proposes a
Gosh, who does this?
21-point plan
Pouty,
for
pouty
mid-peace
lip.
peace. Thoughts? How would I have any thoughts when I don't know anything about that?
No, I don't want that one. Where is it?
Richard
I haven't really
Dawkins.
checked the peace plan yet, but I have to check it out. And then
A
maybe
21. Now, was this written or was this in a talk or
Yeah,
something?
that's for some key. Cool.
Did he say, here's my 21-point plan, and he spoke it?
both. I
Then-
don't know. I can
that-
check.
Then we should probably check that out.
I gotta check.
And we'll explain where the plan is right and where it goes horribly wrong.
What did I get?
Candace
What did I get?
Owens started off on PragerU and then turned
That's
to
cool. I like that
radical
map.
anti-semi. That's true. I watched Mike Winger yesterday for the first time. Base dude. D Wood, relax. I'm still giving my money to you. Dude. Dude.
I like that they're doing this now for the
Seriously, I've
seasons.
already said
That's
this,
nice.
right? If you're dealing with a genuinely evil person, are they just going to say, hey, look at me, I'm pure evil? No. The guys who come across as pure evil or insane or something like that,
We gotta get
those are the
him.
ones that are
You know,
easy
I'm
to
still
spot. Those aren't
Iris.
the ones you have to worry about. The ones you have to worry about are the ones who are really evil, but they're like, hey, look at me, I'm a nice guy. Let's study the Bible. Those are the dangerous ones.
And you get the gym and
Where
the
is this
lounge
Islamic
access
version of the Torah
cards
and the Injil that talks
eventually.
about Muhammad? They don't have it. That's not our problem. That's theirs.
But I need to
That is
get
true. And
this
according to John
alpha
Fontaine,
art's pretty good.
we'll
It's
never
right
have
here.
it because it disappeared. And so, but you should believe in Muhammad because in these texts that you don't have anymore, Muhammad was mentioned. What cigar brand is your favorite? I guess this is for you, Ash Mays. I named my daughter
do I want
after
it?
Cavalier. Her name is Geneva. They're asking your favorite cigar brand.
Currently, I'm really liking
Yeah, I love that.
AJ Fernandez.
Pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that's
cigars.
one of my favorites too. I'm just kidding. I don't
Pretty
know what
good
I'm
and
talking about.
not too expensive either.
Definitely gonna get that.
Really was amazing in dialogue, very leftophobic.
Yeah, we need to play more.
Islam is the worst, by the way.
It's gonna go underranked, I
You
think.
am married to a Muslim. Islam is the worst, by the way. You am married to a Muslim.
That's
Haven't
probably
played ranked
supposed to say
yet,
I am
so-
married to a Muslim.
Okay, then you'd be the expert. Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. John Fontaine. Oh yeah. I'm going to buy his book because it's going to be very helpful in explaining terrible responses to the Islamic dilemma. Matt Walsh got red pill on Islam. Check his ex. You mean his ex channel or like his ex something? Ex-friend, ex-wife, what? KP, check out Matt Walsh's X page on Islam. Or Ash, either one. Or both. Might be interested if...
I don't have any social media outside of YouTube for my protecting my brain.
Matt Walsh.
That sucks.
Good
What you want to
idea.
do is spend all day, every day on X. It will be very good for your psychological well-being.
Green X.
Please comment on how Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, in which talking about how organ transplants could be key to immortality.
Ready to strike. Falcon.
Hey,
Pilot
did
proceeding
you wake
on
up, Apple
board.
Bucker, Alpha Daddy, and say, hey, let me do everything I can to change the topics today? Is that what you did?
Yes.
That's what she said, David Wood, 2020. Just like Candace
I
Owens
might
came
need
up with the line,
to,
Blessed are the Peacemakers, David Wood came up with, that's what she said.
Kill some browsers.
True fact, Officer Barb Brady in South Park was based on Dennis Prager's voice and mannerisms.
Injecting
I'm not
vaccine
familiar.
particles.
I've seen
Pilot
some South
sync
Park
rate
videos.
stable.
I'm not too familiar
Might
with,
bridge initiated.
I'll check that out though. I wanna see.
Capture and defend the 3 data nodes in the crop
Check it
sinkhole.
out.
Capturing the
Matt
nodes recovered
Walsh made a
abnormal
few
mining
posts
data
about
in the sinkhole.
Dearborn.
Recover data before
But
Windrose
the
destroys the
mayor
mine.
is a Muslim, or the mayor is this, his opponent is this, all Muslims.
Win with those guys.
It went viral and people all over the world were like, how dare you judge people by their religion?
Hi, Mom.
And it's like, quiet. So, that's all I see.
I'm gonna have to make a video about Dearborn just going back and saying, here's all the stuff
Panther,
we
taking
told
off.
you 15 or 16 years ago, and you said we're completely nuts, and how dare we, and no, this is never
diving
going to
into
happen,
ambush.
and everything we said was going to happen is happening. It's the same thing with the UK and France and everything. What?
We need to go to Dearborn.
Pick a time, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna read you his speech. The mayor of Dearborn, Michigan is Abdullah Hamoud. The guy running against him in the mayoral race is Naji Al-Mudeghi. The mayor's chief of staff is Zainab Al. Police chief is Isa Al. He oversees the commander of the road division, Madhu Bazi. The public health director is Ali Abdul. Don't forget city council members Kamal Al-Sawab. Question: is this what our founding fathers the residents of Dearborn can consider as they awake at
Yeah, buddy.
blasted over the loudspeakers by the local mosque?
This kid is 16. This kid is 16-year-old cup.
With the entire country,
Dad, look.
years
This is medal. It's medal. Yeah, it's made of metal because it made this made of metal. See, this is made of metal. This is made of metal. This is made of metal. See, look. It can get a trick on you.
Coming up with creative ways to enforce Sharia, and everyone, Sharia, I was there. Everyone everyone strawman and said,
What happened?
they took Sharia the law of the land. No, they were coming up with creative ways to enforce Sharia. So one of the main ways to point out is for every year, used to be back in the day, every year they had the Dearborn Arab Festival, and you have Christians who would go there and hand out tracts and preach the gospel. So Dearborn wanted to stop that, right? They wanted to stop Christians from handing out tracts to Muslims. They wanted to stop that. How do you do it? How do you stop that? You can't just say Christians aren't allowed to hand out tracts to Muslims. You can't do that, right? It would be obvious what you do. That would be obviously enforcing Sharia. So what they did was they made it a law that during the Arab festival, no one can hand stuff out. Right? So, look, the law says no one's allowed to pass stuff out. So you see, we're not imposing Sharia, we're just saying no one can pass things out. Yeah, what happened? You walk down there, people are passing things out left and right. If you're giving someone a tract, then the police jump in. Then the police jump in.
I can see.
So what do? They come up with a rule and they act like they apply it, and they
What, buddy?
selectively apply it just in one case, Christians handing out tracts. So what is that? That's a creative way to stop Christians from being able to preach right? They stop it. Stop it.
This is made of metal, sis. Made of metal, sis. Made of metal.
We're screaming at people and starting a riot, and therefore they have
See
to arrest
what?
us.
It can
Never
stick to
happened.
it
We didn't do any of that. They
anytime.
just made it up to arrest us. So that's what would happen. It's oh, these guys over here preaching, talking to.
I'm playing a game, kiddo. Can you
Muslim teenagers
not be in this area over here,
that's
buddy?
when we got
Look.
arrested. It was a group of Muslim
Dada.
teenagers standing around the deal as Nabil answered the question about
See what? This is the cup.
jail.
See what? This is made of metal cup.
We're going back to Detroit, since you're probably going to need it again. I have my brother-in-law is a defense attorney, and he's a good Jewish lawyer that's the kind you need.
Yeah.
I'll put it up for you.
Yeah, we'll bring him with us. We'll bring him with us when we walk up in there.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Yeah, that's the rough part. So you have to go into. And by the way, when I was saying the other day, I had to tell people if anyone's coming along with us and anyone's going to be coming to camera, that I can the camera.
Locking in to harass
I made a short list of rules that we absolutely have to do. So one, check the dot. Make sure you're actually recording. Red dot. Sometimes we think we're recording and we're not. Check the dot. Get the shot. Guard the shot. Because they're going to do everything. If you film them doing something, they're going to lie about you unless you have the video proof. We saw this. If we hadn't been recording, we were doomed because they were saying we were doing all kinds of stuff. Fortunately, we made sure everything we were doing the entire time we were there was recorded. And that's the reason we were found not guilty. But they arrested us, they threw us in jail, and they tried to convict us. The only thing that it's done is because they had the police reports were all saying, and they were screaming at people and saying you're all going to hell, and a mob was formed transforming and it was gonna. How did that happen? If you look at the actual footage, it was like, hey, great guys, these are great questions. I'm really glad we're having this discussion.
Assist.
And it's like, gosh, I mean, just imagine a city so corrupted because of an ideology that you literally have to be recording every single thing. If you were not recording for 1 second, they would say, oh yeah, that's when you did all this stuff that we're making up about it. It's like, it's like police, it's the mayor, everyone lying. What a sick, disgusting city. And we told everyone 15, 16 years ago, the direction is wrong. Oh, you're just a bunch of Islamophobes. AP, how many times are we wrong when we're sitting here? Guys, look what's going on. Guess what this is going to be like 10 or 15 years from now? How often are we wrong? That's right. 0% of the time we're wrong. 0%.
Enemy down.
We have a 100% accuracy rate when predicting what's going to be 15 or 20 years down the road.
You know how it's kind of funny that you know how there are some movies. I can't really think of the proper example right now. You probably. But you know, there are these movies where people go to a specific town or place in America, and the place is governed by completely weird people, and they get in trouble there and they get caught there and can't escape anymore, and they have no way out because everything is ruled by those same people. Just imagine that, but now you have the real version of that, just with this.
Pretty soon in the chat asking, why would you want to go back? To expose it.
To Muslim City. Nobody goes to Muslim City.
Snowball and the Barbra Streisand effect is a case for cash bait. Islam and Candace Fly thing. Speaking of winger and genocide, no highway.
Enemy down.
He said, speaking of winger. Speaking of winger is genocide.
Go. Ready to hold down the front line.
What do Mike Winger have for me today? Also love you, Ash. No homo.
Victory.
I love your beard. No homo though. Quick question: would AP ever do an updated German version of Why He Is an Ex-Muslim video, or do you think others are more fitting, or did AP forget how to speak German?
I have not forgotten how to speak German.
Capturing.
I don't have any such plans.
Name that me at all.
Trump just published on Truth Social Charlie's video about the storm suffocating the West. This and that yesterday. Wow. What?
Double kill.
Check that out. It would. I mean, doesn't seem like Islam had anything to do.
I can't believe I hit him there. Hey, why are you stealing my drink all the time? Bring it back.
Did have a lot of reactions celebrating his death and so on. So just for that, it needs to cost. It needs
Panther's
to cost them
land
something,
shreds all evil.
yeah, if this is somehow, if people are catching on to Islam, good stuff, man, good stuff. Oh, Dennis, a beautiful soul. Here we have Mosh. I'm a marksman, effective at 400 meters, not hard. I believe Mosh, everyone, and basically every gun guy I've heard from has said the exact same thing, that it's not a hard shot to make. So anything else you want to point out, that's one thing, but you basically sound stupid if you're like, oh my goodness, this had to be the world's greatest assassin. It's like, no. Let's see. 1 Thessalonians 4, 13 to 18. Yes, we don't grieve like the rest of the world. Let me go and
Could have been him giving it to me, not you though.
What?
He shared the video of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he does.
We have to watch that, man. It's a 10-minute video. We have to watch that video.
What are you doing, bud?
We'll watch it tonight or do a separate stream on it, man.
In fact, he gave a speech, I think, after I talked with him, wasn't it? August 21, 2025. That's when he gave a speech, a 10-minute speech about we don't talk enough about Islam. Islam is suffocating the West and all that. Donald Trump just shared that speech without comment. He just shared the link to that.
Wow. Guys, that's huge. That's huge. Charlie already had the video, and lots of people were paying attention to Charlie, but wow. crazy. This is these. We're in times that really suck, but we're in times that are really awesome at the same time. It's really weird. So here we have Thessalonians. But we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers, about those who are asleep, that you may not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so, through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have fallen asleep. And you guys can continue the passage. That's 1 Thessalonians 4. Maybe she's a sociopath like the Dizzle just playing. God bless you both. Yeah. No, talking about Erica. As far as if someone's like, oh, she's not reacting appropriately. Well, God bless you all. Thank you. These here, Muslim started I Love Muhammad campaign. Wait, here Muslim started I Love Muhammad campaign. Who started I Love Muhammad campaign? There's no such campaign. The Prager video is from longer 1-hour video where he discusses Islam in the West and says that Charlie Sabbath due to Prager's commandments videos. Yeah, we're going to be looking at the longer one. Why Candace and Tucker are not talking about the decrease of Christianity in Dearborn. Yeah, when I was there just 15 years ago, it was like a 30% population. Now it's like 55. And back then they were struggling and couldn't figure out how to. They were complaining because they didn't have enough Muslim police officers, because they were viewing it like Muslims were viewing it as like you're a traitor, you're working for the U.S. government. So they had this big campaign. How do we get more Muslims in the police department? And now they have Muslim majority police department. So what could go wrong there?
Sounds like Bethlehem.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Yep. Same thing. Match show. And what's amazing is you can see it with an entire country. You can see it with like Lebanon, which in the 20th century was a Christian majority country. Now it's not. Now it's Muslim majority country. But you see it in individual cities, and people like they don't get it. 15 years ago, Dearborn was a Muslim minority city. Now it's a Muslim majority city. Don't think this can't happen. Anyway. Matt's show on Friday had a strong emphasis on Dearborn and the myth. So this is a show, not just a tweet. Might have to check this out. He also spoke about Minnesota and the Somali fraud issues. Good watch. Wow. Interesting.
In 2020, 54.5% of the population reported Middle Eastern or North African ancestry. The most reported detailed ancestries were Lebanese, Yemeni, Arab, German, Irish, English, Polish, Iraqi, Italian, African American. Interesting.
Hey.
Interesting.
Hey. What? Have we talked about this before? Guys, hey, everyone out there. Do you know why Dearborn ended up with the biggest Arab population percentage outside the Middle East? You know how they ended up with that massive Arab Muslim population?
Wasn't it because of worker?
For who?
Needing workers for Ford.
Henry Ford. He hated Jews.
What happened?
He understood he could get. He wanted to import cheap workers, and so he started bringing in tons of Muslims from the Middle East. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, that's why you don't pretend to do that. That's why I told you not to do that to Mom.
That's what was always crazy. Is like,
especially not in the head.
Like the Muslims I knew couldn't stand. The Muslims I knew way back in the day couldn't stand cold weather, and then like you go up and it's like that's one of the coldest places in the United States. But yep, it was Henry Ford. Is it me or the Muslim call to pray sounds like a really bad case of diarrhea? It's a call to prayer in Durham, North Carolina, and hurts my ears.
It sounds like that's one heckler that was
Panther,
at Benjamin.
ready to strike. Falcon,
Oh, yeah.
ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike.
Hey, I actually never posted anything. Remember when we were in Israel and I kept recording the Adhan to point out, hey, in this horribly oppressed area, where Muslims are horribly oppressed, how can they get to blast? They get to blast the call to prayer over Jerusalem 5 times a day.
But Jews who live in the old city who play anything on a loudspeaker, like in response to that, or just doing anything like that, loud music, Jewish music in the old city, get arrested for disturbing the peace.
Chloride extractor placed by CS Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing
Matt made a video about
contamination.
Dearborn.
Reach
Interesting.
the
He covered
target
the mayor
number of
expelling a
dismantled
pastor
units
from
to halt
his
their
city.
plan.
Oh. If Matt wants to know about Dearborn. I can tell him a thing or two. AP, D would love you guys. My sister is being brainwashed by Candace. What should I do?
You don't have a healer, so that's gonna be tough.
You can brainwash her instead.
Oh, what damage.
Panther, taking
No,
off.
on a serious note, get
Panther, diving into
get to
ambush.
understand the manipulation tactics and so on.
Dismantle core right
Then manipulate her.
Explain them.
Optical camera treatment will soon go offline.
No! Explain them to her. And that way she can see them again.
Melee mode.
Is Islam even capable of reforming and ditching the insane aspects of Islam? From what I've seen and heard about it, I don't think it can. An individual Muslim can be the nicest person in the world, but can ditch any insane aspect. As far as Islam, the ideology, Islam is a divine religion, and you submit to a law. This is in the Quran, Surah 4, verse 65. You submit to a law by just mindlessly obeying Muhammad and everything. So, you're saying, can it be reformed? If it's reformed, then it becomes not just mindlessly obeying everything Muhammad says, then it's no longer Islam. You're not submitting. You're not submitting.
Falconeer, the sky is ours.
Weapon not ready.
Love you guys. 18 of you would have been my inspiration on defeating Islam. More love through your
Assist.
I want her.
Weapon not ready.
Not true, D. Not true, D. Wood. The Muslim world has been flooding the Department of Education with billions of Benjamins. That was
Weapon not ready.
Like right there.
In 10 seconds. Initiating ejection sequence. Core right extractor dismantled.
Hey, don't be getting lost in trouble. Unless you want to.
Very secretive.
Hey, look, next Donald Trump
Enemy
will post about
down.
Al-Zut. Hey, that's what we need Trump sharing my Al-Zut video.
We get her
That's
rated
instant
it.
legend status.
I think we got it, yeah.
I generally do not like
Diving into
politics.
ambush.
Optical
I
camera
generally
treatment will soon go offline.
never voted in my life, probably never will vote, stuff like that. But I'll say this, Donald Trump shares my Zut video. I support it.
Stego, ready to hold down the front line.
Long time back, I searched Christians attacked by Muslims. Then I saw a video of this chubby white dude holding a cam attack in Arab festival. I was chubby for the 2009
Falconeer,
year.
the sky is ours.
I was like, I better get shredded. These guys are acting like
Sky Raider here.
they pick a string at the deal or something.
Ready to take on Strangler.
Without getting arrested, I am a third party.
Core right extractor deployed in
You're allowed to. It's the United States, you're allowed to protest where you are.
Hurricane, coming in to draw enemy fire.
core right extractor.
You're allowed to protest. Orthodox Jews had connection in Turkish airport.
Not too.
Back from
Dismantle the
Initiating
extractor
ejection
first.
sequence.
what is this? Use that. It's like old photos from the 1930s. Turkish. Not surprising. That's what the localized news spot is.
Ready for
It's
deployment.
everywhere. Just attack news wherever. He would always make fun of AP for saying that's funny, but messed up everything
Panther,
he says.
diving into ambush.
Extractor deployed. Fire control system
Do you
unlocked.
guys have a Discord? Not personally. New Islamic Dilemma, the book of Proverbs says think for yourself or suffer
Stego,
for yourself.
ready to
Proverbs
hold
says,
down the
obey
front
with no
line.
resistance, or you're not a Muslim.
Weapon not ready.
All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and check out this actual
Insufficient engine
Dennis
output.
Prager. Dennis Prager.
Stabilizing. Insufficient.
I just saw the clip.
Dennis,
Of what?
So at the Istanbul airport, they're Jews visibly were just waiting there, sitting, and Muslims who presumably come from
Extractor deployed.
and then people are clapping.
Hey, yo,
Core right extractor deployed.
says, when in October, I'm on the Disney run. I can ask my CO to get you there if you want. Maybe we can show you around.
Ooh,
AT going around like a patrol of high. Yo, what's up?
Buddy, I'm playing the game. You chill. I can't. Whatever you're saying.
Ready to pick up the stragglers.
Hurricane coming in to draw enemy fire.
There's some other things that I will be doing there which I cannot share. I will happily take up that offer in Israel, October 18th to October.
Can you stop bothering me, please? When I'm playing, can you leave me alone for a minute, buddy?
Yeah, I remember the video.
I don't know what you need, but I'm in the middle of something.
But I want to record a video titled
It's just frustrating.
"Spend a Day in the World."
I did not send him.
It seems like it gets sent to me all the time.
Well, on that one,
Getting massages all day.
What was he asking for? What did he need?
Post it. Would be like,
They have 5-star hotels. You can stay at
yeah,
5-star.
Sheesh.
Diving into ambush.
eating the most delicious steaks and everything 5-star. It's definitely reminded me of my time.
They also have 4-star hotels, or probably also 5-star hotels in Gaza.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First interview since he was Final Forge Here we go. And I'm not sure who this woman is, but he keeps praising her and he's been massively helpful in getting stuff out. Not sure who she is, but we've got her stamp of approval and seems like a pretty darn good job here.
It's so good to be with you today. This is your first published appearance, and I just want to start by saying that for those who haven't seen you since your injury, you really look great. It's a miracle. It's a miracle to me that you're able to get back into things, into speaking, and that you completed your book. And for those who haven't seen you in many months, you know, you might look a little more slim. You might look a little different, but for those of us who have been following your recovery closely, this is amazing news. It's amazing news to have you back on and speaking. And so I'd love to get your reaction. We haven't heard from you now that it's your first public speaking moment. What do you have to share with us?
Ready to hold down the front line. Hurricane coming in to draw enemy fire.
Broke an entire foot, all paralyzed, and now speaking of all paralyzed, something super cool about that.
Well, there's a longer version. There's a longer version. And there's
4
a
times.
longer version.
So much.
There are very few short versions. It is a remarkable thing. I am on video speaking. When you first saw me, I was not even speaking. I think the first 3 months when I was on full ventilator.
This is not going to be a good marriage.
Did all the breathing for me.
I died way too much.
No one can speak.
Diving into ambush.
While I'm full ventilator. So I was like a laser beam at letters. And it was, I'm amazed I didn't go crazy.
Where'd she go?
Let me tell you a story. I don't know if you know this. I hope you don't. It'll pique your interest more. You know, I talk about it every to my radio show. I don't remember how the subject came up, but about 15 or 20 years ago, some guy calls in and says he'd rather be dead than a quadriplegic. And a rare moment for me, I sort of yelled at a horn. I said, you gotta be kidding me. You have your mind. And you'd rather be dead because you can't live your life.
Falconeer, the sky is
And
ours.
irony of ironies, my
Hurricane
theory
coming
was
in to
tested.
draw enemy fire.
That's exactly
Stego,
my condition.
ready to hold down the front line.
And I'm thrilled to be alive. We are all our mind and our ability to communicate. Would I wish I could move my limbs? I dream about moving my limbs almost every night. Cool.
Wish I could move dreams about it. I've seen a couple of clips of him. He talks about dreaming.
I told him.
Yes, I would love it.
Eesh.
But I'm alive and I have my loved ones. And I have the public. And I think I could still make a difference.
I don't think I got. Yeah, I got a
Dead,
4.4. Ooch. You get carried on that one.
It's inconceivable.
Hurricane cleanses all strike.
I love life. And I love so many people. And of course I love my wife. And my kids and my grandkids. I mean, now I'll tell you one other interesting thing. I have a book on happiness. It's 26 years ago it was published by HarperCollins. Happiness is a serious problem. I would not change a word. That is how philosophically prepared I was for this terrible thing that I have encountered.
Especially with so many melee people, geesh.
I just have to point out, if anything is a valid use of the word based, it was that right there. That would be the most valid use of the word based that I could imagine.
Very beast.
Is Diva
I
outside?
don't know that I would have the same
Okay,
like, level
respect. And I don't see her, so
devotion to life still in that situation. Like that's pretty.
I'm
intense.
just wondering.
I
I
mean, it's
heard
gotta
her
be
bark.
a big thing to have kids in that situation, right? To have a wife, right? That does obviously, like, I'm thinking about that, like having a wife.
No, the gate's open in the kitchen.
Driving that for me, but without.
So she's
that,
not
like,
trapped.
I don't know that I would have the strength to feel, still. Yeah, I'm happy to be alive in a situation like that. So that is pretty based.
Yeah, and I've had
Just a bad game last game. Yeesh.
2 of them had a rare muscle disease, but had one passed away a couple years ago, but basically similar to one could sit up.
No,
and
thank you.
They would use their, they could use their arm. Basically, your muscles are
Dan and Warren.
still move and stuff like that. So you're not a quadriplegic. You just have really weak muscles, so you can't lift anything heavy and can't stand and so on. But it gets worse over time. It gets worse. It's not a degenerative disease, but you basically get heavier and stuff like that. You get bigger and
Ready
heavier,
to strike.
and your muscles
Pilot proceeding
don't get
on
stronger
board.
and so on. So you basically end up to where you are basically like that. And one of the things I know is, anyone can know this just by looking, is that everyone has to do everything for him at this point. As far as feeding him,
Injecting coaxium particles.
bathing
Pilot
him,
sync rate stable. Might bridge initiated.
changing him, all
Escort
those
reactor core and upgrade Bunker City's power facility. consoles along the way can speed up the transport vehicle. St. Dino's have also set their sights on this operation. Be sure to complete the
Still
escort
trying
before
to
then.
make a difference in the world. Pretty good.
What I wrote in there, like about expectations, and you know my motto, if nothing's horrific, life is terrific.
Wild child. I hear him upstairs still. He's going nuts.
Take it
I
off.
live by that. I never thought that nothing horrific
Capture
would happen
consoles
to
and
me.
guide payload to destination.
I always believed I might well be the other guy. Because people think it's always the other guy.
Console A
Into a terrible car accident, or a skiing accident, or a fall, which is what I had. I never thought that. So every day, I said what I thought, how lucky I was.
Capture console A before the enemy.
Count me in.
And then I was unlucky.
Falconeer,
As I
the
write
sky
in
is
my
ours.
Bible commentary, in the book of Numbers, the fourth book of the Bible of the Torah,
Signal console activated. Enemy payload is
there is a commandment of God,
Welcome. Ready to take off some
or
stragglers.
of Moses, and it is that
Tricera,
by
hold him down the
lottery,
front.
the tribes will be apportioned part of the Holy Land by lottery.
I'm guessing he's going to go that some of the land is better than other parts. It's going to be assigned by lottery, so you might get by lottery the best.
Good job, buddy. You went on the big potty.
And a lot of
initiating ejection
traditional
sequence.
Jewish commentators said God would decide where the
Dang, an
lottery
assist out of that?
would fall.
No. What?
These are great men trying to understand that view.
Ready for deployment.
God commands a lottery,
Console B
and he'll
activates
decide
in
what
20
the lottery
seconds.
does.
Serenith,
And why don't you
set
just
to
tell
disrupt
them?
enemy defense.
Asher, you go here. Gad, you go here. Reuben, you go here.
Aleseness. Hitting the
There is
front line.
luck in life. And I had bad luck
Capture console
on
before the
November
enemy.
12th, 2024. But I had great luck
Signal console activated.
virtually every day before that, and every day since that. And I don't expect God to intervene in everyone's life.
Falconeer,
It
the
would
sky
render
is
life
ours.
Then what was God supposed to do?
Tricera, hold him down the
Gravity.
front.
I was philosophically prepared. Anyway, people should
Welcome.
read
Ready to pick
my
off some
happiness.
stragglers.
I never listened to Dennis Prager for that long. It's very, it's kind of inspired me.
Assist.
That's why. That's it. You have a horrible accident and you're a market. And you went from being able to go around and do what you want, speak and so on, and now you get to do that. You're basically left with your thoughts and then still communicating your thoughts. Overall response is I've been lucky, vast majority of my life.
Driver payload back.
Activates in 20
November 12th,
seconds.
2024, and I've been lucky ever since.
Console. Here I come.
Guys, when something really, really terrible happens, that's good.
Target required.
have any physical pain?
I have physical pain. Not like sporadic.
Signal console out of range. Activating signal console.
It is primarily the top of my spine. And I don't know. That's all I know. But with pain medicine and with a special ointment,
Aleseness, in the front line.
Drive their payload back.
I can see it's manageable.
How do you think your mind is functioning, given that you've been on medication and closed up in the room?
I don't know.
Enemy down. Advancing payload.
No one's on their
Very
payload.
high up in the spine. It must be taking because that it seems like that could affect what you're
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Tricera, holding down
I
the
never
front.
had a great memory. And I would say this publicly, and people would laugh. You don't have a great memory.
Drive their payload back.
What are you talking about? Well, I had a great memory
The payload needs protected.
for concepts. That I did. But not for names or dates. As a general rule. So I don't know if it's any worse.
Weapon not ready.
Welcome. Ready to pick off some stragglers.
It's probably been a somewhat effective publicity for the town.
Falconeer, the
Have you
sky
picked
is
up with the
ours.
news?
Oh my god.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Someone push the
Probably
payload.
kept up with the news more than I did before the accident because I listened to so many podcasts.
no distractions.
Victory.
And I will tell you, there are many wonderful podcasts.
Apologetics Roadshow.
I won't kill.
Enemy down. Advancing payload.
No, she just chips away at people.
Tricera will always
I
have
feel
your
like I'm
back.
starting to question that book.
Yeah.
Really learn a lot
Come on,
by watching them. The problem is
say which ones, man.
Yeah, these.
they're
I don't
all
understand why these people.
That's true.
And given my schedule
Oh,
in my normal life, is
that's interesting. Couldn't listen to long podcasts before, but now can listen to long podcasts. Interesting.
call it,
What you doing?
I really wasn't able
Oh.
to listen nearly as much as I do now.
Maybe you did. He's sleeping in our bed, right?
Totally up on the
Okay,
news.
that's fine.
What do you listen to?
Is that what he was trying to ask me then?
In the specific podcast.
Yeah.
I know, but he's always like pulling on my arm or like in my desk way.
Douglas Murray.
I don't mind it when he's sitting on me, but when he's like over right by my arm, I'm gonna hit him in the head or something.
Mike Winger.
What I worry about.
That makes
That's Constantine Kissin.
Yeah.
Constantine Kissin.
High intensity, high impact.
Yeah, they interviewed me. I'm on there. They have a lot of views on that one. I think 500,000. Just on YouTube.
I know. I sent him
They're very intelligent.
that, and I had told him, yeah.
The two of them is
They is
his sidekick Francis.
Like I said, no, and he actually like you said.
Oh, I watched a lot of.
No, I didn't. He's fine. Yeah, he is. It's okay. I love you. I'm sorry for freaking out a little bit.
With how he dealt.
Just like finally all day, and then finally sit down to like. Well, I've been sitting, but finally feel like opening a game up and playing it, and it's like, all right.
With him. And how respectful he was.
Yeah.
Of them.
So on top of it all, they're sleeping in our bed now. And
Promoted hate. is among the most
I stayed a nice the last night for that.
of the many lies of the left.
That's what I was gonna ask if he even did that yet. So.
There's been some lies.
Yeah.
He promoted respect. That's what he promoted.
I love, yeah.
So I would watch a lot of his interactions. Talk about a memory.
Oh, that's interesting. So he's saying he doesn't have a good memory for details, but for concepts. But Charlie did have a good memory for details and so on. It is interesting sitting here watching this because you listen. You know, Charlie Kirk said he would listen to Dennis Prager, and that's what he would listen to. So that was like the background of his education. And here you have Dennis Prager going, "Wow, I really love listening to Charlie Kirk. He's so knowledgeable and stuff in this." It's interesting.
He has a phenomenal memory. Or actually, I can't say had, because I haven't accepted that it's all a bad dream what happened to Charlie. We could talk about that later. I'm just trying to think about what else. Oh, Megyn Kelly. I watch her a lot.
Megyn Kelly. So that was the fourth. So the list was Douglas Murray, Ben
I love
Shapiro,
listening to Douglas Murray.
Trigonometry, Megyn
Smart
Kelly.
Man, Trigonometry, yep.
So guys,
I listen to all
nobody
of them.
listens to, there's your list.
And
If you're not sure which podcast to listen to, you
I don't
obviously
listen to Megyn Kelly.
Our live streams. But
He did, wait, he didn't finish the list yet, so I think 5 is going to be Mike Winner.
dude, it's a serious topic. It's not a time for jokes.
I watch
Sereneth,
TBN.
ready to strike. Sky Raider,
TBN
ready to strike. Vulcan, ready to strike. Fell pilot proceeding on board.
IDF soldiers reporting on the news from the Middle East. To the best of my knowledge,
Huh.
they're Christians who are serving in the Israel Defense Forces.
Injecting
They don't
coasting
make
particles.
reference to
Pilot
that,
sync rate stable. Mic
but
bridge
that's my
initiated.
suspicion.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data
That's
terminals.
interesting. I got
Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
No,
Yeah, I did.
No.
I did too. I did too. Nothing ever came out of that. It's kind of funny.
That's on them.
I'm in the first Samuel now. It's really interesting reading about Samuel's beginning journey.
they're
Sereneth,
terrific.
taking off.
And then there are just individual.
Sereneth, set to disrupt enemy defense.
I watch my son Aaron.
Objective. Secure
I guess his show is almost ready with Prager.
I'm
yeah.
really excited. And for the record, I had nothing. Nothing
at point B. 60 seconds.
for the city. Prager used the city
Stabilizing.
to have him as a regular feature. I never mentioned it. And I was thrilled, obviously.
Dang. Look up Aaron Prager.
Weapon not available.
Yeah, he has a video from 5 days ago, only 13 minutes, but a video from 5 days ago, over 800,000 views, and it's on recovery from drug addiction. I don't know if that's his story about recovery from drug addiction, or if he's just talking about it something like that, but a lot of people
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
seeing the evidence.
Key generated.
Eliminate! Locking in to harass
Well, he
enemy
played a role in raising him, which
Enemy
is partially
down.
why he has such discernment and abilities. So I think you get some credit for some role he played.
Oh, actually, he's had his own channel. He had his own channel called American Recovery. Aaron Prager.
Better go get that key!
Insufficient engine output.
All right. So apparently he has like people's experiences in the
Initiating ejection sequence.
and it would be good to work together, get together, help.
Bait him. Oh.
That's the problem with addicts. They don't feel embarrassed about
Enemy
being
down.
addicts. Like they don't want other people
Our
to know,
listeners is
so
good.
Ready for
they keep
deployment.
everything to themselves, and then they OD and they die. When if they had help,
Serenith, set to disrupt enemy defense.
Warning.
Yeah, but on the operation side, that was us.
Right, but I didn't really.
Stabilizing.
I will take credit for that. I raised him as a spectacular brother. His older brother by 10 years.
Key generated at point C.
I raised them both in a very simple,
Assist.
with a very simple concept. I care more about your character
Sky Raider here.
than
The
about your
sky is
grade,
ours.
Falcon here.
or about what power,
Warning.
or if any power. Your character is everything. And it worked out, thank God. In Aaron's case, it was his talent. His late mother and I adopted him. At the day he was born. He did not know that his mother, his first mother, was a meth addict. Everybody was watching the fireside chat that I did there. They will be done.
Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
I asked him questions that I remember thinking, whoa, you really want to go there?
Assist.
But as one forum said,
Obtaining key.
Dennis, I have one word to describe,
Obtaining key.
and I was worried. When was he going to come out with?
Key
And he
generated
said
at point A.
transparent.
Let's go get them.
That's true.
Obtaining key.
One of the most common things people would say. What an airport, let's say, somewhere in America.
Welcome. Ready to pick off some stragglers.
I feel like I know you. But my responsibility was,
Core pulse storm activated.
yeah,
Let's go into. I'd like to talk about Charlie Kirk.
we're going to check out this part about Charlie Kirk, and then we'll fast forward a bit to
Aleseness,
one
hitting the
section
front
right in the
line.
middle, and then at the end he actually talks about
Enemy down.
doesn't sound like a big fan. I assume since he's smart and has a lot of common sense.
Double kill. Obtaining key.
Disappointing.
Key secured.
Why can't people just leave this on? It's just most people just want to exist, just want to believe in their religion, just like anybody else, just like Christians, just like Jews. They just want to have their faith.
What do you mean?
and
What do you mean? Just like
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
long character
Fluid armor offline.
distracting people away from
Anyway,
Fluid armor reactivated.
that's it.
Key generated at point B.
Because you and Charlie were obviously very close. But there's something amazing about Charlie. Everybody feels like they were very close to Charlie, including people who've never met him. And there are a lot of people who are really impacted by the murder of Charlie Kirk. And you're very good always at giving perspective on a macro scale. What do you think the murder of Charlie Kirk will mean to America, possibly the world?
Charlie made it a thing
Don't like me.
to come visit me on a fairly regular basis. You just
Enemy
show up.
down. Ready for deployment.
You'll love this story.
Enemy secured key.
I told
Intercept.
Charlie on
Serenith,
camera.
set to disrupt enemy defense.
Warning. You are leaving
one of the nurses in the was a big fan of mine, but I think he was an even bigger fan of Charlie. And so I said to him, well, Charlie's coming on, I don't know, Monday at 1. If you'd like to get a picture with me, you know, so perfectly okay with that. I think it would be wonderful. Well, sure enough, he showed up and got a picture with Charlie. Can you imagine how valuable he thinks that picture is? Tragically now. Anyway, I did think Charlie and I had something special. He dedicated his forthcoming book, which will tragically end up his last book, making the case for Shabbat observance for Gentiles, and especially for Christians.
Here. The sky is ours.
And he dedicating the book to me.
Victory!
Because he got the whole idea of Shabbat from me, which he acknowledges.
We did it! Yay!
We both spoke at Arizona State University.
I got 5 kills.
And his whole speech was on life and Shabbat.
That MVP?
Friday night to Saturday night.
MVP.
He's not talking about Sunday.
Serenith, when a star reaches
He's
its
talking
zenith.
about the Torah Shabbat.
Why did we get MVP?
You'll need it recorded, otherwise Candace will accuse you of trying to appropriate Charlie Kirk for Judaism.
And I figure, wow, if all I did was influence Charlie Kirk, I've influenced millions. So that was a wonderful feeling.
So
anyway, he would go out of his way to visit me. But then I heard all these other people saying how close they were to Charlie. And I don't negate that at all. But what I said for an audio that I made for Erica, I told the story about Rabbi Joseph Kalushkin, my friend since high school, most prolific author of
Alright,
Jewish
we're gonna go
books,
say goodnight, kiddos.
living today.
Yes.
He told me that he was moved at a funeral once. He would interview children and the wife of the deceased, anyone who would speak, so that he would know what to say with knowledge. And he discovered, because he talked to each of them individually, privately, he discovered that each one thought that while the dad loved all of them, they loved them the most.
I love it. That's
Isn't
great.
that great?
What a great ability to make people feel like you're their favorite.
That's right.
Or you could have the ability to make everyone think you hate them. You know what this reminds me of? Years ago, Marie was saying, Marie said, she said something about loving all the kids equally. And I was like, what? How? They're not the same. How would you love them all equally? And she goes, well, what? Who do you love best? And I go, that one. She goes, what? That's terrible. Anyway.
All are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna fast forward. I've got the link to the full interview in the description for anyone who wants to watch everything. Just wanted to fast forward to part 2, him talking about anti-Semitism a bit, and some of the stuff that's going on, and then we'll see what he says about Islam. Let me see. Kind of hard because it's a really long one to zoom in on everything. I'll just jump in right here. We'll see what this is.
Which is exactly what I do.
They look
From
like
the time that I
Autobots.
spent with you and
Or,
Charlie, it
Decepticon.
seems like you barely
Alright,
spoke
I'm gonna go
about
say goodnight to the
politics.
kids.
It was always
I'll be right back. Alright. I think I need to make plans for this week, what I'm going to do while I'm at my desk. I think I'm going to paint that snowman, the 3D printed snowman that I've been working on for a while. I'm going to finish up painting him. Got him all spray painted white and everything, but I need his hat and everything colored. I got the lights in him, he works, he turns on, he turns off. It's actually pretty nifty, but I gotta paint his gloves, his scarf, and his hat. So we'll make that happen this week, I think. Yeah, the orange is already coming off his nose. Everything needs scuffed up so it sticks better. Such pain. Then I have some other mini figurines that I could paint too. I have a mecha on here. The hammer I can paint. Came out pretty well, just needs sanded in some spots. Then I have another one around here somewhere with a scythe. Like Gundam X or something like that. That's pretty cool.
About
That's
morality.
correct. We never.
All right.
I don't recall us talking politics.
And then I have a stained glass project I'm going to start working
He would call
on.
you the moral giant, and he would call you because he would want clarity on how to do the moral thing. He was kind of obsessed with doing the moral thing.
Yeah, well, he was preoccupied with, to his great credit, with what you call the moral thing.
What's crazy is that people have accused Charlie Kirk and even the folks at Turning Point USA for being fascist and Nazis. It is so crazy. How do you describe a 31-year-old who is so focused, obsessed with doing the moral thing? He would fly out here to spend time with you to really gauge on how to make the moral decision. Yet the left accuses this young man.
Yeah, I can earn some stuff and sell it on the marketplace. I don't think people really buy much in the marketplace, though.
On our society?
The left cheapens words, the libels.
I have that.
Of
Corey, it's very expensive.
Jews and non-Jews who defend Israel and of Israel. They equal.
And that one's 50. So
the medieval libel. Where we got the term from. The term libel from. When Jews were accused of
1,592
to use their blood to bake matzahs for Passover. Whole Jewish communities were killed and expelled.
You know what's interesting? It's the inconsistent skepticism. Like, you remember when Candace was talking about Mengele's experiments and stuff. She's like, that just sounds weird. Why would anyone do that? I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. So it sounds like propaganda. But she'll listen to any deranged conspiracy theory about Jews and just roll with it, just run with it on the flimsiest evidence. It reminds me of, like, she supposedly investigates Andrew Tate and declares him completely innocent of everything against him, and yet one person can accuse, if she's against someone, one person who ever said anything, even if it's massively discredited, becomes conclusive proof. And it's like, okay, you got
Candace is nuts with that.
over here filming with a camcorder.
Candace is just nuts in general. I can't stand Candace Owens. You used to like her way back in the day, like 5 years ago.
I don't know. This is weird, man.
Well, he's referencing
Before
the
she went
connection
off
to
the
the
rail.
medieval blood libels, right? I mean, the evidence then was a European villager finds the body of a child in a forest or in a well, and comes as the hero to tell the authorities that it must be the Jews that did it. I don't know why the villager that found the body wasn't the first suspect.
Ready to strike.
But
ready to pilot proceeding on board.
Yeah, man. And guys, this ties into what I was saying. if you become so polarized that the group that you're responding to is like pure evil, and anything, you wouldn't put anything can be attributed to that group because they're so evil. That allows anyone in your group to blame them for anything. You get a pass because you're with this group, so you're a good guy. So you could
eliminate all mercenaries in the Sky Fortress.
We know who
The
could.
first squad to
Someone
8
in
kills
that group over
wins the
there is
round.
pure evil.
Secure 2 out of 3 rounds of attack
Seems like,
to suppress
I mean,
the
you just
enemy
pointed out
forces.
it's like what's going on now is like basically on the same level as that sort of thing, and I think he's right.
Yeah, there were even other cases like in France where
Did you say France?
France, where Jews themselves reported
Sereneth,
that they
taking
found
off.
in next to their home in
Sereneth,
in an
set to
alley.
disrupt enemy
Then
defense.
reported this to the police.
Objective neutralized.
After which
Hostile strikers.
Jews were accused of
Conclude the operation.
It's just no way out.
It really coincided with somebody in the community throwing a large amount of money.
That's messed up.
I'm pretty sure it happened with a king of England. Actually, like the king at some point, I forget which one, cited a bunch of riots because he was in debt.
That was a common thing. Borrow money from
Fix our
Jews,
strikers up.
be unable to pay it back, and accuse them of something.
Hurricane coming in to draw enemy fire.
Eradicate you for the defense. Very fun.
So what you're saying is
Wrecking. Ready to pick up some stragglers.
probably
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Yes.
Sky Raider here. The sky is ours.
Evil and absurd charge.
Ejection sequence.
They died fairly
Charge
quickly.
that Israel is committing genocide is equivalent in how big a lie it is. All that charge does is cheapen the word genocide.
Landing area.
Sereneth, set to
What
disrupt
the
enemy
left does,
defense.
they use language and then they cheapen it, and it causes real damage, real death.
Like racism. Like talking, you know, they charge every conservative with being racist. Right, so therefore I'm a racist. Is absurd.
Dennis, I'd love to get your feedback on how to think through this clearly, because there is a lot of confusion right now around the term anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. And so you have on one side of the equation Jews who may be overreacting, calling anybody, or there is an alleged claim that Jews are calling anybody an anti-Semite, or not agreeing with them on policies regarding Netanyahu and Israel. And so, for example, Megan Kelly and even Charlie Kirk felt that because they were asking questions about Israel, they were accused of being anti-Jew, even though they are as pro-Israel and pro-Jewish as it gets. And so the claim is that Jews are overreacting and oversensitive. And then with that said, there is on the other side of the equation people who have realized that by accusing the Jew of virtually everything, including Charlie Kirk's murder at one point, there's that very much so growing on social media in particular, but frankly even on podcasts. And so there's quite a bit of confusion and messiness around, for some reason, the chosen people continue to be in the eye of the storm every single time. And how do we not react, overreact as Jews? How do we think about this in a calm, cool, and rational way? How do we make sure that people like Megyn Kelly are not accused for something she's not guilty of? How do we make sure that somebody like Charlie Kirk is not accused for something he's not guilty of?
This is actually interesting because this is what Janice has been going on. The Jews
4.2.
pressure on Charlie and threatening him and so on. And here you have.
There's no escape from Stego's barrage.
They're sitting here thinking, hey,
Yeah,
how do we
Stego was
avoid-
great. Renata was good
avoid
too.
misrepresenting someone if they disagree with Israel. Like, how do we make sure that they are not accused of being anti-Semitic or of hating Jews when they disagree? They're like, how do we protect people who want to disagree with us?
With that said, how do
there's a rabbi who's not very popular even amongst Orthodox Jews for the most part because he says very extreme things. Yosef Mizrahi. He is saying like his own psychotic things, but his attitude was that Charlie was such a good friend of the Jewish people that God had to kill him so he doesn't lead Jews astray.
Wow.
Because he's such a good person.
Yeah.
He's such a friend of the Jews. He's like, he's so good to Jews that he'll take all the Jews away from Judaism.
All the Jews are going to be like, we love him so much, we'll follow anything he says.
Pilot proceeding on board.
Exactly. Like, that's how much Jewish people, like, that even the extreme psycho end of it is going to say, like, oh, he's our best friend.
we hold accountable people who actually do increase fear and
But by the way, this another interesting point there. They both just talked about how cheapening words, like you take
Definitely more situational.
and then you apply it to people who aren't racist, it's just things you disagree with, and you kind of destroy the meaning of the word. And now there's no actual category for people who are actually racist because it's become a word that just means anything you don't like. And the same thing with genocide. Like, how do you actually describe a real genocide now when you could apply it to any war where bombs are being dropped and people are being killed? You could call that a genocide, even if the population is skyrocketing of the people who are supposedly being genocided.
Sereneth,
And then, but what she's doing right now is, hey, how do we avoid we can't apply the word anti-Semite to anyone who happens to disagree with the Israeli government.
Activate signal consoles.
Because that would actually destroy the meaning of the word. And then what word do we have for people who actually just hate Jews? And so it's like, hey, let's avoid destroying language the way other people do. That's a good idea to think about actually protecting language.
propagate anti-Semitism. How can we think about this clearly?
Let me begin.
Hurricane! Coming in to draw enemy fire! Capture console.
There's no such thing as Jews are divided on the political, philosophical, and moral spectrum.
Hey, Bruce. Welcome. We have one, right? We have a welcome. What are you doing?
Enemy down.
About referring to the Jews.
He's over there doing nothing. Not in the battle at all.
Extremely.
Sereneth, set to disrupt enemy defense.
And our Quilla's outside, just like.
Welkin, ready to pick off some stragglers.
Over what any think. All Jews control the Jews who accuse Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly of being anti-Semitic. What?
I haven't heard Jews call me.
I've heard
Yeah, I've heard other people say that, but it's normally people who are like pro-Israel.
I was hoping you'd last longer.
Can't say anything good about helping Hamas.
Ready to head to the console. Let's go.
When I saw that, it was people were extremely.
Assist.
Have seen it.
I've seen it from the Jews. There was some there was like a big disagreement. So it was a general minority. Jews who said that Charlie is being anti-Semitic or something, while most Jews were saying this is not true and Charlie did his own thing. That's my observation.
Someone place the payload.
And let me add, we have no idea who they are. I still don't know who these Jews are. Who are these Jews? It's certainly not us.
Well, if you don't know, no one knows. And I mean that quite seriously. I knew I didn't know. But I also knew I may not be as up on these details, but they've never mentioned who it was. I'm not saying they don't know.
The payload needs protecting.
But I've never heard of it. And you haven't heard of it, correct?
I don't know who they are, and I can certainly tell you, even if we found out their names, they don't represent me or you or many other people who share our great admiration of
There's no
her.
such thing as representing all.
Yes, that's right.
It doesn't exist.
But that's how it works. That's how it goes. If Bob does something bad, it's Bob. If Ahmed does something bad, then it is Ahmed did something bad. If, however, Nathaniel does something bad, it is Jews did something bad.
It's like saying somebody represents all Americans.
Or all Christians.
You're right, exactly.
So why do you think people tend to group the Jews as in the Jews?
Right.
That seriously, that's something we keep like noticing over and over again. Like every rule we're ever told about distinguishing between a person and a group, every single rule that we're told by Muslims, by leftists, everyone, it suddenly flies out the window instantly with the Jews, and then all rules are off the table. It's just, I mean. And it's not even like, look what this Jew did here in the village today. It's, here's what a rabbi 1,300 years ago said. Therefore, you see, Jew. That's Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes did that. I've seen Nick Fuentes do that repeatedly. Here's what a rabbi 1,300 years ago said. So that's what the Jewish manager of your bank believes, and that's what he's convinced about. It's like great.
What's ironic there is also that they're being lumped into categories that just don't relate to them. So like, Orthodox Jews will say like, yeah, if you were born a Jew, you're always a Jew. But like, ideologically, it probably has big differences. Like, that's what a Jew. And people like Hannah Dillon are lumping into one category. Ultra-Orthodox.
The payload needs protection.
Further conversation becomes really flawed. And she's lumping in those people with secular Jews who hate rabbis, who hate other Jews,
exactly.
who think that Judaism, like religious Judaism, is despicable, and they're the furthest thing from Jews on ideology as far as religious ideology. And she's putting them in the same category as if they're the same people, and none of them subscribe to any beliefs that Jesus ascribes to.
Yeah,
and putting them all in the same category.
And it's not just like lumping all of them together today. Again, it's throughout history. So that,
I was hoping you'd last longer.
That you can apply to all Jews. And then, but it goes all the way back to Jesus, right? That's why they call them Christ killers and stuff like that. You are all responsible. You Jew today, living in Tel Aviv. You are evil scum because of what the Jewish religious leaders did in the first century. Seems there's something demonic about this, right? Like people can't, like you can't be this completely mental and deranged that you have this one rule that you understand, you know it your entire life, you are told every day of your life, don't blame all Muslims just because of what these Muslims, and then you just instantly rules go out the window with the Jews. Like there has to be, These are the times when there seems to be something spiritual at work, because you can't be that irrational. You can't have that many people being that irrational in exactly the same way.
Prayer book. And there's a prayer for one's enemies.
Went off to the sky bridge. 11 assists.
That it starts off basically, you Christ who forgave those who crucified you.
Hurricane was good.
And I think that's pretty much understood across the spectrum of Christian belief, and yet people professing to be Christians can't seem to get that through their heads.
Well, how are you claiming to be greater than Nick Fuentes, the real Pope?
This is just like, you know, you see this with some people trying to claim the New Testament and trying to claim Christianity, and then create anti-Semitism from it by, for example, deliberately misreading or unknowingly misreading, in some cases, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, it's second highest damage. Woken did some work.
That the Jews who killed Jesus and who killed the prophets and so on, which is a very specific reference where it references the Jews as opposed to the Gentiles, for example, where Gentiles at the moment do certain things to the people, such as the Jews did certain things to the people. But quoters, for example, will like to pick that quote and say, look, even the Bible says the Jews collectively killed Jesus. And that they are
the Athenians didn't have prophets to stone to death. Only the Jews had prophets to kill.
I first had this whole thought when I was in Israel, you know, and David, you probably remember this, but you know, when we were there, and I was an atheist. I was a hardcore atheist until that time, and that's when I started thinking there's something weird going on, and there's something really strange, maybe demonic going on out here, of people having this very coordinated, irrational, brutal, completely undeserved hate toward Jews, when these people are fantastic, you know. So I don't know, that's where everything started.
Hey, so that's actually interesting, because occasionally you see people who start believing in God because they start believing in something, in like genuine evil, like something demonic. And they're like, well, if there is this actual evil,
let's try Panther one more time.
There is a spiritual realm, and the material world is not all there is. And then that kind of, you know, they start. So it would be interesting if all the people hating on Jews and guys, just because so many of you are completely clueless, I'm talking to you groypers and stuff like that. Let me be clear here. Not saying Jews don't do anything bad, or a Jew has never done anything wrong, or everything the Israeli government has ever done is perfect. I'm not saying any of that. Talking about, again, things how just basic rules that we apply in every other situation just go out the window with this one group, and it'll be so many different people from so many different backgrounds who do the exact same thing to this one group over and over and over again. And it looks like there's something spiritual at work there. But it would be an interesting, potentially positive outcome if you have a bunch of people who are kind of watching this go on, and you end up with a bunch of atheists and agnostics going, there is something spiritual going on in all this. You know, maybe I need to think through my beliefs a little more.
That's kind of why I want to invite people to visit Israel and to experience it for themselves, and then to comment about it again.
Visit Israel.
Hey, because you should start leading tour groups, man.
Yeah, I should.
Tour Israel with AP.
Because it was really, I mean, it's not an understatement, it's not an overstatement, but I've been to many different countries. Been to many different countries in Europe, some places in the Middle East and all that. But Israel was really the place that I was most fascinated by, especially in terms of the people, because the people were fascinating and, you know, very cheerful, joyful, happy,
ready to strike,
very friendly, very nice, very distinct from every single place that I've been to. And after visiting more places, after Israel, I still hold that opinion very, very much. And it was just incredible to see how these people get so much hate and so many conspiracy theories and such brutality, such lies against them all the time. This really led me to think this is, I mean, there might be some rational explanations to why Jews are being so targeted with hate, but even the rational explanations that they kind of stop working at some point. This is more than that. That's really what I thought. But yeah. Question to you, Ash. So you are Jewish originally, but you are now, you're a Christian now. You go to liturgy.
Recover data before Windrose destroys the mine.
It's this one. This will be fun. Stuck in front of Panther. Okay.
And this was the IDF and all that. But yeah,
Should be fun.
it was a long process. Took me a number of years.
Luminae, taking off.
It took me a number of years from the time I first read the Gospel.
Luminae, locking in to harass enemy defense.
But once I, once I understood that to be the truth,
Data
it was
nodes
like
and gain control of the sinkhole.
doing that.
But now that you are, now that you believe in Christianity, do you still consider yourself Jewish in a sense?
I mean, not in the sense of Jewish.
Not according to Candace Owens, liar.
I'm ethnically Jewish. I mean,
Candace Owens says you had to pick, man. You gotta pick.
My family are Orthodox Jews. My parents are still Orthodox Jews. Most of my friends.
Candace Owens defines Christianity and Judaism. No one else.
But now that you are a Christian, do you fully believe in that Christianity is true? Do you consider Judaism, as something worthy of contempt or hate?
No, I make videos explaining why I think that Orthodox Judaism, I say rabbinic Judaism, but it's just Judaism. But I make videos explaining why I understand that to be false, and why the claims are false, and why Christianity is true. But it's totally reasonable for Jewish people to have belief in Judaism. And there's nothing inherently wrong with Judaism. In fact, it might be the opposite. There are a lot of worse things to be than an Orthodox Jew. Orthodox Judaism leads to a life of meaning and to find meaning and purpose in it. It leads to a life of virtue for most people that observe it seriously. I think it's incorrect theologically. I think it's incorrect philosophically, but I don't think it's a bad thing. And I hope that if a Jewish person is not becoming a Christian, that they remain an Orthodox Jew for pragmatic reasons.
See, why not just act like this? So here we have an honest person. You could end up being completely Jew-hater for the clout, for the money, for whatever it is. I mean, there really is a market for that right now. I don't want to be but
oh yeah, win.
You could do this, and this would be
Oh, he was mad.
I myself would say I cannot say that Judaism is correct theologically, whether it's true.
He was mad that I killed him. I would still consider Christianity the ultimate truth, but that is just the way it is.
Luminae,
there's nothing
locking in to harass enemy
evil or
defense.
uniquely bad about it. In fact, it is probably one of the much better ways to live.
I think there are, even though I think that Judaism is wrong theologically, like I said, I think it is uniquely good in a lot of ways. And I'll stand by that, and I'm not going to sell anyone out. Like, that's the reality of the situation.
Hey Ash, you messaged me and said you'd like to do a live stream sometime about the Talmud and stuff.
Weapon not ready.
That would be interesting. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of like the Droiker mentality and unorthodox. Just think of it as like it's a collection of commands that all Jews believe in and stuff like this. Anyway, it's good to actually.
I was thinking of doing like a video, or even if it's the stream with you, you should label something like the most evil version of Talmud that isn't there.
Libra David, that was my favorite passage.
You know what you should do, Ash? You should make a video something like you think about how exactly to frame that, but this would be so people would flock to it.
Node A captured.
I was a Jew. Just for.
I was a Jew. Then this
just for
happened.
Here is the truth about the Talmud.
There
Like
you go.
something like that. This is stuff that people really look for, and then you can explain
Aquila! Ready
what
to
the Talmud
provide
actually is
aerial
to all these
cover?
confused people.
That's not a
Enemy
bad idea.
down.
Get like clickbait them into
Assist.
their
Exactly.
raid video and then explain what's actually happening.
Weapon not ready.
And HD, as far as like seeing that there's something
Corruption mode.
something weird about people's like fixation and how all rules go out the window and stuff like that. That's actually what I said when
Inferno, about to lay down the barrage.
interviewed me in Tel Aviv, and he's like, "Why are you, a Christian, actually opposing the people who are
Enemy down.
that?" And I gave a list of reasons. It was like, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a pretty good point that Jews need a place where they can actually go when things go terribly wrong in some country. You just can't, given how quickly people can flip a switch and just, nope, we got to get rid of these guys. Kind of makes sense that there needs to be a place where Jews can go, where they do not depend on other people for their safety and so on. So I was pointing out things like that, and I give a bunch of points, and I go, but then at the end of the day, it just seems like there's something demonic going on with the hatred. Even if I didn't know anything else, I said it could be anything, right? If you had a bunch of demons, and I saw all these demons were going after a squirrel, and they were obsessed with attacking the squirrel, I would just have an inclination to protect that squirrel. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I know these guys are evil, and they're ganging up on this, and that makes me want to find out what's going on and protect whatever they're going after. It's the same with anything else. When you see like Muslims and communists and all sorts of things aligning, it can be on anything. They're attacking something like, wait, why are all these people who have completely different views all uniting against that? What's going on?
I understand, but Stefan probably asked you like this. So, why are you, a Christian, so bothered with what people say about Jews?
That's not what happened at all. Is that how you actually
Aquila! Ready to provide aerial cover?
He knows I wouldn't stand for it. Let's check out one more of this here.
Well, it's super.
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. That's the other thing. Lots of cool people are amazing.
If someone says the Jews, it usually means that they're no friend with the Jews. It's like people, real racists, not figurative racists. You say the black, but nobody says the black.
Sky Raider here. The sky
Blacks are divided, as they should be. Say the any group. The Americans, does anybody say that?
To group, I mean, the irony behind all of this is to group the Jews into one group. It is impossible to get Jews to agree on anything. On anything. There's that joke, 2 Jews, 3 opinions.
There's a better joke. A Jew was stranded. Where his ship goes down.
It's a close game.
He's the only survivor. He's on an island alone. He's finally rescued. And there were 2 buildings. 2 synagogues he built. So they say to him,
enemy down.
"You're one Jew, why did you build 2 synagogues?" He said, "This is the one I attend.
Illuminate. Locking in to harass enemy defense.
Yep. Yeah, I mean.
I see you nodding,
C captured by enemy.
There's shul drama.
This goes so way back. even within American history, you've had Chaim Solomon, who was one of the main funders.
1 second. Pyro says, please wish me a happy birthday. Happy birthday to Pyro. Happy birthday, dear Pyro. Happy birthday to
Enemy down. Support mode.
But here's how we actually do it.
Yeah, GG.
Victory.
And what's funny is you'd have some dumb.
I don't understand what they were doing there.
Oh, your religion must be true because of that awesome sound.
Of the Revolutionary War, right? He funded the Continental Army, and you had Jews who fought on both sides of every single war, and yet people love to just say the Jews. The moment there is one Jew or two Jews or even five Jews
Panther
who
did
do
good.
that thing, suddenly it's attributed
Panthers
to all
land
Jews.
shreds through
And
all
clearly,
evil.
Just talking about this.
it's a pattern that ultimately leads to Jew hatred.
My book with Joseph Telushkin, Why the Jews. The third edition was just published. It was first published
I want to check that out.
in 1974.
Whoa, it's before I was born.
And again, everything we wrote has come true. It's been validated.
So Dennis, but what's your comment about people who are accusing Megyn Kelly, let's say, or have accused Charlie Kirk of turning on Israel or being
Am I 15? No, not
anti-Semitic,
yet.
or maybe even not anti-Semitic, but turning against the Jews?
If you think Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk have been anti-Semitic, you're out of your mind.
When is this
You
changing?
Charitably, you're paranoid. And Jews have a right to some degree of paranoia, given what's happened to us.
Alright, let's get
But
one
I
out
don't
of the way.
These have been two of the most outspoken pro-Israel voices. They are allowed to differ with the Israeli government. Half of Israel disagrees with the Israeli government, including the vast majority whose children go into the Israel Defense Forces.
What?
Is this the same Telushkin that he's talking about?
Why'd you get all quiet?
Is this the same Telushkin that he's talking about?
How would I know?
Rabbi Telushkin? It sounded so familiar the entire time, and then I realized, wait a minute, I have this book. I read this entire book.
You didn't read that. You didn't read that giant book, man. I've never seen you actually read one page of one book, but you have all these books.
Well, I have to say that I read it. I don't actually read it. Just don't rat me out, man. Interesting.
I have watched both of them in their outspoken defenses of Israel, which unfortunately takes some courage today on the right.
Yes.
There are a lot of voices that are anti-Israel.
Lumine, ready to
There were
strike.
voices
Ready to strike. Panther,
on the
ready to
right
pilot
that were
proceeding on board.
anti-Semitic in William Buckley's time. And he, to his great, courageous credit, publicly rebuked them. It was a very powerful moment. This took a lot of courage.
Detecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync
Courage
rate
is the
stable.
rarest of
Mind
the
flash
good human
initiated.
traits, as I always point out.
Annihilate the apostles that have infiltrated Sky
There are
City.
a lot of good
First
people,
squad
but
to
there are
8
very
kills
few
wins the
courageous,
round.
good people.
Secure 2 rounds out of the next 3
I would only
attempts
say
stop
to
their plan.
Megan and Charlie, in fact, I had every desire to call Charlie to talk to him about this. You can't say the Jews anything. George Soros is a Jew, and Benjamin Netanyahu is a Jew.
Lumine,
Do they have
taking
anything in
off.
common?
Mhm.
Nothing.
Landing area.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Fire control system objective. Neutralize
One is
all
on the
hostile
right and
strikers
one is on
and
the
safeguard
left.
stabilizing.
And therefore they have nothing in common. The Hitler and the Nazis
Support mode.
would say Jews were the inventors of communism.
Fire from right.
And Stalin would say the Jews were the inventors of capitalism. So you can't both be right. This is what. You can't say the Jews anything. You can't say the anything. The Americans, the whites, the blacks.
That's not true. Okay, the Groypers.
It doesn't work.
I know you said.
All right. So again, got the link in the description for anyone who wants to watch the rest of this little section at the very end where he talks about Islam and shares his insights. Because I was wondering about that. I haven't heard him talk about Islam, so I was wondering about that.
By the way, just on the Soros Netanyahu thing, I mean, literally polar opposites.
Hurricane,
George
coming in to
Soros
draw enemy fire.
sold other Jews to the Nazis. Benjamin Netanyahu risked his life to save other Jews in life-threatening
Narukami,
operations.
moving in to provide cover.
So literally polar opposites. And then on the communism thing, there's a famous figure in Jewish history. The guy was nicknamed Subota, which means the Sabbath in Russian, because he refused to work on the Sabbath and was basically exiled to a work camp in Siberia for it. Like, one of the groups heavily oppressed by the Soviet Union was Orthodox believing Jews. So the claim that the Jews are responsible for, it's again lumping people together in categories that just don't fit.
Correction mode.
Everyone go tag Trump and yell Zoot
They're
video
all
man.
so low. We have to kill them. Come on, people.
Ejection sequence.
Lol, Ash, I'm talking about a low-cost version of. Oh, you were saying that. You were saying. VIP.
Enemy down.
Awesome. I'll start asking tomorrow and update
Ready
you.
for deployment.
Got it there.
Landing
Mark Cohen
area
is on the chat.
confirmed.
KKK way back had an internal
Landing
fighter
Lumine,
called the
locking
Koran
in to
plan.
harass enemy defense.
Because then they thought Islam cool because of the shared hate
Stabilizing.
for Jews and blacks. I did a video back I actually have a copy of the Koran. It's like their manual. They just love doing little weird
Why
stuff
do you,
like that.
why do you have it?
Everyone has to.
Hurricane, coming in to draw enemy fire.
Now he would thinks being paralyzed is cool. What is
Welcome.
the
Ready to
psychopathic
pick up some stragglers.
Gad Sad said that him not keeping kosher doesn't mean he's practicing a more peaceful version. Is Judaism. Same goes for
Landing area confirmed.
Lumine, locking in to harass enemy defense.
Round has
This
begun.
is apostate. You men were made for times like these.
Stabilizing.
She means please. Still no answers why Jews built tunnels under New York City. Don't know exactly what that is.
We knew what that was about the day that it came out,
Weapon not
but
ready.
of course everyone missed the actual reports.
Much love, guys. Wish YouTube didn't take portions of these super chats. Evil YouTube.
Weapon not ready.
Sending all the money to the high tech and the fraud. Rager is one most amazing teachers I've listened to. Yeah, that's right. That's why I am going to listen to some more. His Bible commentary is on the first 5 books, Genesis through Deuteronomy. Does anyone know?
Enemy down.
Can you finish the entire Bible? Or
I don't think he finished it.
continue that? Wait, you finished going through the 5 books?
I I don't believe, unless I missed it, but I think he.
Aaron is adopted from Hero in Addicted Mother. Ash looks disappointed with this experience. So disappointed, man. I know you thought.
I responded to that. I told him I just don't like to smile.
Correction mode.
Yeah, guys, I mean, it's been built up in his mind so long. The greatest day of his life will be the day that he gets to learn 18 Woods in a live stream. And then it's like, look, this is it. You sit here and watch something and talk in random comments.
I can't be disappointed. My wife's getting
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
I probably watch most fireside chats. How many are there? There are a bunch of them.
300.
Unavailable.
He learned Russian to help Jews in the USSR. It shows his love for truth and freedom. Praying for kind Jesus Christ. AP, an idea for your
Hurricane, coming in to draw
Ich
enemy
habe den
fire.
Islam verlassen, weil ich keinen Bock mehr auf den Mist hatte.
I will take it. Thank you.
Yeah, what's awesome is my spot-on German accent. Like, if a German heard that, they'd be like, who is this? He's the most elegant German ever. Catholic YouTube channel Pax2 with large following posting boyfriend lies about Israel, saying Epstein is a Messiah.
I got boxed.
Candace is narcissist, attracted to power. Tate is popular. She wants to be close to it. By the way, Aim Trump refunded the important.
He's broke.
Enemy down.
Might not be online enough, but I have not seen
Double kill.
Panther, welcome.
Kelly or Charlie Kirk
Landing
Lytic.
area
They are
confirmed.
mostly critical of the not pushing back.
Luminate. Locking in to harass enemy
That is the one thing
defense.
that people did take issue with Charlie Kirk, that he continued to allow
Hurricane,
Carlson
coming in to draw
keep
enemy
the
fire.
pinpoint.
Aquila, ready to
And,
provide aerial cover.
I also had mixed feelings about that. I still do. That said, I still think that I never really thought that they should take him off.
Round ends in 60
I
seconds.
do think, however, that he should be more challenged. He's more challenged. But I wish
Yeesh.
that he needs to be more challenged by other people attending the events.
Defeat.
But some people were saying that Charlie Kirk should take Tucker Carlson off the platform, and he never did. And he said, "I won't be bullied into doing things like that." So.
Yeah, I can respect the hey.
Yeah, 7.0. I'll take it.
Complaining, trying to pressure me into doing something doesn't mean I'm going to do it. In fact, it makes me want to do the opposite. You guys nagging me.
Yeah, their
nagging
welcome
me
was
in
really
person, makes me
on
wanna
top
do
of
the
everything.
opposite.
Welcome
So I
ain't
get that.
something to mess
I also
with.
get the
Skills.
you know, you're like a free speech absolutist, and it's hey.
Yeah,
we're
the
not
Tuck
gonna-
guy
we're not
kind
gonna shut this
of
guy
brought us down,
disagree
down
with us
4
on this stuff.
times.
I totally
4
get that.
times.
With all of that said, I'd be on the. If I were controlling events, I would not want Tucker because I'm looking at the trajectory, right? I'm like, okay, here's how he was in 2018. Here's how he was in 2020. Here's how he was in 2022. Here's how he was in 2024. Here's how he is now. He's getting worse and worse. And I look at the trajectory, and it's like, if we are propping him up now, and he's going further and further, and into like Candiceville, I wouldn't want to be part. I wouldn't want to be part of keeping him relevant and popular.
Cool.
If he's
By
going
next,
so I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want to be associated.
Mac.
Two Jews, three opinions. The most constant thing on us. Oh, you all have 1.5 opinions. Thank you guys for always opening our eyes to these issues. Genuine hatred for Jews is increasing on the Christian front. It's disheartening. Yeah, it's bad. And it's weird because you keep seeing it and it pops up, and every time you go on X or anywhere else, it's in your face constantly. And so you say something in response, and then they'll go, oh my goodness, why are you licking the balls of people on Yahoo, blah, blah, blah. But you know, it's interesting. It's sort of a Charlie Kirk thing, right? It's sort of a Charlie Kirk thing where when they're like, they're trying to manipulate you into shutting up. It makes me want to say more stuff, right? It makes me not want to back down.
Alright, we're going back to Illuminate though. We're gonna finish her out.
Gird up your loins, groipers. We're not backing down for you sniveling dorks.
Sniveling dorks.
AP's new tour
Alright, I just
business.
need to get 5 in this one, so we'll do 5. Then we'll get the Stego, I think.
That's good.
Please do a collaboration with Tovia Singer.
We're doing
He'd do it.
Narcomi.
Why would he do it? And why would
I don't think
want
Tovia Singer would do a collaboration. Ash, did you ever have an interaction with him?
Were you
Let's
his
take a
biggest
minute.
fan?
So before, so when I first got exposed to Christianity, I was very interested right away. But then I found on my own all these
Alexa, turn the lights off in the family room.
and contradictions and blah 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 blah, all the normal, already debunked claims. I actually had an interview with him. I interviewed him way back. The conversation was one of the things that pushed me further in the direction of Christianity, because he was so disingenuous, so snake-like. I'm sitting there like, I have really good friends who are Christians, who are in all different kinds of denominations too, Catholics, Messianic Jews, evangelicals, and he's sitting there telling me like the only reason anyone who's Jewish ever becomes a Christian is because they have self-esteem issues or a
Who's he
drug
talking about?
addiction or some kind of problem. And I'm thinking,
We're not gonna shut this guy down for disagreeing with us on this stuff. I totally get that. With all of that said, I'd be on the, if I were controlling stuff, absolutely explaining.
Carlson off the platform, and he never did that. And he said, "I won't take the event." I never really thought that they should take him off. But
Mostly critical of the not pushing back on Tucker Carlson.
yeah, that is the one thing that people did take issue with Charlie Kirk, that he continued to allow Tucker Carlson to speak at the Turning Point events, and I also had mixed feelings about that. I still do. That said, I still think that I never really thought that they should take him off. I do think, however, that he should be more challenged.
They definitely should
Although he's
challenge
he's
Tucker more
quite
on his
challenged.
point.
But I would say that he needs to be more challenged by other people attending the events. But some
Instead
people
of
were
just giving him a
saying that
microphone to
Charlie Kirk
speak.
should take Tucker Carlson off the platform, and he never did that. And he said, "I won't be bullied into doing things like that." So
Yeah, I can respect the, hey, just because a bunch of you are complaining and trying to pressure me into doing something doesn't mean I'm going to do it. In fact, it makes me want to do the opposite. You guys nagging me, don't nag me into doing stuff. It makes me want to do the opposite, so I get that. I also get the, if you're, if you're like a free speech absolutist and it's, hey, we're not gonna shut this guy down for disagreeing with us on this stuff. I totally get that. With all of that said, I'd be on the, if I were controlling events, I would not want Tucker, because I'm looking at the trajectory, right? I'm like, okay, here's how he was in 2018. Here's how he was in 2020. Here's how he was in 2022. Here's how he was in 2024. Here's how he is now. He's getting worse and worse. And I look at the trajectory and it's like, if we are propping him up now and he's going further and further and into like Candace,ville, I wouldn't want to be part. I wouldn't want to be part of keeping him relevant and popular if he's going off the deep end. And so I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want to be associated with him. Let's see. Two Jews, three opinions. The most constant thing on us. Yes, you see. It shows how evil you are. You all have 1.5 opinions. Thank you guys for always opening our eyes to these issues. Genuine hatred for Jews is increasing on the Christian front. It's disheartening. Yeah, it's bad. And it's weird because you keep seeing it and it pops up, and every time you go on X or anywhere else, it's in your face constantly. And so you say something in response, and then they'll go, "Oh my goodness, why are you licking the balls of Bibi Netanyahu?" Blah blah blah. But it's interesting. It's sort of a Charlie Kirk thing, right? It's sort of a Charlie Kirk thing where when they're like, they're trying to manipulate you into shutting up, it makes me want to say more stuff, right? It makes me not want to back down. Anyway, so gird up your loins, groipers. We're not backing down for you sniveling dorks. AP's new tour business, apostolic pilgrimages.
that's good.
Please do a collaboration with Tovia Singer. He'd do it. What? Why would he do it? And why?
I don't think Tovia Singer would do a collaboration. Ash, did you ever have an interaction with him?
Were you his biggest fan?
So before, so when I first got exposed to Christianity,
Yes,
um,
singer.
I was
Okay,
very
that's what he's
interested right
talking
away.
about.
But then I found on my own all these kinds of issues and contradictions and blah 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 blah, all the normal, already debunked claims. I actually had an interview with him. I interviewed him way back. Um, the conversation was one of the things that pushed me further in the direction of Christianity, because he was
Hmm.
so disingenuous, so snake-like. I'm sitting there, like, I have really good friends who are Christians, who are in all different kinds of denominations too, Catholics, Messianic Jews, evangelicals. And he's sitting there telling me, like, the only reason anyone who's Jewish ever becomes a Christian is because they have self-esteem issues or a drug addiction or some kind of problem. And I'm thinking, that doesn't describe any of my friends or myself who's discerning this. So that's incredibly disingenuous. And yeah, I just, the more I looked into him, the more I realized what a snake he is.
Yeah, he's
Even other
I
anti-missionary rabbis called him out for distorting Jewish traditions as
yeah, yeah.
polemics against Christians.
I have listened to a lot of rabbis, and I personally, I don't know, I can't speak with much authority, but I would say, from my perspective, I would consider him a terrible representation of a rabbi, and I also think that he's very harmful, and especially harmful to Jews in a way that angers me a lot, which is that what he does is sucking up to Muslims and doing this whole thing of like downplaying Islam and being like, "Oh yeah, we Muslims are our brothers. You know, we have so much in
He
common."
said in an interview with the Orthodox, he did an interview with the Orthodox Lips Muslim, where he said, we agree on this, the beautiful Tawheed that Jews love so much. And I'm like, do you know anything? Like, he does know better, and he's saying it anyways, because for whatever reason. Also, I don't know if he still has his organization in, I think it's in Indonesia, where he has like a
Yeah,
Jewish organization. I don't know if he still has that or not, but if that's the case, he's definitely has to be careful about what he says about Islam. So he's like, that's problematic for him if that is the case.
yeah.
So I mean, we all know what the justification for it is.
It's one thing not to say anything about Islam. It's another thing to be
Mm-hmm.
to go on Orthodox Lips and other places and be like and praise Islam, and tell Jews who are watching him that Islam is completely cool and loving and nothing to do with the whole terrorism thing and all that. I mean, what does this do except blind Jews against this big danger that is threatening them all the time? It's just it's a terrible move, and he has an obsession with Christianity and actually considers it worse than Islam, which is just really messed up, man. I don't know. There are some, some Christians who have this very anti-Jewish aspect. And then there are some rabbis or some Jews like him who have this very anti-Christian aspect, and then make compromises with Muslim. They are very much the same to me.
Yeah, it it has the it has the same vibe as like Muslims aligning with LGBTQ community or something like that. It's we hate these other guys so much that we will even align with each other
Yeah.
on this. And it's like, seriously, you want to align with the guys whose ultimate goal for the end times is completely exterminating all of you? That's who you want to align with because you don't want you're worried about Jews believing in Jesus as the Messiah. Kind of weird stuff, man.
Messed up. I mean, I offered to talk to him in the past, and he rejected twice. Once explicitly in a way that I just found very morally questionable, and the second time just through silence. So
Benico said, "That's funny, AP. You can say the Jews led you to Christ. Romans 11:11 says their stumbling brought salvation to Gentiles."
I do think about that quite often, and I also brought that up in some interviews when people ask me about my path to Christianity, that it was actually the Jews with whom my atheism started, shaking, and my path led toward believing. It wasn't the Christians, it was the Jews first, just as the Bible says, first the Jews. It's funny.
Let's see. Never really understood the extreme global hate, even when I was a Muslim. Dwap.
Yeah, that's the thing. For Muslims to have so much hate against Jews is one thing, because it's directly in Islam. It's directly in the Islamic sources. It's directly in the Quran. It's directly in what Muhammad said. But for others to also jump in and to engage in that and to do that, it's really, really, really messed up.
Something really, really weird about it.
Really, really weird.
Dwap. That's D1AP. Consider now the short video I posted on last night. Apostles Paul's life was a warning. Do you see it? Lake Point Church. This is a good episode for it. Prediction. AP will say, powerful, powerful. Yeah, I told AP yesterday because I went ahead, after you recommended it, I went ahead and watched it. And I said, indeed, it was powerful. I suggested AP watch it. He refused. But I'm in control here. So yes, we will, I'll take these super chats. We'll watch the short little bit at the end where he comments on Islam and the spread of Islam and ideas about Christians and Muslims worshiping the same God and so on. So he comments on that, and then after that we'll watch that short, because it's a short little video, but yes, indeed, very powerful stuff, which is why AP is going to go powerful. You guys scare my cats away every time you do your Islamic happy birthday song. That's what it does. Also, AP enjoyed my birthday at Tommy's rally. Based birthday. Remember that?
Nice. Very, very nice.
Went to Greek liturgy. A blessing of newborns happened. Was sweet, very sweet. Felt out of place because we're Hispanic. They were very nice, though. Included us at lunch after. Does culture matter? One older man said no.
Well, culture is much more pronounced in the Orthodox Church than in the Catholic Church, for example. And it is also how the Orthodox Church very much developed, which is why you will have Greek churches celebrating in very Greek ways and also doing a lot of Greek cultural stuff, and Romanian churches doing the same thing in Romanian and so on. But especially in countries where you have now a lot of converts, things go quite differently. I mean, I go to a Greek church where most of the congregation consists of converts, not of Greek people, and everybody fits in. So it might seem a little bit odd at first, but it works very well. David knows it too.
It's weird because it became like Greek supremacist ideology.
Well, Greek is supreme. So
let's all say a prayer for Dennis's conversion. It's a good idea. Everyone talks about the Garca tree, but they should really look for the Gurkha trees. Those don't play nice. I don't know. Garca tree will beat all other trees up. Candace Owens might leave YouTube if she finds out the Jews are getting a cut of super chats. D1 and AP are the shizzle.
Hey, we should tell her that.
That's true. We should. We'll start up the rumor. Hey, we should start up the rumor and spread it somehow that the Jews are taking part of every super chat on YouTube. And watch everyone head over to Rumble or something. Hey, family, just giving greetings and salutations. Hey, what's up, Issa? Issa's recovering from a terrible broken leg. Please send some prayers my way. Things are getting hard. God bless you too. Oh, yeah, things are getting hard, and they're going to get harder.
God bless you.
All right, so let's check out what Dennis says about the spread of Islam.
Goodness. Good intentions are not the route to goodness. Wisdom is. We're in trouble. We send our kids to universities, and especially prestigious universities, where they are taught by teachers with no wisdom, hence moral confusion. And you can have any number of students and professors marching on behalf of what is literally today's Nazis, the organization called Hamas. That's really something.
Do you think a return to religion? What is that? What does a return to religion in America look like?
That's a very good question. I don't care how it manifests itself, as long as it's God-based.
Islam?
Catch that? Said, I don't care as long as it's God-based. She said, Islam?
That was a good question.
And it's good because otherwise people would have been wondering, oh, okay, so anything. So Islam, it's all fine. It's all God-based, right? Let's see what he has to say.
I wasn't finished. God-based, specifically the God of the Bible.
Oh, and our Muslim, you got some Muslims are going to say, oh, but it's the same God. Not according to John Fontaine.
Yes.
Not according to John Fontaine.
Good.
That is not the same God.
You hear this? Not the same God.
As in,
Cameron Bertuzzi's going to lose his mind over this one. What? I will make a 17-part series responding to this lie. And I will get Trent Doherty to come in here and destroy this. All right, here we go.
Islam.
Wait, what did he say?
It's not
Let's just go ahead and hear this part again anyway.
Good question. I don't care how it manifests itself, as long as it's God-based.
Islam?
I wasn't finished.
I said God-based, not demon and pedophile prophet-based. That would have been funny.
God-based, specifically the God of the Bible. That is not the same God as in Islam.
Yes.
Not an attack. It's just a fact.
Yes.
That's why we speak of Judeo-Christian values. We don't speak about Judeo-Islamic values.
Can you talk about Islam in the West? Charlie talked a lot about Islam in the West this past summer.
Look, there are many wonderful individual Muslims, but that's not the point. Nobody denies that. The conflict between certainly Middle East Islam and the West is very, very clear. And I wrote about it years ago. It's on the internet. When Angela Merkel decided to open Germany to 1 million Muslims from the Middle East. And I said on the radio, why would we bring in people who hate our values to live in our societies? I was unfortunately 100% right. What did I just hear on one podcast? 1/3 of British Muslims, I think this is what I heard. 1/3 of British Muslims want Britain ruled by Sharia law.
As it should be.
That's scary.
Well, to be fair, apparently all British leaders want Great Britain to be run by Sharia law, so you can't blame the Muslims.
It's a Muslim country. What else do you want?
Those are the ones who admit it.
Oh, he said those are the ones who admit it. That's good.
Is a very big problem. It might be a completely destructive problem. This is the biggest challenge to Western values since the Enlightenment.
Any final words before we tune in to the memorial of Charlie Kirk as we sit here today?
I have a lot of final words.
I'm sure everybody would like to hear every one of your final words.
Oh, thank you. Without courage, we have no chance of
Without courage, we have no chance.
having the West survive. Number 2, the West is built on Judeo-Christian values, on the Creator being the source of unalienable rights. When that is negated, it is the end of the West. Margaret Thatcher said that. We are based on Judeo-Christian values, she said. When that basis is removed, the edifice comes crumbling down. And it might come crumbling down like the Tower of Babel. When they all spoke one language. They all speak English. They all speak Brussels. We may come crumbling down. 4th, one of the leading editors at HarperCollins, one of the most prestigious publishing houses still remaining, said that this book is the best book about God of this century.
He's talking about his book.
He was referring to my forthcoming book. If there is no God, ... The battle over who defines good and evil. It's all the challenges against those of us who believe in Judeo-Christian ethics. I hope that people will order it. If there is no God, it's eminently readable, and I finished it while in this condition.
We'll have to get that book.
That's how committed I was to getting it out.
I just looked it up, everyone. It's available February 24th of 2026. So
Okay, next year.
Available in 2026, February 24th.
We have to fight. Goodness without courage leads to nothing. I'm sorry to say. Anyway, I'm almost close to saying God intervened, sending you into my life. But you know I don't know when God intervenes. But it would seem that way. God bless you, Marissa. I don't know where we'd be without you. And God bless all of you who've written to me. I've tried to hear as many of the cards and letters and emails as possible, but it's not yet been possible because the number is so large. It means a lot to me. Thank you all.
If it's up to me, these are not your final words. We're going to do it again. Agree?
Agreed.
Wow.
Pretty
cool guy, man.
You might not understand how touching that is because you're a psychopath, but that was really... that was really good. You know?
Wait, what would you say? Because that would just be like based. That would be something else.
Oh, that was really from the heart, you know.
Yeah.
Lumine, ready to strike.
Heart-based warming.
Sky Raider, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
All right. Oh, we have left is this little short, ladies and gentlemen. This little short. That was super big. AP, pay attention. It's super short.
Let's do it.
So you can actually pay attention. Where is it? All right, here we go. So this is it's called something like the Apostle Paul was a warning. Something like to you church, but
If you don't believe in the reality of the satanic, the demonic, and that we're actually in a war, here's all I want you to do. As I read this right now, I just want you to think about the events of the last 10 days, 2 weeks, and ask yourself, does any of this sound familiar? So let me describe the Apostle Paul's life to you. Number one, he went and reasoned with hostile, unbelieving people in the public square, and it got a little sporty every time he did it. Number two, when he started being successful and people started believing his message, what his opponents did is they started lying about him. They would take little snippets from his sermons, selectively edit them, spin them, take them out of context. In the book of Romans, what we find out is his critics were saying things like, oh, Paul says, let us do evil that good may result. They were saying things about, oh, Paul, he's defiling the temple. Or that, oh, Paul, he says Moses doesn't matter anymore.
Catching this, guys? If you're not familiar with the Bible, you see all these things, like in the book of Acts and in Paul's letters, where people are constantly falsely accusing him of saying things in order to stir up other people against him. Yeah, that's the background.
So he got the other Pharisees to defend him.
That was one of the favorite things. That's why, because when I read the Bible for the first time, it was like, oh, this Paul guy is pretty cool, but it was right there. So it's right there. He goes in there. There's a scribe. It's the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and Paul's in trouble because he became a Christian. Now he's defending Jesus as the Messiah, and he steps in there and he goes, "Hey, I'm just in here because I believe in the resurrection." Talk about the resurrection of Jesus, but the Sadducees didn't believe in the resurrection. All the Pharisees were like, "Yeah, in your face, Sadducees."
Weapon not ready.
There's a second century midrash, obviously the descendants of Pharisees, that says who are the groups that are destined for like what is equivalent of eternal damnation, like forever in hell. Those are Sadducees and people that deny the resurrection of the dead, which is basically how Paul got them riled up against the Sadducees.
All right, so this pastor was explaining, again, in case anyone's new, was explaining how people would, Paul would go and debate, and you even have in Acts 17, he goes right into Athens, the intellectual capital of the world, and starts having discussions with the Stoic and Epicurean philosophers and so on. And how would people respond over time? They just make up stuff and increase hostility against it.
Matter anymore. There were mobs in all the public forums where he went. Sometimes those mobs got violent. He was beaten multiple times. He was shipwrecked. He was lashed. All these things. And then, when he started gaining the hearts of a generation and his movement to Christ started swelling, they assassinated him in public. Any of that sound familiar? Why are the same things still happening? Because the same spirits are still working. New days, same demons. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, and spiritual forces of evil in high places. But listen to me. I want to say two things. One of the best things that happened in the last 2 weeks is millions of Christians all over the world, they paused and they asked themselves the question, would I be willing to die for this? And because the Holy Spirit's inside of you, you real quick got to the answer, yes. And the second you did that, it broke the spirit of fear off millions of Christians. Good.
Remember what you heard it. You heard it here. You heard it here, everyone. AP said power. No one could have predicted.
Here, the sky is
no one. But so think how all this is connected. Dennis Prager was just pointing out, without courage, we're doomed. It all comes down to courage.
Moving in to provide cover.
Look at anything anyone's complaining about. The UK being overrun. People of the UK can fix that anytime they want by just having courage to face the consequences and the backlash that's going to come against them. But the moment they do that, the moment they say, you know what, I don't care what they can do to me. I'm not backing down. They win. The moment that happens, they win. So anyway, you had Dennis Prager. He was pointing out, without courage, we are doomed. If you are good, but you are not courageous, you're not going to help in the long run. And then talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk going over college campuses. He eventually gets killed. And then we had Pastor there pointing out the same things just keep happening over and over again. If they can't refute you, they'll start demonizing you, stirring up hostility against you until they try and get you, until they eventually get you killed, and so on. And so, but he pointed out, but what's been the result? What's been the result? Bunch of people saying, you know what, now's the time. So, a bunch of people becoming more courageous. And according to everyone we just heard from, that is exactly what's needed right now. Last three super chats here. The Charlie situation and the Christian response may have converted my manager. I pray for him.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Dennis Prager has an old radio show, maybe from the late 2000s, a podcast and Spotify. He spoke with Robert Spencer about how many people were killed in the name of Islam. No one's ever been killed.
Pinaka! Moving in to fix our strikers up!
I couldn't do a live with you guys. I'd die of laughter. Why? We're talking about serious stuff. Serious stuff. Nothing fun. All right, guys, final thoughts on anything?
Cover.
Hey, don't be like Dennis Prager and have like 6 points of final thought.
Well, what's interesting is, like I said earlier, there was people in the chat, I disagreed with him heavily on this topic, but people were saying, like, they're doing the same thing to him that they did to Charlie. They're like taking one thing, focusing on that, and out of context.
See, he's pure evil. You see, he's pure evil. See?
Yep. But they say, like, oh, he defended pedophilia. It's like, no, he didn't. He said he'd rather that the pedophile looks at AI-generated material than go and molest children. Now, I disagree with him heavily. I don't think that should exist at all.
No, I don't think it should exist.
He wasn't defending pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm saying if I had to decide, this guy is going to molest a child or he's going to look at some AI-generated stuff out there. Okay, yeah, I would much rather look at the AI-generated stuff. With that said, I don't want there being AI-generated stuff.
But that was like out of context, not understanding the topic of conversation, and ruining the reputation of a man who's done so much good. It's like that's just the consistent theme there.
Slander is a very, very messed up thing in history, and it never goes away.
Generates at point B in 30 seconds.
Vicious slander.
True.
Not that easy to overrun, D. Yes, it is.
Enemy down.
Not that easy to overrun, D-Wood. On average, 5% Muslims in each European country. Estimated 40,000 terrorists in the UK alone. Our army is about 74,000 strong. What army? In the UK, 40,000 terrorists.
Key generated at point B.
40,000 terrorists in the UK.
Assist.
Just get rid of.
Yeah.
Obtaining key.
Our army is 74,000 strong. So your official army of a modern nation, you're talking about a bunch of little douches working in kebab shops, but they're on a terror watch list and so on. And you're like, oh no, there's no way we can deal with them. And by the way, I'm not even talking about who is even talking about your army. You guys have a huge population, a huge majority. The moment people get some testicular fortitude, you can replace your leaders. It could happen instantly. I've already said you don't even need to go to war. You just need to make the UK a really, 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 really bad place for Islam by making criticism and mockery of Muhammad's standard. You guys don't. There is a. And people. What's amazing is people don't believe it. Oh, that would never work. That would never work. Have you not seen how obsessed they are with shutting down any criticism of Muhammad? Why? They can't stand it. They cannot stand criticism and mockery of. That's why they're going for blasphemy laws, and your government is going along with it. If everywhere you went in the UK, people are blasting away at Muhammad, mocking him for every stupid. If everywhere they went, they heard about the old. They're not going to want to raise families there and stuff like that. They're going to want to get to a different place. So I'm not even talking about. This is simple. It's so freaking simple. All you have to do is have balls. What did everyone we just heard from say? It all comes down to courage. We're not scared of you making fun of us. We're not scared of you calling us names. We're not scared of you calling us Islamophobes and racists. We don't freaking care. Our country's on the line. This is not time to back down from words. Screw your fake prophet and your stupid book. And all you have to do is blast away and have enough people doing it. Anyone who doesn't want to hear that stuff is not going to want to be around it. They're just not going to want to be. And that's why they have to control your government to make
it's more than
blasphemy laws
7
on
points.
you. They can't take it. They just can't take it.
Panthers
And if
land
you have enough
first
people,
through all evil.
you vote in
I don't really see him
some
much,
leaders who don't absolutely suck and who
Sweet,
aren't
trip
complete
one and double.
cowards, then anyone who's on a terror watch list, boom, you're gone.
Ooh, I got an
Gone.
intercept.
I have
Gone.
some good news for you though.
What?
For the near future, especially in the UK. Especially in the UK, the latest polls, the latest research shows that the right-wing party, which led Brexit, Reform UK, is far ahead than they were in the last elections, and that in the next elections they will probably very comfortably become the majority party, and will leave the Labour Party, Keir Starmer, far behind. Keir Starmer is panicking about it right now, and talking because of this about Reform UK every single day, and just today or yesterday said we are fighting for our lives. We have to unite and defeat Reform, because Reform wants to stop with all this charade, put an end to all the immigration charade, deport tons of people, reverse everything that the Labour Party did. They also just came out today and said we feel ashamed for Labour's betrayal of Israel. We stand with Israel. It's pretty. They're going pretty hardcore right now, and it looks like they're going to win the next elections if it continues like this. So when I went there once and twice over the last few months, I said I have a lot of hope. Actually, I said a lot of bad things about the UK and about how much it is lost, but I went there and I think I have a lot of hope for the UK. I don't think I have a lot of hope for the UK, and I think that a lot of good things can come out of this.
Hey, check this out. Look at this. How will they do it with Shabana Mahmoud in charge of the police? You still are you joking? Are you still oh no, this woman's in charge of the police. How would do you seriously not understand what would happen if 10 million people stood up and
that guy will get his out of the way. It should be fairly easy.
What's Shabana Mahmoud gonna do? Lock up 10 million people? Do you have that many spaces in your prison? Guys, you don't. This is so simple. It's so an idiot could understand this. And
hey, no, don't be so rude to Deborah, man. What is this?
Oh no, I don't even know if Deborah's joking or not, but it's just beyond ridiculous. The poll that Mohammed Hijab did years ago asked, "Hey, when you're doubting Islam, what is causing your doubts?" Half the Muslims who answered said moral problems with Muhammad. Where'd they hear that from? They heard that from people making fun of Muhammad, and then they found out that it's true. Blasting away at Muhammad led to what's called the avalanche of apostasy. It went from the apostasy rate of young Muslims went from around 0% to 26% in like 15 years. Why? People blasting away at Muhammad.
People found out the truth.
You look at the entire history of Islam, they always have to have blasphemy laws. That's why they're doing all this stuff with Islamophobia in Canada, in the United States, in the UK, in France, everywhere. We have to convince people that the worst thing in the world is Islamophobia. Why? So then we can make laws against criticizing Islam and call it Islamophobia. Why? Because they can't stand it. And they're in a place like the UK, where almost your entire government constantly praises Islam, where all the media constantly praise Islam, where all your educators constantly praise Islam. It's a very, very, very pro-Islam environment, so that when there's some random critic, they don't have to worry because they can silence that guy.
Ready to strike.
If all of a sudden politicians, journalists, educators are exposing Islam, it's done. It's done. It's cooked. One, the apostasy rate's going to go through the roof, and anyone who doesn't want their kids becoming apostates is going to say, let's get out of this place now. This is not hard. It's so freaking simple. All people need to do is have balls. And if you don't, guess what? Dennis Prager's right. You have no chance. You have no chance. Either get some courage and quit whining, quit making excuses. Oh, but it's the government. Oh, but Savannah. Oh, no, there's all these things. It's all in your head. It's all in your head. Everything has been stacked against you to keep you in a state of fear to speak out against this. And the moment people as a whole say, you know what, screw all that stuff, we're not backing down, Islam is done. It's that weak. It's the weakest thing in the world. It's pathetic. It's a joke. The only way it continues is by keeping people scared. The moment you're not scared, Islam's done.
Stego.
Hey, I'm ratioing changes.
Are you? Oh yeah.
It was like Muslims are currently going through the biggest civil rights struggle in America. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
What an idiot. Where? What a dork. Yeah, I'm going to go check on that. We have AP saying powerful. True. And then, talking about us laughing earlier. Oh my gosh, I meant about how funny you guys are and your jokes. I know, I was just messing with you. I die of laughter. I can be serious. Thank you, jokesters. No, we know exactly what you're saying. You're saying you laugh. Have that effect on you. Talk about serious topics. All right, everyone, thanks for joining in. Again, got the link to the full interview with Dennis Prager. Seems like a super sharp guy. Just hope to see more from him. All right, guys.
Narukami, moving in to protect cover.
Ladies and gentlemen, your sweet Zionist Prince, all the traveling class, coming to you live from Israel on the 109 Club. Got kicked out of 109 countries. Get the merch, thetravelingclat.com right now. It just went live. We got an interview where CNN cooked the spokesperson of Hamas. I told you guys we live in the Rick and Morty universe. Nothing makes sense anymore. CNN cooking a leader of Hamas. How does that make any sense? Let's take a look at the clip.
This latest American proposal calls for you to release all the hostages living and dead in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners, an immediate ceasefire, and the start of negotiations to end the war. Why not tweak that?
Look, I think we have to now to reach a comprehensive deal.
But I'm asking you about this specific American proposal. If you could answer.
We first of all, we insisted to go to the comprehensive deal. So they get all the hostages, either alive or dead. And we said frankly we can return them in 24 hours. But they refused. You know the main...
Well, they have conditions for ending the war. Their conditions are Israel's conditions for ending the war. They want Hamas to be out of power, and they want Hamas to disarm. Are you willing to abandon power in Gaza and lay down your weapons?
Look, first for the power in Gaza, the authority in Gaza, we have an agreement with all Palestinian citizens, and even with the Egyptians. And I think that the Egyptians did a good role and sent this proposal to different countries, and even approved by the Arab League that, okay, we can have a technocrat, we have kind of neutral and professional committee for winning Gaza. Okay, we finish. Regarding with this arm of this arm, I think this is, we have to understand that the arm of Hamas is a legitimate and legal weapons used all the time against the occupation. It is not a tourist...
I know you guys don't like it when I jump in, but I just have to make one quick... I have to fight some of his propaganda in this. Hamas is not a legitimate armed faction in any way. Even if you wanted to legitimize Hamas as a political arm, no problem, fine. Retarded take, but fine. I reserve the right that many of you are retards. And I'm not saying you guys watching, but the people who want to. Now, the political fact, or the armed faction of Hamas is a legitimate army. It could never be a legitimate army because it could literally never defeat Israel. It's not resistance. It's not something that could actually resist the state of Israel. It will never be able to defeat Israel. And so hence, it can never be a legitimate army. It's not that it's ever going to be armed as a legitimate army, so it can never be taken as a legitimate army. Does that make sense? It's always ever going to be a pipe dream. Just to correct this word propaganda.
Are you willing to disarm if it is in the context of a process towards building a Palestinian state?
If there is a Palestinian state, we will be engaged. We will be
the entire world, with all due respect, sir, the entire world is saying they want no role for Hamas in post-war governance of Gaza. You disagree with that?
We agree, yes. No, we agree for solution. We have no problem.
So, and that Hamas will play no part, according to the Arab League, according to President Abbas, according to the United States, according to France.
Let me also to explain that this is a Palestinian issue. That some external parts, they want to enforce something against our interests. Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. So you could not exclude Hamas. But as I said again and again,
he's actually right about that.
Regarding the ruling of Gaza, we are ready to be out of the ruling of Gaza. We have no problem with that.
Hamas recently announced that Israeli hostages have been spread out throughout Gaza.
I just, again, I want to correct. He's absolutely correct about that. This is not something you will ever be able to remove. This is why the idea of a two-state solution is a pipe dream. You cannot remove Hamas from the fabric of Palestinian society. He's 100% correct. Ladies and gentlemen, just ask yourself one question. $5 million was on the table for 2 years for information. Just information about hostages in Gaza. They all know where the hostages are. It is not a secret. They all know. None of them took the tag. None of them came up and piped up the information. This is a part of their fabric. Even if they resent Hamas, I would bet that 90% of them still somewhere in their hearts believe and hope that Hamas could win. Because that is Palestinianism. It believes in the concept of power, of violent resistance against the Jews. Without that, they lose their identity. And I lost where to go.
Amid now this planned Israeli invasion of Gaza City, is your intention to use those Israeli hostages as human shields?
We never use these people as shields. No, we never use it. All the time we explain that we as Hamas, we use these people or we deal with people according to the Islamic principles, not according to Islamic values.
It was quite clear in the statement from the Al-Qassam Brigades, which is...
This is a false accusation against us.
This is a statement from the Al-Qassam Brigades, Hamas's military. They said that in order to deter this Israeli military invasion, they are placing Israeli hostages strategically. But they are taking them around Gaza City and saying that if they die, they will be on the Netanyahu camp.
It's insane to have this conversation with me. Just like, yeah, the hostages. We have the hostages. We're holding hostages. Just like openly. Like they're just... What the fuck? Firebomb them, right? Murder this guy right now. Kill this guy right now. CNN having a conversation. Kill him. What's happening? He's a terrorist.
This right now what is going and now going to destroy Gaza, to destroy everywhere, to kill people everywhere. Yeah, you know in Gaza now, they killed more than today, this morning, more than 84 people.
Ready to hold down the
Yesterday, around 109 people were killed. In the last month, more than 3,000
I understand. And when I speak with, and when I, sir, with all due respect, when I speak with Israeli officials, I press them on all of these questions. I'm speaking with you right now, and I'm asking about Hamas's role. And Hamas just announced that it is holding these Israeli hostages in strategic locations around Gaza City, moving them above ground.
Does not let me get close whatsoever.
While Israel is carrying out an invasion, is the intention to use these hostages as
Well, that's bad.
Or to collapse the towers, or to destroy the towers everywhere. Now you know they sent some technology to destroy all towers in Gaza. What do you want to do? What Israel is doing now, as I said, they want to demolish the whole Gaza, to destroy every hospital, mosques, schools, even churches, everywhere. How can you stop this madness in Gaza? How can you stop these atrocities in Gaza?
It has been nearly 2 years now since your organization, Hamas, carried out the October 7th attack, killing nearly 1,200 people, most of them civilians. It unleashed the deadliest Israeli military response that Gaza has ever seen. More than 65,000 people have been killed in Gaza, tens of thousands more injured.
Okay, let's just correct, by the way, that 65,000 number that he's saying is quoted by the organization that took those hostages and makes zero differentiation between who is a militant and who is. I hate this number being thrown around. Why would CNN, as they're sitting with one of the lead terrorists of this group, repeat the 65,000 number with zero differentiation between a militant and a civilian? Israel says 35,000, around 35,000 combatants have been killed, which means, yes, that only around 35,000 civilians have been killed, which is the lowest combatant to civilian death ratio in urban combat warfare in the history of planet Earth. Let's make the distinction, please, CNN.
Gaza has been decimated.
I need 3 more for Stego.
Any responsibility for triggering?
Oh yeah, the CNN interview. This was crazy horrible for them. Look at this is a bebop. The dent in his head.
Began on October 7th. We spent
how hard he hits his head on the floor to pray.
Under the occupation, under the humiliation, under oppression, under repression, under killing, under displacement. Now, why a world just focus on October 7th? What before October 7th is a result for the October 7th.
I understand what you are saying, that there is history that happened before October 7th. But before October 7th, Israel had never unleashed this level of death and destruction on Gaza before. How can you look at me with a straight face and tell me that you accept no responsibility whatsoever for what has happened in the 2 years since?
What is the option is left for the Palestinians to do? Yeah, and we waited for.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, sir, with all due respect, I'm asking you whether you accept any responsibility for the death and destruction that has followed since October 7th.
They should. It's all their responsibility.
Sacrifice in this Israeli-Palestinian conflict since 1948 till now, 100,000 people were killed, 100,000 Palestinians were arrested.
But what gives you the right to decide that Palestinian women and children should be sacrificed on the altar of your resistance?
No, all the time we are sacrificing, we are fighting, not Hamas, Fatah and People Front, Democratic Front.
But I am asking you about the civilian deaths in Gaza and what gives you the right to decide it's a price worth paying. That child can die. It's okay. Because it's in order to fulfill our resistance.
As Hamas, we are fighting for the interest of the people. We don't want our people to be killed. We don't want our people to suffer.
Yes, you do. You use them as body shields.
Look, you know what is the benefit of October 7 now? Now, when the award now, if you look to the General Assembly yesterday, when about 194 people opened their eyes and looked to the atrocity, to brutality of Israel, and all of them, they condemned Israel. We waited for this moment for 77 years in order to open their eyes to say that there is occupation, there is suffering of the Palestinian people, and we should end this occupation. I think this is a golden
Don't believe me.
For the world to change the history. I think.
Don't believe me. I'm paid by Mossad. Don't believe anything I say. Don't listen to me. That's why I come on here. I say, don't listen to me. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the fucking retarded horse talking in front of you. What did he say? We, Hamas, have been waiting for the international community to recognize the state of Palestine. It's a win for October. So he said the benefit of October 7th is that the world registered and recognized the state of Palestine. Do you think that recognizing Palestine is going to end violence now? What do you think you just taught these fucking cave people? What do you think you just taught the Hamas cave people? What do you think you taught them? Let's connect 1 + 2 real quick, you fucking retard. What do you think you just taught them? You taught them go out, kill, die, murder, and you get a gift from the international community. Great job. Oh my God, UK, Australia, France, you guys nailed it. What do you think you taught every fucking Muslim who debates, who wakes up in the morning and says, should I engage in Mukawama? Should I do violent resistance? I don't know. What if I'm a part of this faction? Let's look at Palestine. Actually, you know what? Well, they murdered and killed and raped a bunch of people. I guess if I do the same and I get attacked for 2 years for it, eventually the international community will have compassion for what I did. Great job. Don't listen to me. I'm a fucking idiot. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Don't listen to anything I say. Listen to him. He told you.
The world is a change.
Only 3 more kills.
Sir, you were just saying that as a result of October 7th, you are seeing millions of people marching in the streets, you're seeing countries recognize Palestine as a state, you're seeing legitimacy for your people. And I'm asking you whether the price that Palestinian people have paid so far was worth it.
I know the price is so high, but I'm asking again, what is the option?
It's worth
what
it.
What is the option left to the Palestinians? You know, we waited for a peaceful process, for a peaceful means since 1993, since Oslo Agreement. Till now, but I think we got the biggest.
Let me
He
show
denied
you
the
the
agreement.
words of your people. Okay, these are people in Gaza, and I want you to hear, because your own people in Gaza say that you do have responsibility for the situation. I'd like to show you this.
رسالتنا لحماس أنه كفى مغامرة تكافؤ يعني أنتم
This is not it. Sir, there is I would like you to, there are 3 people here. I would like you to hear their voices.
I know people are suffering. There are some people here, Hamas.
Why will you not listen to the voices of the Palestinian people in Gaza?
I know. This is not the whole story.
Why? Because he lives in Qatar and has billions of dollars, and he sleeps with prostitutes all day and eats fucking $1 million baklava. That's why he has the interest to keep this shit going. He is terrorizing his own people. Sorry if this sounds crass to you guys, ladies and gentlemen. This is a terrorist. Looking, a terrorist on CNN is the same as interviewing any member of the Taliban. It's the same exact thing. Or of Al-Qaeda. It's the same thing.
I know because this is because everybody is trying to use the Gaza Strip. I think
it seems that you don't want to hear the voices of people in Gaza who disagree with Hamas or who want to see Hamas removed from power. Why would you listen to their voice?
All the world said yesterday in the General Assembly that October 7th is not a justification for Israel to commit genocide, to kill civilians.
But I'm asking you to respond to what these people are saying. These people who want Hamas to surrender, lay down its weapons, and leave the Gaza Strip. What do you say to them?
No one asked Hamas to surrender. We will never surrender.
Some of these people are asking Hamas to lay down their weapons and leave Gaza.
These people under abnormal circumstances. We put him under target and killing and massacre. What do you expect for people to say?
But many people would say, if you look at history, if you look at wars that have been fought, where overwhelming military force has been brought to bear, where tens of thousands of civilians have been killed, that you, as the adversary of Israel in this case, that you have a responsibility to do your part to end the suffering. And that would be to lay down your weapons.
We are working to end the suffering of people. Hamas was launched in 1987. All the time you are looking for our people, not in October 6th. Before that, all the time you are fighting and doing for the interest of our people. Now, the reaction of the occupation in the brutality, in killing and massacre, you put this responsibility in the shoulder of Hamas?
Yes. I'm not putting all the responsibility on the shoulders of Hamas. I'm asking you whether you have any responsibility in this regard.
We are responsible to save our people, to protect our people, to do anything.
Top Israeli officials say that Israelis cannot be safe unless Hamas is destroyed, right? That's their perspective. That if Hamas is allowed to continue to exist, that you will carry out October 7th style attacks again and again as long as you remain armed. Are they wrong?
We want to end the occupation.
Are they wrong?
We want to end the occupation. Who is the danger against Israel? It's not Hamas. Hamas never, for example, acting against Egypt or Qatar or Saudi or America or
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
That you should, Hamas is a part of the Palestinian society, fighting for the Palestinian society, fighting for the Palestinian cause.
And so it sounds like you are saying what you said in
don't put the problem on the shoulder of Hamas. No, I think
again, sir, when I speak with Israeli officials, I press them about what they are doing in Gaza. When I'm speaking with Hamas officials, I press them for your responsibility. And in the weeks after October 7th, you said we will do this again and again and again. There will be a second, a third, a fourth attack. With rhetoric like that, why should Israelis accept to live alongside an organization like Hamas?
Before October 7th, Do you know that there is a siege on Gaza for 17 years?
I'm very
Do you
aware.
know that before October 7th that in the West Bank there is
So cut the crap. He says yes. He wants yes.
putting what's called base in every Palestinian town. So I think that October 7th is not a justification to do that. So to kill and to commit massacres against the Palestinians.
My final question to you. How does this war end?
I think it is easy. I think Mr. Trump and the world could ask the Netanyahu in order to stop the war. Instead of the genocide in Gaza.
Don't understand why they're not probably lost A, but okay.
But I think it is not easy to trust Mr. Trump or to trust the American administration.
Ready to
All
hold
the time
down
they
the front
put the
line.
glasses of Israel.
Don't listen to anything I say. First and foremost, not a fan of CNN, yeah? Not a fan of any mainstream media, but this is the best reporting I've seen throughout this. One of the best things I've seen come out of this war. Honestly, honest to God. Every single question, he framed himself in the most criminal manner. If you think after this interview, Israel bears even an ounce of responsibility for what's going on in the Middle East, you are a fucking retard. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to say it one more time. After watching this whole interview, if you think Israel is the one to bear responsibility for any of the suffering happening in the Middle East, you are fucking retarded. You are a stupid human being. You are very dumb. He's openly telling you, after all of this, after everything the poor Palestinian people have gone through, he's going to do it again and again and again. He wants to keep going. Why? Because he lives in Qatar, and he gets millions of dollars, and he gets to sleep with prostitutes every day, and he gets to live his lifestyle lavishly, and he doesn't have to bear any of the responsibilities of his actions. So, what happens? And then you stupid motherfuckers in the UK and Australia and France, you go, hey, let's recognize his state, and Canada.
Amateur.
Your politicians, not the people. I know it's not you guys. The politicians go, hey, let's recognize their state. That'll be good. So he says, let's keep going. He's a dog. He's an animal. It's not how you train a dog. That's not how you behave with a dog. If a dog does something bad, you reprimand them for doing something bad to teach them the right way. This man acts like an animal. He acts like a dog. He says he wants to be Hooga Booga. Hooga Booga is it. Sorry, we live in the Middle East, motherfucker.
Yeah,
you have to
it
speak the language. If someone comes and massacres your people, you don't say, you know what? Let me recognize your state. That is not how the Middle East works. That's why the UN, modern nation states, all these democratic labels that they want to put on the Middle East, it's never going to fucking work. I'm telling you guys, I come here and I tell you every day, it's never going to fucking work. It will not work with these people. They don't want it. We don't want it. It's not right. It's not just. It's injustice that's being put on all of our people to have to fit into this framework. It's not going to work. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 109 Club, if you've been kicked out of 109 countries like me, join the 109 Club. 109 countries couldn't handle this. Get your merch, and I'll see you in the next one. It'll be a long time. Bye, class.
Have you struggled with repping your Zionism in style? Well, boy, do I have a solution for you.
Head to thetravelingflag.com to become a sweet Zionist prince or princess today. Or maybe even let the world know you're a white colonizer with matching hat. Tell the comment section you were thrown out of 109 countries by joining the 109 Club with a matching hat. They say it was promised to you 2,000 years ago? Double down and grab a shirt that was promised to you 3,000 years ago with a matching hat. Ever dreamed of Zionizing like me? Do it with a matching hat, damn it! Show off your Iraqi pride by being someone's Baghdadi or showing them you were made in Iraq with a matching hat. It's time to laugh in the face of those who attack us. Wear their hate with pride and you become untouchable. TheTravelingClad.com. We got mugs, stickers, shirts, hoodies, and so much more. Go grab yourself something nice, Habibis and Habibis. You deserve it. If you don't want to buy any merchandise, the best way to support me is by donating on Buy Me a Coffee, PayPal, or becoming a member on my Patreon. Your support is very much needed and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Yay, GG.
Victory.
I think we're in a worse place today than we were in 2001. And so it is for me a bit of a nightmare that Europe is resembling the sorts of streets and places that I left, when you have a scenario
6 kills.
where violent, radical white supremacists face off with radical Islamist
He didn't die
jihadis,
once.
then it's not Europe
He
anymore.
can heal though too.
How do you deal with it without becoming the thing you don't want to become? Ayaan Hirsi, welcome back to the show. It's so good to have you back. I don't want to waste any time at all. You are someone who's been talking about one issue for a very long time.
Rogan did some damage, but he didn't kill anything. Sheesh.
And the other issue about which you're increasingly talking about is Christianity and the role of faith in society as well. I want to start with the first of those two because since the days after 9/11, which feels like it was a different
Narcomi we can do.
world,
I mean, I
there
could
was a different world.
one more.
You've been trying to raise
Panther
the
if I
alarm.
get.
You've risked your life. Friends of yours have been murdered because they were talking about the same thing. Where are we in relation to that issue in Western Europe, the United States, the West more generally?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Fast. It's lovely to be here again, I think for the second time. Where are we on the threat of radical political Islam? I think we're in a worse place today than we were in 2001. We've spent trillions of dollars and a lot of blood. And I think I'm coming to the conclusion, what is wrong with our Western leaders? Do we have some kind of curse
Hurricane
on us that prevents us from seeing the determination of the radical political Islamists who want to spread their message, which ultimately is the establishment of an Islamic state based on Sharia law? So initially, with 2001, the news broke with those Islamists who wanted to accomplish the objective of establishing an Islamic state through violence.
You know about the decoy drone? That's the right click.
They knocked down the Twin Towers.
The offensive
they were
shield
on
is
their way
one.
to knocking down the White House, and they managed to knock a wing of the Pentagon. And they didn't want to stop this. They wanted to use jihad as a means of shock and awe. And I think, got trapped by, if you remember it, you're probably too young to remember that, but it was quite spectacular. And it was history-changing. And the reaction from the United States and the rest of the West was to meet them with force. Because of the military supremacy of the United States of America, the rest of the West, it was relatively easy to subdue and eliminate the structures of Al-Qaeda, to bring down Osama bin Laden as their leader. And when out of that group, a new group, through al-Zarqawi, the Islamic State emerged and hijacked territory, captured territory in Iraq and Syria, we did the same thing again. We were confronted with this determination of these groups to use brutal force, and they were met with military deterrence. They were removed. There is no structure called the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria anymore. But what over the years we have failed to see is the other side, the Dawah side. So not the jihadists, but within the Islamist political groups, there is in my view, much stronger, more insidious, more sinister group, which tries to expand and reach that objective of establishing an Islamic State through Dawah. And Dawah is basically the plan. It is to bring Muslims, those people who identify as Muslim, to transform them from just religious people who identify with the faith, but who are not political, into political tools for the objective. And then take it one step further and convert non-Muslims. And on top of that, to Islamist institutions. It's a long-term plan. It's gradual. There is a hybrid form where some people within the Islamist circles who say we should use the gradualist means, and then when the opportunity is right, we should use force. So all of these three flavors, if you will, of Islamizing society or working towards this objective of a Sharia-based society, be it local, regional, or global. They exist, they're expanding,
Panther,
and
taking
we are
off.
standing by and watching this happen in traditionally non-Muslim territories, in traditionally Christian or Judeo-Christian societies. We've seen them take attempts like this in India. Again, watch the pushback there. In China, the way the Chinese government is dealing with Islamist sedition is absolutely abhorrent.
My
and
stock.
that is something we in the West can only condemn. We do not want to take our Muslim communities and put them in camps, and, enslave them, torture them, rape them, sterilize them. These are against every principle we believe in. And looking at that extreme of what the Chinese Communist Party is doing to the Uyghurs, and then looking at the other side of, when the Islamists use violence, we're going to go after those individuals who use violence in their organizations and put that down, but do nothing else about the spread of the ideology. I think we have opened ourselves up for the establishment of a huge infrastructure of dawah. And so it's like a cancer, is the Islamist message and the agents of dawah, the Islamists who are pushing it, are in our education system. They have their own schools and Islamic centers and mosques and madrasas. They've now infiltrated universities. They are in political parties. And so through perfectly peaceful and legal means, they have established themselves, and here we are sitting back and watching this. And I think one of the most shocking things we see today in 2024 on our streets is this chanting of genocidal slogans at Jewish communities in the United States, in Britain, in France, in Germany. For the Jewish community today, it feels like it's the 1930s. And this is Islamic-driven anti-Jewish propaganda. And so I find when I first came in here, I said, oh goodness, I've been mic'd up again to talk about the same things I was talking about in 2001. Don't we ever learn? My first experience on camera was in the Netherlands. It was a program called Rondon Team, where there was 2 long benches full of members of the audience who speak, and there were young jihadi men snarling at me, and back then my friend Naima Tahir, who I think is still in the Netherlands, and she and I were educated in the Netherlands. Our backgrounds were Muslim. We had come to accept and admire the principles and the values of the country we lived in, and we were there sitting and defending them. These guys really snarling at us. And I look back to that moment which she and I were talking about, and over time many other ex-Muslims and peaceful Muslims have joined us. And it's the same thing. And the problem is just getting bigger and bigger. And
Ayan, let me just, first of all, can I just fact check you? We're not too old to remember 9/11, sadly.
But thank you for the compliment.
But thank you for the compliment. I remember it very well, and I think it was clear that the world changed fundamentally at that moment. I suppose, we've seen in the UK only in recent days the election of people who stand for the Green Party, a local councillor who, on being elected, gifted supposed to be Christianity with the words Allah Akbar, Free Palestine, etc. Nothing to do about the local council that he's elected to represent.
You will not be silent! We will raise the voice of Qatar! We will raise the voice of Palestine!
And I just think there are all sorts of other markers that people can see what you're talking about with their own eyes. And from the people are very afraid of talking about this issue, but behind closed doors, everybody knows what's going on. To what extent have our policies on mass immigration contributed to where we are? Or is it more that when people do come, we fail to integrate and assimilate? Like, how are we hit?
So in my experience, I think to go back to the, for me, early days when I started to participate in this debate and say, look, here's what the threat is and what it looks like. The first obstacle, I think, to a broader insight was the members of the elite, politicians, academics, journalists, who said, you know, oh, you poor thing, you traumatized little girl from Somalia, you don't understand, you know, we are these open societies, we're going to approach this the way we've been doing things for a good long time, really sophisticated a lot, and that was still consensus. And the prevailing philosophy at the time was multiculturalism. And so the idea was if we give a little, they will give a little. And together we will go through this where they adapt and we adapt, and we establish this beautiful multicultural societies. Immigration was a part of that debate, where as we were having those conversations all over Europe, it was, well, assuming that this multiculturalist, consensus building, bridge building, sophisticated, wonderful way of work would be, just from a rational perspective, just from a numbers perspective, wouldn't it be practical to stop immigration, integrate or assimilate? As the word assimilation wasn't used, it was integrate. Assimilation was considered to be an insult to the Muslims and to the immigrants.
Yeah,
it had to come from both ways. In any case, why don't we take the lot who are already here, get to that utopia of multiculturalism, and then slowly you could talk about having more immigrants coming. But that's not what in the end happened. What in the end happened was those who had come and their children who had been radicalized in this dawah infrastructure, the mosques and the madrasas and in Europe, they continued to broaden their parallel society. I don't know how else to describe it. They have sort of Sharia-light ghettos, and those were allowed to thrive. But at the same time, the borders were also flung open through the asylum and refugee system. So now you have the opposite of what was the desired outcome, which is
we're on gold now, guys.
Of mainly imams and other radical Islamist elites who have captured the hearts and minds of Muslim immigrants and their children, who are saying, do not integrate, do not assimilate, reject the values of the host country. And then everyone who comes in, they're the ones in town, they're the ones who bring them into the mosques and radicalize them. So you have this paradox where there are refugees from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Somalia, who are not at all Islamist. They're fleeing war-torn countries, war-torn because of Sharia, by the way. And they come into the UK, France, Sweden, Germany, etc. And that is where they are taught to become, through dawah, to become radical Islamists.
Ayan, and do you think part of the problem here is that Islamism is so different from the way Western people see the world that we really can't understand it? And as a result of not being able to understand it, we can't comprehend and intellectualize the dangers that it poses.
The answer is yes and no. Mm-hmm. I think we have an experience in Western Europe and in America with the intolerance or the rise of intolerant ideas, talking about National Socialism, for instance, and the ideas in America that were used to defend the institution of slavery and segregation. We've come to see that those were absolutely horrible, abhorrent ideas, and we've rejected them. And part of showing that we are atoning for the past is to the way we deal with radical political Islam. We recognize it for what it is. There is plenty of scholarship now in every country to show that radical political Islam is totalitarian. It is anti-human, it's anti-freedom,
I'm not too worried about it.
it's anti-Jewish, it's homophobic. And they show us over and over again. You know, when the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria was established,
Boundax card and gym access card,
carry out what
20
it
and
would be like
28.
to live in an Islamic state. So we know that. We know it not only through scholarship, but also what they readily show us. When Hamas on October 7 went into Israel to attack the people that they hated, the way they treated them, part of that was defended
This
with
is the
Islamic
skin.
scripture
I
or
like
with
that.
Islamist ideology. So
I need to
it
get
is
Dave.
no secret at all to any of our Western leaders, regardless of where that leader,
We're getting
moral
that.
leadership, political leadership, scholarship, any kind, it's absolutely clear to us what radical Islam entails.
I do
But
like playing
somehow we
Murakami.
can't get ourselves disconnected from this idea of atoning for our past sins, the sins of slavery, of colonialism, of causing the Holocaust. And now here we are. I remember a conversation I used to have openly with the mayor of
Take a little
Amsterdam,
break.
where he plainly said we should not treat Muslim minorities in Holland the way the Jews were treated in the 1930s.
Meds are taken.
There's this constant reference, and in my view, absolutely wrong reference of the totalitarian, terrible
A big congrats to all of y'all. And on up until 2032 at the latest. And on top of that, we today a Ukrainian. Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
See what the Enforcer
And
guys
good
are up
evening,
to.
folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1313 of the War News stream. And we have very big news tonight. We have seen that Ukraine slammed Belgrade with a drone strike and also a missile attack as well. Also, several drones have violated NATO airspace yet again today in several different NATO countries. And also, China is finalizing its Taiwan invasion plans in the midst of all this other chaos. So we got big news tonight. And also, it is the Sunday night fundraiser stream, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from the entirety of Europe and the Middle East, as well as East Asia, of major events and incidents unfolding today. As we have heard on the front lines of Ukraine, and particularly within the Belgrade and Bryansk regions of the Russian Federation, that the Ukrainian armed forces have started to turn the table as far as infrastructure strikes are concerned. The Ukrainian armed forces have conducted a debilitating strike against the Belgrade Oblast's main power plant, knocking off the power grid of Belgrade instantly and plunging the entire city into a city-wide and sub-oblast-wide blackout. At the same time, from what we have been able to gather today, a Ukrainian HIMARS firing GMLRS rockets has been able to land successful hits around the city of Karachev within the Bryansk Oblast, also hitting another vital facility within that area. At the same time as the Ukrainians were using, from what we understand, American-made missiles to conduct strikes inside the Bryansk Oblast of the Russian Federation, the United States of America is making a rare and unprecedented move, as the Vice President of the United States of America did confirm today that the U.S. is seriously considering the provisions of Tomahawk cruise missiles to the state of Ukraine to use in deep strikes against the Russian Federation and its critical infrastructure throughout the entirety of the European area of the Russian Federation. This is unprecedented, and it's something that we've never heard of before, and it does appear that the Ukrainians are more than happy to try and finalize that deal, or a subset of that deal, as a part of their $90 billion arms deal that will be announced in the coming days in full detail, and what exactly it will include. While all of this has been going on in Europe, in East Asia, some concerning news has started to emerge, as multiple sources close to the government have started to state that there is concerning intelligence coming forward from satellite photography showing that the People's Republic of China And the People's Liberation Army Navy is hurriedly converting civilian ferries into military ferries, which most ferries inside of the People's Republic of China generally are made as dual-purpose ferries, and with minimal modification can be used for military purposes. From what we understand, the U.S. military and their intelligence has gathered that the People's Republic of China is already hurriedly working on converting a large amount of these civilian ferries into military transports, which could be used to further augment China's sea lift capabilities on an invasion of Taiwan. For this reason, it appears that the People's Republic of China is hurriedly racing to try and get as close as possible to invasion ready within the shortest possible period of time, pushing the invasion window at this point all the way into around late 2026 at the earliest and on up until 2032 at the latest. And on top of that, we have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has decided to retaliate against the greater world after the United Nations conducted their snapback sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, with the Islamic Republic of Iran now stating today that this is a fine time for them to start working on their quote-unquote nuclear industries, since they have no real reasons, at least economically, to continue to even try and deceive everyone on the fact that they're trying to still work on creating and fielding a usable nuclear weapon. At the same time, we have been able to hear that Iran is attempting to skirt these sanctions through some pretty convoluted schemes, at least in terms of maritime trade, and we have also been able to hear that the Iranians are trying to face off the Pakistani-Saudi defense pact by asking if they can join, acting like they do not know that that defense pact is directly aimed at them. On top of that, the Yemeni Houthis have conducted another attack on the state of Israel, while news is coming out from Jerusalem and Tel Aviv that the Israelis seem hell-bent on conducting another round of strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, considering it's been made quite clear at the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is still working on nuclear weaponry and also longer-range missile systems that will already can reach Israel, but also will be able to reach the entirety of the United States here within the very near future. The Ukrainian armed forces have held their lines today, while drones have been sighted across the whole of Europe, ranging all the way from the central areas of northern Norway and all the way down into Bucharest within Romania. We have a massive amount of news to cover from just the past 24 hours alone, and these are some of the biggest topics of the night, but we have an insanely large amount of topics ranging from quite literally every single piece of news from every corner of the world over the course of the day. And I also have to point out that tonight is the Sunday fundraiser night, which is for Razum for Ukraine, which is an amazing nonprofit that has been helping out in Ukraine for years so far, and we've continued to support with fundraisers for an incredibly long period of time. We have already hit about $500 out of our $2,500 goal in that fundraiser, and we'll hopefully see that the Lee Spring Army hits that fundraiser goal like they have every single night of the war so far, every single Sunday when we've run these fundraisers. So, with that in mind, it is time for us to get on into the major news of the night, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories through the course of the night. Moving us on immediately into the area of Russia, we have been able to see that the armed forces of Ukraine have started to turn the tables significantly against the Russian Federation as the winter is near approaching. Many will know that the Russian Federation has conducted a significant anti-infrastructure campaign against the state of Ukraine since the beginning of the war. The Russian Federation has used Shahed 136s and ballistic and cruise missiles to attempt to target and knock out key power plants throughout the state of Ukraine to try and plunge the nation into a state of cold and darkness during the winter months, which could result in a great deal of casualties due to people dying from exposure. This is a fairly significant issue, and not only that, has had a limited effect on the Ukrainian war industry throughout the conflict, considering that all industry these days primarily run off of electric tools or electric machinery, which has to be connected to a larger power grid.
Or
the state
hydraulic.
of Ukraine has refrained from conducting any major attacks against Russian power plants over the larger part of the war until today, and it appears that they're now going to be changing their tactics moving forward to where the Russian Federation will not be the only one conducting attacks on critical infrastructure inside of an enemy state. The armed forces of Ukraine will also be conducting their own attacks against critical Russian infrastructure near to the area of the Ukrainian border. And that moves us directly into the city of Belgrade. We were able to see that the Ukrainians quickly removed the Russians from an ability to have electricity, at least within the larger part of the city. Allow me to show you all what it looks like when the Ukrainians decided to turn off the lights for the Russians, literally. Oh. Well, it's dark out.
Wow, instant off, clap on, clap off, and they clapped it right off, I guess you could say.
Man, I'd have to say, I think they did clap it right off. notice the lack of lights. How that happened. A little bit interesting with that. Also, look at this little thing that happened over the horizon right here. It's almost like it was an electrical explosion over there in the distance. A little bit wild with that. Also, it's even more wild. You can actually see the power plant peeking over those commie blocks right there in the background, or at least the main smokestacks of the power plant right back there in the center frame of that video. And look at that. There they are. And there they go. They're gone. It's just completely pitch black out. I gotta say, folks, that the Ukrainians are probably some of the most environmentally conscious people when it comes to making sure that the Russians will be able to see the nighttime sky unabated. We all know that light pollution is a big issue in a lot of developed countries, and even in undeveloped countries like the Russian Federation, many citizens have never seen the true night sky unabated because of the light pollution from below. Now the citizens of Belgrade will be able to appreciate, kind of like how the Russians have been forcing some Ukrainians to appreciate the unfettered night sky in all of its glory with no light pollution whatsoever. In the daytime, the Ukrainians continued their attacks against these power plants and continued to hit them even farther, ensuring that any repairs would take months on end to get this power plant back to an operational level. Here are some of the strikes that we saw during the daytime on that very same power plant.
Oh my god. It's a huge hit.
Oh, and a second one. And it seems like they're getting a laugh out of it, but I don't think they're realizing. I don't think they're realizing they're about to be cold.
Why are they laughing? Why are they laughing at their own power plant getting hit? Like, I don't understand the Russians. Like, they don't make any sense.
Man, these guys are literally sitting here going, look at our power plant, we're gonna freeze. Like, it's like, bro, that's not something to laugh at. It's like, it's about to be winter.
Okay.
It's like, you really need one of these. It's a little important. But it looks like their power plant is going to be out for a while. On top of that, we also got to see that earlier on during the night, there were some air defense failures, which were one of the main reasons why the Ukrainians were able to land successful hits on the power plant. There goes the air defense missile. Onwards to glory, they say. Here comes the boom. Any second now. It doesn't seem to hit anything. It seems like it just landed in another part of the city down there on the ground and exploded. I want y'all to note that really quick. If it had hit something, we would have seen an explosion somewhere, maybe even over the horizon, but the explosion would have persisted for at least a couple of seconds. This was an instantaneous flash, which is only the missile detonating. You can see it right there. It's literally like a little snapshot from a camera. Right there. So apparently it just flew into some building or some tree or something on the other side of the city and just hit it and exploded instantly without hitting anything. So that may have been one of the reasons why the other Ukrainian drone was able to make it to the power plant, slam right into it, and then knock out the entire power grid for the city, and also a decent amount of the Belgrade Oblast as well in the surrounding area. But do not worry, folks. The Belgorod governor was able to whip out some spotlights and turn on the emergency generators, at least at the governor's palace for the Belgrade Oblast, to make it look like there is some electricity, and also made a statement to everyone that don't worry, it's all fine. The Ukrainians did just blow up our power plant for about half the oblast, but we'll be okay, because the Russians were just invincible like that, and built different.
Take a shower.
Also, you know something that just hit me, Matthew? I was just thinking about this.
What is it?
How in the world is anyone listening to this message, considering if the power's out, most of the mobile data and Wi-Fi centers most likely went out without with the power. So how in the world is anyone even listening to this message that this guy made?
I would assume that the Russians probably have emergency generators on their cellular towers, kind of like we do. I would imagine they probably have the same thing. So they probably still have a connection through their cellular if they have it working like ours.
Possibly. Maybe. But thinking about that, though, it would be a little bit odd for the Russians to build in a redundancy like that. Usually in Magic Russia land, everything's just expected to work fine and there is no backup at all. They're currently looking into the consequences. They don't know what did this. They have to conduct a full-scale investigation.
At the end of the day, the seed bank we're building isn't simply a collection of various seeds. We like to call it A germplasm library. You know what? Let me put it this way. Germplasm
You know what really
is
stands
the
out about this
living,
gentleman right here? And I'm just
viable
watching him. I
genetic
was just sitting here thinking,
material
this guy really
that
has a way
plants
with
pass
words.
down.
Could you imagine
That
this being your
includes
governor? Like, this
seeds,
guy right
yes,
here seems
but
like he's
also
basically dead inside. Like, he has no
seedlings,
energy, he
pollen,
has nothing.
even
He's
flower
literally
buds.
zero
Seeds
energy,
are
as they
just one
say.
part
Like,
of
this
it.
guy's literally, like, acting like he
These
has
are
nothing going
priceless
on.
resources.
He is depressed as
But
hell.
with
Man, this
human
guy's running on
activity
fumes,
and
like the
chloride
Russian power
pollution,
grid and their gas
some
station.
species are disappearing or going
Oh,
extinct.
man. Dude, imagine, though,
That's
the
why
governor
the
of Alabama
germplasm
coming out
library
and being like,
exists.
hello, everyone.
At our
The state
research
of
institute
Alabama
in
is under
Yulia,
attack.
we've
We've been
collected
working
over
really hard to make sure that
10,000
our state is
species
maintained
and
up
more
to
than
an operational
100,000
standard,
samples
and that
so
our power
far.
grid remains on so
Right
that we all
now,
can live
we're
in a
working on
comfortable and
finding,
safe way.
or
We'll also be
if
trying
it
to set up
becomes
backups.
necessary,
And a lot of people would be
creating
like, I don't really know if I voted
plants
for
that
this
can
person. Like,
withstand
if
the
they
effects
sounded
of
like
chloride
that, a lot of
pollution,
people would be very
thrive
hesitant
Well,
to
in
vote for them
Larsen
again.
zones, clean up
Yeah, they probably didn't
contamination,
vote for this guy. That's
and
the crazy part.
improve
Either
the
if they did
essential
vote for him,
crops
who
that we
knows what
rely
was
on to
happening to actually get
survive.
him elected in Russia. Who knows?
And
You know,
we've started
man, when the
working
power
with
grid went
Shadow.
off, this guy
The
immediately
team is
lost
helping
all
us
of his
find
energy as
leads
well.
on rare plants during their missions. And guess what? I'm learning to pilot strikers too. It's going to make my job so much easier.
Yeah, sure. I can't sit down on that? Okay, I can access the terminal here. Okay.
Explained to the very literate Russians what a blackout is. You see, a blackout is what's called a power outage. You may not have power running to the outlets in your home, and your refrigerator might stop running, if you even have a refrigerator, Bliad. But don't worry, we will especially prioritize the power to your TV unit, so that we can see Vladimir Putin's beautiful face talking right in your living room.
You know, Matthew, he's actually admitting right here, I think, that the data tower, well, like the Wi-Fi abilities or the mobile data abilities in the region might be completely out, because he said there may be interruptions in alerting you. So apparently there is no way for them to actually alert some of these people, because they may not have those backup generators at their towers.
Maybe, it could be, possibly.
The elevator.
He said better to leave. He said it's better to leave the area, actually. We can't really alert you on time, so it's better if you just, like, pack your shit up and just head out. Like, it's probably better.
Third.
I'll definitely get in touch again. That sounded sarcastic, honestly, but it does appear the Belgrade Oblast didn't have the greatest of days today. The Ukrainians have caused a bit of an issue there, at least with knocking out that key power plant that's right inside the city. But if you thought that was the only issue that Ukrainians caused today, they caused another significant issue in Oblast about one up from there, out just next to Belgrade, north of the Kursk Oblast, is the Bryansk Oblast, another frontier oblast of the Russian Federation directly along the Ukrainian border. And in the Oblast of Bryansk is a city called Karachev. And at Karachev, there is a Grau arsenal, which is no longer there. This one got blown up a little while ago. And there's also some larger industrial concerns, like the Karachevsky Zavod Elektrodetl, which is this factory right here. This one's an important one, because the Ukrainians blew it up today on this eastern end of the city of Karachev. Karachev is not a looker. Like, if I dropped y'all down in the streets, y'all will be able to see what the average Russian town looks like, and it really doesn't look like that much. Some people have this idea that Russia's like 500 years ahead of us. The truth is that they're 500 years behind us. But nevertheless, this one factory is one of the things that keeps them kind of close to being in the modern day to a degree, as it is responsible for producing a great deal of important necessities for the Russian military, at least in terms of computational abilities and others. And it appears that it got blown up today by the Ukrainians, of all people. Look at that. The Elektrodetl plant, located in the town of Karachev and the Bryansk Oblast in western Russia, had a fire break out at the facility. The plant specializes in the production of electronic equipment. Just recently, the components manufactured at the Elektrodetl were said to be found in the wreckage of a Russian Iskander-K cruise missile that was fired at the government building.
Always gotta get a snack.
You can see that the factory is well on fire at this point, and quite clearly, the Russians will be greatly displeased by this development. But one thing that's incredibly interesting about this plant getting blown up is what it was hit by. Allow me to get you all the clips here. that let us
Free
hear
throw,
at least
can 'em
the
up,
sounds
yeah.
of the impacts of what was hitting this factory inside of this area of Bryansk Oblast. Listen to this clip, and then I'll tell you all what it is.
Alright, okay.
Oh, there's a ghoul in this picture. Oh, he keeps appearing at random.
There's a robot. It dances.
Did y'all hear that right there? Did you hear that in that part of the clip, Matty, where like it was a sound like a whooshing sound, and it was getting higher pitch, and then kind of getting a little bit faint. The higher pitch it was getting. Did you hear that right there?
Wraith strikers.
Yeah,
all of the strange
let's listen to that a little bit more. We actually have this clip and another one, and then I'll tell you what this was.
Some Martian zones have really high concentrations of Corite haze in the air. These areas are incredibly dangerous.
Now let's move on into our second
They trigger
clip really
pulse
quickly.
storms and
Just this one,
all kinds
right
of disasters.
Let me try and show
They're
y'all
constantly
this
expanding,
again.
and
Here
we
you
call
go.
them
Here are the
active
fires.
zones.
And if you sat there and listened
Martian
to the
zones are
audio
relatively more stable.
it was a little bit
As long as we implement the right
didn't
precautions,
sound like a drone.
we can safely
Drones
mine
that
or
usually are
study
launched by the
Corite
Ukrainians
there.
have a
These
propeller
zones tend
whirring
to
sound, a
shrink over
high-pitched
time
lawnmower
and don't
sort of
actually
noise is
pose
what we
much of a
call it.
threat.
And that generally
We
lets us
refer to
know that
them
it's a
as
drone-based
dormant
attack.
zones.
This one did
It's a
not have
major
that
breakthrough,
noise. It was an
but we
incredibly
still
loud
don't have a
whooshing
clear
sound,
understanding
and then
as
it
to
was
why
followed by
Martian
an
zones
explosion, a
behave so
very strong
differently.
thud within the
What we
area.
do know
That
is
actually
this.
tells us, folks, that for the
Turning
first
active
time in
zones
about a
dormant can
year,
stop
the
their
Ukrainian
spread.
forces have
But
actually
waking
conducted
dormant
an attack
zones
on
seems to
Russian
cause
soil with
catastrophic
GMLRS
disasters.
missiles that were fired
We're
by
not
a
clear on the
HIMARS, which is
reason
the
why yet,
M240
but
multiple
figuring that
launch
out
rocket
might
system.
be the
Now, let me
key
see if
to
I can show
ending
y'all
this Corite
the
crisis.
M240 HIMARS right here. The M142, actually, sorry. The M240 is actually the Mars, but this is the vehicle that did conduct the attack, and that missile, the GMLRS right there, is the one that actually hit this factory. And this is actually quite significant, folks, because the current president of the United States rescinded the permission of the Ukrainians to use GMLRS missiles against Russian forces or Russian targets inside of Russia when he came into office of January of this year. Now that the Ukrainians have conducted an attack on Karachev today in the Bryansk Oblast with GMLRS missiles at a range of about 80 miles, this is actually giving a lot of credence to believe that the President of the United States has given authorization for the state of Ukraine to use American weaponry in long-distance attacks into the Russian Federation. That is a significant development. Generally, the prior presidency, which was the Biden administration, was also quite hesitant on giving out this sort of permission. And that permission was only given out towards the earlier part of 2024, and then it was rescinded with the ascendancy of the new president here in the earlier part of 2025, meaning that the Ukrainians only had the ability to use GMLRS missiles in Russia for about less than a year or so. Now we are seeing that they have apparently been given this ability to strike into Russia again by the current president. And this is also something that is really shocking, because now there's been a statement that came out of the United States today that is telling us that this is really just the tip of the iceberg. According to statements made by the Vice President of the United States on Fox News today, the Vice President stated, "We're looking to sell Tomahawk missiles to Europe for Ukraine. Key shift, not just giving U.S. weapons, but Europeans buying them, putting skin in the game." That's according to the Vice President.
That's huge. That's huge right
It's
there,
a
honestly,
big
because we
change.
heard rumors that they were going to try to sell them Tomahawks, but that was sort of like, backdoor rumor type stuff right there. Honestly, with the vice president saying that himself, it sounds like it's going to happen. So that's something there. If you'd have asked most people about 6 months to a year ago if Ukraine was going to get Tomahawks, most people would have said no, because that's something right there that was generally off the table until now. So that's a really good sign. I'm glad to hear that.
I would have to say this is a huge shift.
Zelensky,
The
not
Tomahawk
Putin.
is not a little missile. This thing is quite significant. Let me go get y'all the Tomahawk missile. Here it is right here. Everybody knows the Tomahawks. The
Nice
Tomahawks
missile.
are famous because of their use against the Iraqis in the Gulf War of 1991. We used tons of these against the Iraqis back then, and we've generally been quite fond of these sorts of missiles since then. We use them all the time whenever we can. But nevertheless, one thing that is incredibly interesting about
I think they're
these
fairly
is
easy
that
to
they
make.
can
That's why.
carry a nuclear warhead. With a yield of about 5 to 200 kilotons of TNT, which is the W-80 warhead. It can also carry a conventional warhead of about 1,000 pounds, meaning that this thing actually has quite a significant conventional payload if we're not speaking about its nuclear abilities. And obviously, if we gave any Tomahawks to Ukraine, they're not going to be nuclear armed. This is something that is incredibly interesting, also because of the fact that the Tomahawk cruise missiles have a nice range, at least the Block 2s, of about 1,550 miles. Some of the Block 3s have a range of about 1,000 miles, a 550-mile reduction, and then the Block 3 TLAM-Ds have a range of about 810 miles. So and also it goes on to the Block 4 and the Block 5, but all of them hover around generally the 900 to 1,000 mile range. If we were to take this at face value and assume that they are going to give Ukraine a version of the Tomahawk that
Can do
has
anything
about
else in
a
here?
1,000 mile
Another person
range,
to talk to.
this means that the
Enter.
Ukrainians will be able to strike a great deal of targets in the Russian Federation. This strike at Karachev was 80 miles deep.
All right.
Some Ukrainian strikes have reached places like the city of Salavat, which is about 800 miles in the Russian Federation. If they are given a Tomahawk, and they fired off one of these Tomahawk cruise missiles at the Russian border, and they fired it at its maximum distance of about 1,000 miles, they would almost be able to reach the cities of Kandalashka and Murmansk, as well as Arkhangelsk, which are within this area of northern Russia, which is incredibly shocking. As a matter of fact, they actually would be able to put Arkhangelsk, which is a somewhat insignificant city, at least for the Russian northern fleet, under direct threat of a missile attack by the state of Ukraine at that point. And if they were to get the Block 2 version, which has a 1,550-mile range, they would actually be able to strike well over the Ural mountain range and into Asia, hitting cities like Chelyabinsk, Tyumen, Yekaterinburg, and even the city of Omsk with direct attacks by these Ukrainian cruise missiles that would be provided by the United States and paid for by the European Union.
Yep.
That is huge. Massive sorts of developments. And we don't know if they're going to finalize that deal at the moment, but it appears that serious consideration is being given, considering that the Vice President of the United States even mentioned it on a news interview with Fox News earlier today. So this is quite a change, a massive change as a matter of fact, in terms of foreign policy against the Russians. And I personally have to say that in my 2 cents, I think this is the greatest foreign policy change we've seen so far. It's going from treating the Russians as though they are not a threat at all and don't even exist as an issue, and now treating them as a serious threat and also giving them the full width of the American firepower available, at least to the Ukrainians, to slam them with. I would have to say, just considering it alone is a massive step forward, considering that we have not seen the current administration consider this, at least up until now, and the prior administration actually shot this down outright. So it actually is showing that we are starting to escalate the situation against the Russians, and now we are conducting bilateral escalation instead of it just being unilateral escalation by the Russians endlessly that we do not respond to in any way. A lot of people have been talking about this sort of a situation, and also the fact that the President of the United States, or more so the Vice President, in that very same interview, also stated that the Russian Federation is not even responding to the United States anymore in our attempts to try and start up peace talks between Russia and Ukraine again. They are quite literally ignoring us, and have been over the past few weeks, and appear to be adamant on continuing the war at all costs without stopping or even reconsidering their position in the conflict right now. This has led a lot of people to start talking about what Putin's general strategy is going to be in the remainder of the war, and what the United States is possibly going to do as a result of that. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so interestingly enough, it's the Russians who are ending all the peace talks to end the Ukraine war. Right now, Putin will not agree to meet with the U.S. President Zelensky, nor will he agree to meet with Zelensky one-on-one by himself, unless Zelensky is willing to go to Moscow, which is obviously never going to happen. So what is Putin doing at this point? What is his new strategy, considering that he's failing on the front lines of Ukraine, he's also failing on the economy, and now he's starting to lash out at NATO. So what is he really trying to do now that this war has gotten to this point? And it looks like 49% said he's planning to attack NATO, that's his plan, while 30% said he's hoping the U.S. will end support for Ukraine, and 15% said he's just throwing a small fit, and he'll be back to trying to calm the United States officials very soon. So I would say it sounds like right now Putin has something else in mind. He appears not to actually want to negotiate anymore. Before, we had seen Putin was trying to kowtow the U.S. officials basically into basically prolonging the aid not going to Ukraine. That's what he was trying to do. But now we're seeing that Putin seems to be changing his focus to NATO by sending these drones into NATO airspace. And right now, NATO is not taking responsibility for those drone attacks. And they're not saying that those are indeed Russian drones. But me personally, I would say that he's actually probably planning to attack NATO. I'm actually with a 49%. I think he's planning on doing something to escalate instead of de-escalate at this point, in the hopes that NATO is going to back down. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with a 49% as well. I would believe that the Russians are actually planning on conducting a war with NATO at this point, rather than continuing on with this absolutely stupid game that they were playing for a little while, where they pretended like they were willing to talk about peace, although they clearly weren't. And for some people who may be joining our channel here tonight and hearing about this for the first time, we've been saying for months on end that the Russian Federation had absolutely no intention of ever pursuing a realistic peace with the West on the war in Ukraine, and were just simply towing along U.S. officials and taking advantage of their naivety on that matter, or the belief that they actually had some sort of a personal relation with Putin, and that would sway him to stop an entire conflict that has significant outcomes for the Russian Federation, whether it ends in victory or defeat. This is something that clearly is being shown right now, because they're not even willing to talk to us anymore and pretend like they're willing to pursue a peace. They are now going completely with what they really thought the entire time, is that they will not be going for a peace, and they are just going to continue the war until the country collapses or until they win completely in Ukraine, one or the other. Now, with that in mind, they cannot win completely in Ukraine, so that means they have to try and find a creative way to end this conflict. And at what creative ways could they come up with to try and end the conflict? And the one way that I could see it, folks, and I'll explain really quickly, because this is generally what I've been saying for months, and I think that this is where the Russians are at right now. Putin is not willing to accept defeat, and at this point he will go to any single length to try and see a victory in Ukraine, even if it means that extremely dangerous gambles have to be made. Let me lay out the picture that we have right now. Russia is bound to collapse within a year and a half economically at this point. There are so many red flags inside of the Russian Federation's economy, it may as well be the Soviet Union. It is incredibly bad off. The agricultural industry is collapsing, the automotive industries are collapsing, the oil industries and gas industries are collapsing. The Russian Federation no longer has an existent tax base. Banks are greatly reducing the lines of credit for individual citizens, scared that they're going to rack up debts as a last financial resort that they'll never be able to pay off and take the banks down with them. The situation is terrible. Russia is doomed to collapse, and Putin's grip on power in the country is going to collapse within a year and a half. So, at this point, Russia technically has nothing to lose. And I also want to put this out there just to make sure to shoot these down before people say them. China cannot financially bail out Russia. Russia is in the hole by hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you try to bail them out, you're going to have to give an upfront lump sum, pretty much infusing it into the Russian economy by hundreds of billions of dollars, somewhere most likely to the tune of $500 billion or upwards of that. No treasury on the planet is ever going to try and lend or borrow that much money in a singular period and throw it into another country and cause rocketing inflation in their own country and significant economic fallouts because of that massive lending, just to try and keep Russia afloat. So there really is nobody in the world that can save the Russians from the economic collapse that's coming. So with that in mind, Russia is doomed to collapse. Putin is left with no options. He's going to end up pretty much going out the door in a year and a half anyways. So if that's the case, then what in the world did they have to lose with starting a war with NATO? Nothing. The government will collapse anyways. Putin's power will end either way. But what there is to gain from a war with NATO is a slim chance at trying to recover the whole situation, at least to some minimal degree. If they started a war with NATO or conducted an attack on NATO that then turned into a war, they would be able to hold over the heads of everyone here in the West the threat of nuclear destruction, which is something that has been incredibly important here in the Western world and the mindset about the war in Ukraine for a long time. Even the President of the United States currently, while running for the election last year in 2024, when brought up time and time again, why in the world are we willing to just meet Russia in the middle and just pretty much give up half of Ukraine to end this war? Because they have nukes and they could kill us all. It's an incredibly important part of what the fear is here in the West of the Russians, is that they will try and force a situation where they could just nuke and try and kill all of us. And the only way they can do that is by getting in a conventional war. If that conventional war begins, If they're winning, they're not going to nuke us. If we defeat them, which is a pretty high likelihood that we would start to defeat them pretty quickly within the opening weeks or months of that war, nuclear war starts to exponentially skyrocket in its possibility. And then at that point, we're all having to sit here in the West and go, okay, are we going to absolutely steamroll the Russians and face nuclear annihilation, or are we going to try and meet them in the middle to avoid nuclear Armageddon in the Northern Hemisphere? That's generally what the Russians are trying to force us into at this point, and that's why I would believe, with a large majority of people who voted on that poll, that Russia actually has a plan to attack NATO. Because at this point, if they're going out either way, at least as far as Putin is concerned, why in the world not try and start a war with NATO and go all in for a Hail Mary and see if it comes out somewhat more positive than the current situation where they collapse anyways and nothing even is working to their benefit at all beyond that. But still,
yeah, that's true. Also, I still think that Putin would prefer NATO to take the first shot. I think that's probably why they're doing these drone incursions into NATO airspace. Is they're looking for some type of legitimate provocation that they can say, okay, look, NATO attacked Russia, therefore Russia is going to do something to NATO and escalate dramatically. I think they're looking for that, and that's probably why they're flying these drones over. And right now, NATO still will not say where these drones are coming from. Today, Zelensky stated that he has intelligence that Russian shadow tanker vessels are launching these drones into NATO territory, but NATO has not commented on that, and generally it's gone and fallen on deaf ears. So, you know, we can pretty much know at this point, folks, what is going on. Russia's literally making major aggressions on NATO, so obviously, in my opinion, the only one you could really point to at this point is Russia launching these drones. So, you know, what is NATO going to do? Are they going to keep stalling? They're going to keep waiting for someone to get hurt by these Russian drones? I don't know what NATO is doing at this point. It seems like Russia has their plans more put together than NATO at this point, and Russia is failing at the war right
NATO's
now.
not doing anything.
I'm not sure what's going to happen, but it's certainly
Just kind of watching, waiting for something bad to happen.
It's certainly interesting, and there's a lot at play at the moment. And generally, while most people in the West, including the United States, aren't really on the same page as to what we're going to do against the Russians, considering that they're just on Putin's page, they're all on board with what exactly they're doing and what the plan is and where it's going to lead to. But a lot of people are also talking about the statements that were made by the vice president today that the U.S. is wanting to sell Tomahawk cruise missiles to the state of Ukraine. And a lot of people have been asked, is that the right move, or do y'all think it's not? And it actually appears that that's a unanimous answer. So, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we did hear that according to the statements we heard, U.S. officials are strongly considering selling Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine very soon, and the question is this the right move? And 83% said yes, Ukraine should get Tomahawks, and that's an overwhelming majority in favor of sending those weapons, while 6% said no, Ukraine should not get Tomahawks, and 5% said it really won't change anything. And I would say this is an excellent foreign policy change. I was not expecting it, and also to hear the statements from the vice president there suggesting that's very likely, I would say that's a very good change, and like I said, unexpected. So I'm with the 83%. Ukraine should get the Tomahawks. That's a long-range weapon that would be very potent to use for Ukraine to hit longer-range targets inside of Russia. So it's a long time coming, and like the enforcer mentioned, previously it was ruled out. Like the last administration, I believe, ruled that out. And now all of a sudden the new administration, which people thought were going to abandon Ukraine, did a complete 180 and is now going to apparently sell Tomahawks to Ukraine. So it turns out it's actually turning out pretty decent for Ukraine that the new fellow's in charge. So that did a complete 180 right there. Totally blindsiding everybody. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'm with the 83%. This is actually a great move. I would say that this is one of the best foreign policy
I don't know what this math is.
at least recently, and it's really starting to put the Russians in the hot seat. The Ukrainians are going to start raining all hell if they can get these things and they're allowed to strike wherever they want inside of Russia. Clearly, the and government buildings will most likely be off of the list. Those will not be allowed to be hit as targets, but everything else in the country will be on the menu. And the Ukrainians will be able to hit whatever they want, wherever they want, and also cause an insanely large amount of damage because these missiles have a 1,000-pound payload on board or larger of explosives. So I would have to say that this is an incredibly good move, and I think that the United States should give the Tomahawks to Ukraine.
Narukami,
should
taking off.
Also, I do have to put out there that from what we understand, the Tomahawks will be purchased by the Europeans, and then the Europeans will transfer those Tomahawks to the state of Ukraine. They're still ending up being given by the United States, but the Europeans are paying for them and then giving them to the state of Ukraine. So that's currently how we know it's being spoken about, at least at the moment. But I would have to say that this is an incredibly good move. Now, I'm not wanting to make this into a political thing, but I will have to mention, because this is the case, that the prior administration and the Congress were in unison back in the day in completely shooting down the idea of ever giving Ukraine a Tomahawk cruise missile. This was actually brought up a while ago. It was about a year and a half or 2 years ago, and the prior administration, along with most of the Congress, said that would be absolutely reckless and unnecessary because the Ukrainians could just cause enough damage at least several hundred miles away from the border with their own drones, and giving a Tomahawk cruise missile to the state of Ukraine would be wildly escalatory and dangerous. Considering that we're seeing a situation that's pretty much out of control, this is putting the Russians in the hot seat now because it is a little bit dangerous in this area, but it also puts the Russians in a far worse position than ever before. Because unlike the state of Ukraine, which is only at its widest, if we're speaking about the entire country, about 700 miles across, giving the Russians a limited range of targets to hit, the Ukrainians can literally hit the railway corridors on the Trans-Siberian Railway in Asia, and also any other critical infrastructure within that area as well. So this is a huge change for the state of Ukraine, and putting the Russians at a severe disadvantage if this was actually approved and then the purchase orders were made. So moving on out of that, we have also been able to hear, breaking from this news for a minute, and moving on over to East Asia for some other significant news, considering we want to make sure to cover the biggest stories first tonight. We are going to be moving over into East Asia and into the People's Republic of China. And starting off with a little bit of a warm-up, we were able to hear that the Chinese have made a claim today about their Shenyang J-35s. They have stated that the radar cross-section of a J-35 is 0.01 meters squared, which means that it has a radar cross-section the size of the palm of an adult person's hand. I don't really know if that is accurate or not. The Chinese have a pretty significant record of fibbing a lot of their abilities and results, and this may be one of them. Because we do know that the Chinese have stated, at least in the past, that a lot of their equipment is the latest, the greatest, the finest, and the best, and it really doesn't pan out to always be the case, at least when we see them in action, which is incredibly rare. On top of that, they also state that their doctrine is one of the best on the planet, but every single time we've seen a Chinese mission to the United Nations ever get in a firefight in a place like Central Africa, they end up getting the floor wiped against them by a bunch of pretty much bandits with AKs. So it's a really hard thing for me to believe this aircraft has a wildly small radar cross-section, also considering that the Chinese military budget is about a quarter of ours, and that they're claiming now that they're producing stealth fighters, the J-20 and now the J-35, along with multiple other new aircraft that they're currently developing right now, on a shoestring budget compared to us. They're also mass producing them in the hundreds, if not the thousands, in some production. That seems to be a bit of a stretch to me, but we'll have to wait and see if the United States ever releases any information when they finally get one of these on a radar of what its cross-section really did look like and what its capabilities really are. But moving on from that, and out of that minor piece of news of a kind of a Chinese propaganda claim today, we were able to hear that there were some very concerning details that came out today that weren't supposed to get out, but apparently did nonetheless. According to a classified U.S. military intelligence report seen by ABC News, they have stated that, according to the classified report, China is rapidly building up the country's commercial ferry fleet to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan. And this is something that has actually been known for a while. This is an open secret that Chinese civilian ferries are designed as dual-purpose ferries, which can be converted quite easily to be used in military service. But from what we've been able to see and hear, this picture showing one of the large Bailey bridges that the Chinese have conducted that can be floated over to Taiwan and then pretty much operate here for them to roll on and roll off cargo equipment and personnel. We can actually see that, according to this picture, ferries, such as civilian types, are actually usable and cross-compatible with these Bailey bridges, showing that apparently some military transformation has occurred to these ferries. And we're also hearing, at least in further detail, that they're rapidly building up the commercial ferry fleet to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan, and the vessels have been modified to carry tanks and partake in amphibious operations, which is making it fairly clear that China is racing at the moment to start an invasion of the island of Taiwan, which is something that is a decent likelihood. We already have known over the prior decade that the People's Republic of China, under the new leadership of the premier and chairman of the Central Military Committee and the Chinese Communist Party, Xi Jinping, has been making it wildly clear that they are going to be reuniting Taiwan, which is the Republic of China, with the People's Republic of China, which is the communist mainland, under any means necessary. Whether that be done diplomatically or militarily, at least according to Xi, that's up to the choice of the Taiwanese. And the Taiwanese have made it incredibly clear that they are not willing to rejoin with China under any sorts of circumstances at any point in the near future, pretty much meaning that the Chinese will eventually have to invade them to take the island and bring it under Chinese control. And considering that we're now hearing that they are conducting rapid conversions of civilian ferries for military purpose, it is making it wildly clear that they're trying to get this invasion ready to go as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, folks, I actually think this may lead a little bit of credence to the idea that China is trying to synchronize their invasion of Taiwan with what's going on in Europe. As many people know, as I've said,
I thought they were trying to do that.
with current Chinese production capabilities and shipbuilding outputs, the Chinese would be ready to conduct their invasion of Taiwan by late 2027 at the earliest. And that would mean that Russia would
I think they're
financially
going to try to force
collapse
it.
just about at that point or a little bit earlier, and the war in Europe will have pretty much ended at that point, or everything will have ended in Europe by that time. And that means China would pretty much be on its own to invade Taiwan and then have to deal with the United States in its full might. With them rapidly conducting these civilian to military ferry conversions, they may actually be able to roll back the window to as early as late 2026 for them to try and conduct their naval invasions of the island. And that would
Early
also mean
2020,
that they would be conducting
maybe
their
early
naval invasions of the island of
2026.
Taiwan around the same time that the war in
I think
Ukraine
they're going
and
to try
possibly
it
a
in like
larger war with NATO may be
February.
ongoing across the face of Europe, meaning that the Chinese may be able to take advantage of that ongoing conflict and also try and conduct their own invasion of Taiwan, with the U.S.
We're going to have to fight a
largely
two-front
our Western
war again
alliance
here
having to
shortly.
split its firepower and resources in two, some of it in Europe and some of it in East Asia. It's a very interesting sort of a development, and it is one that is giving us at least an idea for now that the People's Republic of China is seriously considering trying to take advantage of that time window and to try and conduct that sort of an invasion. On top of that, it does appear that the Chinese are continuing to get a little bit of a sideshow to their sideshow, at least in the Middle East, but we'll be getting to that here in a minute. Before we get on into the rest of the news, though, I do want to ask y'all about this major speech that the Russian Federation has stated that Putin will be conducting, while at the same time the U.S. is going to be conducting a massive meeting with the President of the United States and multiple generals and admirals, pretty much the highest ranked admirals and generals in the U.S. military, all at the Quantico base in Virginia here soon. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so to cover this in its entirety, right now we're getting word that Putin will apparently deliver a major speech this week after the
Preemptive.
U.S. just got done scheduling a top military leadership meeting in Quantico, Virginia, that I believe is going to take place on Tuesday, so it's right around the corner. So what are your thoughts about that? And it looks like 47% said it seems connected, and that's quite disturbing to hear, and 25% said I need more info on this one, and 18% said it's totally unrelated and no worries whatsoever. So what we know at the moment is we have no details about what type of speech Putin is planning on making this week, but they say it's going to be a major speech, and apparently they're blocking off the airwaves so that way
surrender.
Putin can make the speech across the entire country of Russia, and it'll be broadcast worldwide. So whatever he's going to be saying apparently is important, or at least important to him. So what
Him
we know
declaring war?
about the top leadership meeting in the U.S. is it's going to take place in Quantico, Virginia, and
Hopefully
now we're
not.
learning that the U.S.
Hopefully it's
president is
not
set
him
to actually
declaring war.
address the top military commanders in addition to the Secretary of War. So we're also not really sure what that's actually about. People are speculating that maybe it's a pep rally for the troops, but other people are speculating it could be something politically related, or it could be something related to war preparations against Russia. But you got to admit, it seems a little bit odd that there's a major speech from Russia and then a top leadership meeting taking place on the exact same week between the U.S. and Russia. Seems a little bit strange. And I'm going to say I'm actually undecided. I'm with the 9%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be undecided as well. I would have to be with the 9%. It is an incredibly weird and interesting sort of a development, and I would have to be entirely honest with y'all. I just don't really know what's going to be coming out of either of them. We've heard a million different rumors of what the Quantico meeting is going to be about, and of course, we can't confirm any of them. And then we've heard a million rumors about what the Putin speech is going to be next week, and of course, we don't even know what that speech is going to be about either. Only time will tell, and we'll have to wait for those speeches and events to happen to be able to get an idea of what they actually were. But still, we will be waiting.
Honestly, man, if that meeting in Virginia is some type of pep rally or something, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm going to be as a civilian in America, I'm going to be livid about that. If they get all the top leadership in the world from all military command all together in one spot in Virginia just to have a pep rally, that's going to be unbelievably stupid. Hopefully that's not the case, because it's going to make me really wonder if we have really good people in charge or not at that point, because that will be such a bad miscalculation. Because obviously, no matter how good your security is, if you have all your top guys meeting in one physical location at once, even if you think it's secure, that's still a security risk. That's very dangerous to have that happen. And also, now the president is going to be there too, so that's even adding to the risk as well. So hopefully there's a real good reason
And
for
the
getting all
fact that
these
it's
guys together.
announced.
It better be a very good reason to warrant something of that nature, at least in my opinion.
I would have to say I would generally agree with Enforcer Matt on that. We have been talking about this a little bit off air, and generally, if this is going to end up becoming some sort of a pep rally or some sort of politicization of the military, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be dogging on the current administration a great deal. Just to put that up front. These officers, if we're dealing with anything important around the world, they can just be given a bit of a memo on what's going on at their command posts where they're needed. Bringing everyone to the United States to have a little pep rally for the cameras or to conduct what some people have described as a possible purge is an absolutely stupid and ridiculous idea if that actually ends up becoming the final notion of what that is, or the final result of what that ends up becoming. That's going to be absolutely stupid. So I would have to say that we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. As far as the speech with Putin, it's probably going to be something stupid. He thinks he's a genius, and every time he comes out on a speech, he has to talk about some stupid shit like Vasily the Wise of Novgorod from the year 900 AD, which really has no impact on anyone anymore, like at all. But he's got to come out and make himself sound like he's like some
1,100
sort
years
of
ago.
eternal knowledged president of Russia, and then he comes off sounding like an absolute idiot. So I have a feeling that's what his speech will end up sounding like, but I don't know what's going to happen at Quantico.
Honestly, I would say, and this is going to sound kind of a little bit weird, but honestly, the best case scenario that we could have out of this meeting is that hopefully the generals are meeting to discuss war plans against Russia. That would be the only legitimate reason I could see getting all those guys together in one physical location, is if they're discussing potentially war plans to go against Russia, because they've learned through intelligence that Putin plans on warring with NATO. If that was the case, I would say, okay, that might be warranted to get them together at that point. That
I think it's because they got to discuss the two-front war that they're going to have. If we get involved with Russia, then we're going to get involved with China too. China's going to move.
About it. NATO's keeping everything very quiet about the drone incidents over NATO airspace. They're keeping that very low key, and we're not really hearing much about it in the public, except for some rumored statements here and there. So it could be something as bad as this. It could be that they have intelligence that Putin is about to launch war in NATO, and this is like the last big meeting before we actually go to war. It could be something that severe. It's very possible. So it could be anything. Like, I'm going to be
and Venezuela on top of it all.
It could be anything from something minor and stupid to something all the way up to potentially where the world's going to war. We just don't know.
I would have to say, folks, I'm gonna pre-tell y'all the outcomes and what we're going to say on air, so that way no one's saying that we're trying to take some sort of a political spin on this later. If this is a meeting for the discussion of war plans or just getting everyone on the page that we're on the brink of war, and everyone's going to have to be getting their war plan scenarios updated, and they're going to be sending updates to them here in the near future, or give them to each of them depending on their theater command or their area of responsibility at that meeting, that will be something that I'll say, I mean, that was a little bit dangerous to do security-wise. We could have just sent it in banker boxes on special flights to all of those commands, but that ended up being a pretty decent result. If it ends up being some sort of a stupid pep rally, or it ends up becoming something political where everyone has to kiss the ring of the president in person, or, you know, something along those lines, that's going to be absolutely stupid, and that was completely pointless. And not only that, a major security concern at that. And then if it ends up being some sort of a purge where some people are called, you know, activist generals or admirals, and they're told if your name is called, get up, stand up, and walk out, you're done, that is going to be the stupidest thing that could be imagined. I mean, that's going to be the dumbest one of them all. So out of those three, I'm already going to tell you all that would be our reaction and our response to any three of those scenarios. I don't know which one it will be. Like, I have no leaning towards one or the other. I'm actually thinking it's probably one of the first two. It's going to be some sort of a pep rally or a kiss the ring moment, or it's going to be the discussions of actual war plans and telling everyone that it's the verge of war. Everyone's going to be getting new contingency plans here in the near future, and we're that close to the conflict. That one of those two, I'm thinking that's more of the likelihood. If it ends up being the third one, I'm going to tell you all that that's going to be absolutely outrageous just up front. But I don't know which one it will be.
If it turns out, because once again, like to tie it back into that Putin speech that's coming up, I don't know what Putin's coming out to say. Like at this point, I'm really not sure what he could announce, but to make it that important to broadcast,
other than he's declaring war on everybody,
I'm not really sure what he could be saying because he really has no good news to report. He can't report the economy's doing good because the Russian economy's failing. He can't report on good frontline maneuvers because they're still losing on the front lines. There's really nothing positive to say in a speech. So typically when that's the case, politicians do not come out and make speeches. But yet at the same time, though, we're seeing Putin make a very, very publicized speech sometime this week. So it makes me think it's going to be something negative. That's what I sort of lean towards. Putin's going to be saying something of an escalation or something of that nature. So I don't know what it could be. I don't want to fearmonger here, so I'm not going to speculate too much on it. But Putin could be announcing something severe. There's no telling.
Possibly. But also, on that note, folks, before we move on into the rest of our news, and hopefully we can also get up a question on the Chinese here really soon in the chat, so we can talk about that here in a moment, considering that that's a huge piece of news we're about to move on from. We want to make sure to take a brief moment, though, to talk about the fundraiser that we're running tonight, because it's gotten up to a whopping $1,953 raised in about an hour, and that is absolutely insane. Humongous right there, and I gotta say that it's an absolutely wonderful and incredible thing to see the Lee Spring Army is rocketing towards the fundraiser goal, and looks like they're going to be hitting it here
They usually do a fundraiser for Ukraine or for
20 minutes, hopefully. But I also want to make sure that we take a brief moment to shout out all of those top donors. We wish that we could shout out every single one of y'all, all of the top donors and every donor in between, but there's usually so many folks who donate to these fundraisers. It would be incredibly hard to be able to list off every single one of y'all. I do want to let y'all know, though, that we appreciate each and every one of y'all.
Yeah, Ukraine. Save Ukraine lives. Raise on.
Or even thousands of dollars to fundraisers. I know that each one of y'all are doing your very best to try and support these things. And we massively appreciate y'all for going through the effort of supporting them at all. If it wasn't for all of y'all put together, this fundraiser wouldn't be able to make it. If we just had the top donors supporting the fundraiser, it would have made it to half of where it is right now. If we had all of the other donors who were supporting this fundraiser with smaller amounts and we didn't have any top donors, we would still only raise half the amount of what we have right now. It is the entirety of the Lee Spring Army together and its combined abilities that make these fundraisers succeed every single weekend. And so, with that in mind, Matthew, who are our top donors for the night?
All right, so we are jumping into our list of top donors thus far, and shouting out our first one here, we had a 100 from Peace with War. He threw that into the fundraiser. Also, a big shout out to Hal Rose, who threw in a 100 as well, along with Activista, as well as Bobo Vasquez and James Hughes, who also threw in a 100. We also had a 50 from Samuel Zamonski, as well as Mike, and also Eugene Haynes, Skip Tracer 007, and also Cliff H, who threw in a 50 as well. And a huge shout out to all of our top donors thus far. And also, by the way, if I happen to miss your donation and it's above $50, let me know, because I'm calling all those off, and hopefully I didn't miss any of them, because tonight the chat's been running wild and I might have missed it. So let me know if I did and I'll shout you out. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout to everybody for helping to get us up to $2,000 raised so far. We are just about less than $500 away from hitting the goal. So very good progress tonight. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would have to be entirely appreciative of each and every one of y'all for getting this fundraiser to where it is and continuing to get this thing on up higher. It's an absolutely amazing and incredible thing to know that we have raised $2,016 at this point, and we are getting about less than $500 away from reaching that $2,500 fundraising goal. An absolutely incredible and amazing thing. And I gotta say that it's a wonderfully amazing thing to know that the Lee Spring Army, years down the road, are continuing to support these fundraisers and get them well over the fundraiser goals each and every single night, without fail. And so with that, we will be making sure to address a couple of questions as well, about 3 live chat questions, and also any super chats that we've happened to get tonight, because YouTube still hasn't fixed that loophole. And then we'll be moving on into the rest of the news for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first 3 live chat questions. This one goes to AF Kaplan first, and he said, how long could Taiwan hold out against a China invasion without outside support from allies?
I would say that they can most likely hold out for months or up to a year, considering the incredibly difficult situation of conducting an amphibious landing, and also the fact that Taiwan's military has heavily emphasized anti-ship and anti-air capabilities. It would be really difficult to get through Taiwan's air and ship defense shields
Yeah, Taiwan's
that
pretty
the military largely has to be able to
super
get to
structured at
conducting
this
a naval
point.
invasion in the first place. So I would have to say that I'm
35,
assuming that Taiwan will probably
36,
hold out for about 6
37.
months to a year entirely on its own without any foreign support. And also, before some people say, well, you know, the Taiwanese, considering they're facing down the whole of China, might just try and pack up ship and leave. If the Chinese Navy conducts a blockade of the island, there is no escape for anyone there. If a commercial airliner tries to fly out or a government plane tries to fly out with the government on board, they're getting shot down and killed, every single one of them. So the government would be stuck there, the military would be stuck there, and everyone would be stuck there on that island without any way to escape. And so they would pretty much just have to fight it out or entirely give up in the first place, which I have a feeling, considering that a lot of these people would know, at least in the higher up leadership, that they're going to end up being re-educated, quote unquote, by the Chinese or executed because of their rebellious tendencies on the island. They're most likely going to be encouraged to fight to death at that point, because what other alternative would there be? So considering that, I would say they probably would last for about 6 months to a year. Without any foreign support. With foreign support, they could probably make it through just fine and end up surviving with a decent amount of wounds, to put it that way. But with no support, 6 months to a year at best. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I would know. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of this segment.
Narukami.
All right, so this one goes to Paul Jenkins, and he said, what do you think about 31 Atlas? Do you think it's related to the recent announcement? Now, I will say, Paul, to me, that seems, no offense, Paul, I'm not saying this to offend you, but it seems to me like a conspiracy theory. Also, to clue you all in case y'all don't know what that is, that's a comet that some people are speculating could be some type of spacecraft, I believe it is, or something of that nature. I think that's the same one. You know, I think they call it some type of spacecraft or some alien UFO or something like that. I'm not really sure what they're saying about that, but I really don't put much stock into it. I think it's a bunch of hype and hot air, personally. I think that's just something that people are grabbing onto and running with just to have a story. So I don't really put any stock into that. I think it's a conspiracy. But enforcers, what say you?
I would have to be honest, I would also be in that camp as well. The reason why is because this story didn't just pop up recently. This is actually a story that was made 4 years ago by the very same professor from Harvard, if I'm not mistaken. And that story was made way back then, during the midst of some guy whose name is quite familiar. He owned a private island and he ended up dying in a New York prison. And around that time, that story came out for the first time. And now, a couple of years later, it's come out again, and now it's once again an imminent threat to the planet like it was 4 years ago. So I would have to be honest, considering the coincidence, the odd coincidence that this story emerges almost like to distract everyone from another major story going on, I'm generally doubting that that's even a real deal. It's most likely just a comet that's traveling through the area, and that's about it. Because considering that it's been said before 4 years ago, and it didn't come true back then, and it was literally said the exact same way. If you don't believe me, you can pull it up. And there are articles, I believe, from like 2021, early 2021, that literally said this comet is an alien spaceship. It's coming to the planet. It's going to kill us all in a couple of months. And it never did. And 4 years later, it's once again coming right towards the planet. It's going to kill us all in a couple of months. And it comes out, oddly enough, at a time there was a huge amount of attention on a specific sort of a story.
Locking in to harass enemy defense.
I would generally have to say I don't really believe that deal all too much at all, and I don't really, so I would doubt that it would be on that topic, just because I generally find the story to be bogus, at least in my personal opinion. But a lot of people put some truth.
Also, by the way, the comet is real. Like I see people saying, was the comet even real? The comet is actually real. Like that's the only, in my personal opinion, that's the only real part of the story. The people saying it's some type of alien spacecraft are merely speculating based on TikTok reels and things like that. So, you know, you gotta take things like that with a grain of salt. So far, I would say it just appears to be a comet. I'm no space expert, but it looks like a comet is just passing close to Earth, some pass by Mars, and go out of the solar system. So it doesn't appear to be anything crazy to me. It's not, you know, it's not sending out like radio frequencies or something like that, at least from what we've heard. So I don't know why people are making a huge deal out of it.
Three of them over here with me. So
detail, but Matthew actually was talking about the story when it first came out, and I said, wait a minute, that's a little bit weird, because it came out a little while ago in, I think, the summer of this year. I said, wait a minute, that's a little bit weird. I swore I heard this before. I pulled it up, and Matthew can verify this. The same story, almost, it was almost identical, was run in 2021 about a comet that looked like an alien spaceship that was coming to Earth in a couple of months. Don't you remember pulling that out, Matthew?
Yeah, I remember something like that. I can't remember if it was from the same guy or not, but it was a similar article somewhere else.
I'm pretty sure, and I'll have to do a little bit more digging on this to make sure. I'm pretty sure that it was the same guy, because both of them were, I think, Harvard professors. And I think it was the same guy, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look into it to make sure. But I think it was the same guy who made the same story back then, and then now I'm like, oh, that's a little odd. And it's almost got the same storyline to it as well. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can. And we are on to the final question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
All right, so this one, our last one here, is going to go to Uncovered Truth, and he said if Putin's mind is set on ending this war the way he wants to, then how do we change that as NATO?
And can you read that one again really quickly?
Yeah, he said if Putin's mind is set on ending the war the way he wants, how do we change that as NATO?
There really isn't a way to change that. Like a lot of people always like to think that everything is within our power. Unfortunately, something like that is not within our power. So we just have to react the best way that we can to the situation. And however it turns out after that, it's how it turns out. But we can only control our end of the situation. We really can't control what the Russians are thinking or how they're going to react, or how they're going to work on anything. That's pretty much out of our control entirely. So I hope that that's addressed the best I can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news. But before we get on into the Middle East, I do want to make sure that we talk about the intelligence reports that were made that China is rapidly converting its civilian ferries into an invasion fleet for Taiwan. What are people thinking about that, Matthew? What are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we saw today that apparently some news agency out there got their hands on some information from the U.S. Department of War, that's apparently called that now, or Department of Defense, whatever you want to call it, and the new intel is warning that China is rapidly finalizing its Taiwan invasion fleet soon. And soon is a big question mark. So when do you think that is, and also what are your thoughts on it? And 58% said China will probably synchronize with a Russian attack on NATO when they attack Taiwan, while 70% said it might happen without Russia's involvement, and 16% said China will probably attack Taiwan years from now. And this one's a hard one to predict, folks. Like, we tried to make predictions on the Taiwan situation before, and they've fallen a little bit short. It's hard to say exactly when China's going to invade. Now, one thing that is clear, though, is they are rapidly developing these barges for an invasion. Like, there's no doubt about that. We're seeing it on satellite. We're also hearing about it from intel reports. So China is definitely gearing up for it. I don't think it's a question of if they're going to do it, it's a matter of when. But I was saying when they're going to do it. It's like crystal balling. It's basically just taking wild guesses at it because nobody really knows but the Chinese government themselves. But on the question of whether or not they're going to synchronize with a Russian attack, I would say they probably would want to. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to actually pull that timing off just right. That's very tricky to do that. But I'm sure they'd want to because that would give China coverage. That way NATO's distracted over there in Europe while they're trying to attack Taiwan. And it could be that since NATO's so tied up in Europe that maybe they don't have the resources to respond and help Taiwan, and they might just be left abandoned and left to China's mercy, basically. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be with 59%. I actually believe that the Chinese may be trying to synchronize their attack with the ongoing war in Ukraine and also the diverted attention in Europe, considering that would give them a little bit of a better time trying to go to war with Taiwan, because if the United States is guaranteed to support the Taiwanese in armed force, the United States would have to divide its efforts in the Pacific with those efforts that it would also be conducting inside of Europe at the same time, and also with the endless attempts by the Europeans to remilitarize at a rapid breakneck speed. And that also means that the United States war industry would be diverting a great deal of equipment and arms to the Europeans during that time as well. So I would generally have to say I would be with the 59%, and I'd also would have to generally believe that they would be trying to synchronize the attack. Also, really quickly, folks, I wanted to make sure to find this, and let me do a little bit of additional.
Here. The sky
Let me go and pull this up. So, let's see. Is this 31? So it actually is the same thing. So really quickly, I wanted to share this with y'all because some people were actually saying that the asteroid that we're talking about was totally different. It actually is the same one. And I want to make sure to find this for all of y'all. Here are some articles. I specifically put this as the date to try and find it. You can see right here that on these articles, May 6th of 2021, there might be an alien spaceship comet making its way to the planet with aliens on board. It's now being floated around again, and back then it was called the Oumuamua, and apparently nowadays that's now being called the Atlas 31, or the 31 Atlas, which is the exact same asteroid or comet, as you can see right there. This story was first made by this very same professor 4 years ago in 2021. And just like, I'm not trying to feed in conspiracy theories here or anything like that, but I will let you all know this. This was around the first time that, you know, the island with the people on it, the whole shopping list scandal popped up the first time. This story then emerged just about a month or two later and started making rounds everywhere back in 2021. Now that that happened again in 2025, this story pops up again. It starts flooding around the place everywhere. So I'm not saying that it's a diversionary story that's supposed to draw everyone's attention away from what's going on, but the fact that the story did come up in 2021, as you can see right there from the BBC, and also again in 2025, it seems to me to be a little bit interesting that that's
Also, by the way, I think it's a different object, by the way. I think it's different. You go and look, one's a comet, and also look at these bots. We're like being overrun by bots right now, but I think it's a different object. Atlas is a different one, I believe, than the comet we were looking at. It's a different asteroid.
So let's see here. Discovered by terrestrial.
And also, by the way, I also want to make this note real quick as well. The fellow, the professor that reported on this, we don't know exactly what he was saying himself. Now, obviously, journalists can take whatever they want, like information from the professor, and turn it into a sensational article. We don't know what the professor said, by the way, so he might not be like feeding into this sensationalism. He could just be simply reporting his findings, which is totally fine. So take everything we say with a grain of salt about it. We're just looking at what we know right now, but it appears to be two different things. One's a comet, and one's a different object.
So it actually does appear that this is different options. So correction, folks, man, I have to keep my foot on that one. This is actually different. I actually did see though that one article, which is why I said that, it said otherwise known as the Oumuamua, and I was like, okay, so it must be the same thing. Apparently, though, the AI overview is saying that it's actually a different, larger comet than the Oumuamua, and also multiple articles are also saying that as well. So I have to give a retraction on air. That actually appears to be a false statement. There are two different comets, but still the same story is coming around again around a peculiar sort of a time. But moving on from that and on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, and moving us directly into the Middle East, which has had some significant developments today, we have been able to hear that snapback sanctions have now been implemented against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is apparently trying to skirt these sanctions immediately. According to some information that's been received by Maritime Executive and Bloomberg, Iran is funneling crude oil to China through fraudulent relabeling schemes, with a recent report showing ship-to-ship transfers off Malaysia now shifting to Indonesia. China imported an estimated 1.45 million barrels of banned Iranian crude through the January to August of 2025 period. And that was according to Maritime Executive.
13 kills. Holy
Also were able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran is apparently trying to meet the Iranian-Pakistani defense alliance at the head, and also cause some fairly considerable issues. But we actually just hit the goal. Hey, we hit the goal!
Smash the goal! Jugga jugga eagle!
Let's go, baby!
Look at that. We are $20 above the $2,500 mark right there. A huge shout out to the LSA for making that goal happen right there. And also, we did hit the goal about like 10 seconds ago or something like that. It took us a minute to get to it though because we were distracted with the the comment thing, whatever it was. But anyways, a huge shout out to everybody for making that possible tonight. By the way, a really good cause to help Ukraine once once again, and thanks to the LSA, it was possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, we're gonna call that the let's see, the Johnny Bravo comment from now on. Oh, mama! But beyond that, we hit the goal, and I gotta say, an absolutely incredible and unbelievable thing to see that we have reached $2,520 on the fundraiser goal and have smashed another one. An absolutely wonderful and incredible thing to see, and we love to know that the Lee Spring Army bands together to get these fundraisers on up to where they're supposed to be. Truly incredible stuff, and a big shout out to all of y'all once again. And moving us back into the news, we did hear that the Iranians are trying to preempt the Saudi-Pakistani nuclear alliance or defensive alliance at the head, as the senior military advisor to Khamenei and former IRGC chief Yahya Rahim Safavi said that Iran should join the Pakistan-Saudi Arabia Mutual Defense Pact. If y'all don't know anything about the defensive pact, that defensive pact was made by Pakistan and Saudi Arabia because the Iranians are continuously posturing and threatening the both of them and have gotten in firefights on more than one occasions with the Pakistanis, and also continuously threaten the Saudi Arabians with attacks by their terrorist proxy forces like the Houthis. The Iranians are pretty much trying to show the world in their own stupid way that this alliance has been made against them, because the Saudis and the Pakistanis certainly won't allow them to join. But a lot of people seem to be missing on the weeds and believing that this is something else entirely, but still quite an interesting thing. On top of that, while the snapback sanctions went into effect today, the Iranian Parliament's Foreign Policy and National Security Committee spokesperson has now stated the activation of the snapback mechanism is a unique opportunity to develop Iran's nuclear industry, pretty much saying that now that the sanctions are back in place, they're just going to start working on nuclear weapons again. So a little bit interesting with that. They also found a jet-powered Shahed near to the area of Basra within Iraq. We can see that jet-powered drone right there, taped off with red flags surrounding it, as the Iraqis are now investigating the drone. We've also heard that the Yemeni Houthis conducted the launch on Israel today, and that missile was intercepted over Tel Aviv. You can see that right here in this clip. There goes the interceptor. And we did see the interception, at least on that film.
Tell Aviv that they're all good tonight. That they took the thing down.
Man, Tel Aviv, man, get it? It's Tel Aviv. But anyways, we also get to see that the Israelis are still considering that attack on the Iranians. It does appear that there are still more reports coming out that the Israelis are planning to attack Iran here within the near future. So it does appear that we'll be returning back to the Middle East as a regular news source once again on ongoing developments within the area. Moving on out of that,
I wish they would maintained their
we were able to hear that at this city of Komsomolsk on Amur, which is on the Amur River, that's why it's called Komsomolsk on Amur. There was actually a significant fire that broke out today at a strategic warehouse that stored materials and resources along with strategic reserves. That warehouse is on fire and was burning quite nice. Moving on out of Eastern Russia then, and on into the rest of our news that came out of Europe today, another major drone incursion has been conducted over the whole of Europe over the course of the day. We were able to hear that a Norwegian passenger flight, had to be diverted due to drones entering the airspace of this city in Norway, which is directly along that part of the coast. Before we move on into the rest of the drone incursion news, though, I do want to ask you all about what those claims about the Israelis striking Iran are about. Are they real? Are they not? Are they somewhat real? Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the Russians are claiming today that the U.S. and Israel are conspiring to plan new strikes on Iran very soon. And do you believe the claim? And 64% said yes, Iran will get attacked soon, while 15% said it's half true at least, and 12% said Russia is lying like usual. And believe it or not, Russia's actually telling the truth this time. Believe it or not, they actually sprinkled a little truth in there to make it seem like they're not lying all the time. But just because the clock is right once a day doesn't mean it's not broken. And Russia's clock has been broken for a minute. And also their horse stables need cleaning.
Could be twice a day.
But at the same time, though, I think Iran will get attacked soon. I think it's coming very, very soon because Iran is openly saying now that they're back to their nuclear program. We're seeing Pickaxe Hill, which is near the Natanz nuclear site, is also rebuilding itself, or rebuilding with the Iranians' help, of course. And this seems to be an ongoing issue. The Iranians are going to develop a nuke. They're developing rocket technology of ballistic missiles and things like that. So unless the U.S. is going to let them develop a nuke, then they got to do something. And Israel, being in the region, is going to be involved in it. So Russia was right this time, but that's going to be pretty much the only time they were right. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I believe that the Iranians are going to begin an attack soon. They're still working on nuclear weapons and also their missile programs, which is absolutely unacceptable to the United States and Israel, so they're begging to get bombed again at this point, and that's probably going to happen here quite soon. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can.
They're going to take
what we would
Khomeini's head.
And with that, it is time for us to move on back into the drone incursion stories over Europe, as we also were able to hear of additional drone incursions that happened around the area of the Bucharest airport, the Otopeni. After a drone had been spotted, we were able to hear that the airspace was shut down, and it does appear that that is another drone incursion that we've been able to report of on the past 24 hours. Another drone incursion did happen near to the Danish island of Bornholm, which is right here. This island, in this area right here, in the middle of the Baltic. This island is actually special, as this island is the birthplace of the program to try and bring back the European bison from extinction. And a lot of European bison that are in Europe right now are actually found on this one island. Apparently, drones were spotted around it, and the Danish did respond by scrambling jets. They must protect the European bison at all costs. And some people actually didn't know this, but there were bison that roamed all of Europe at a point, and also generally went pretty much entirely extinct, a lot like their American counterparts, the American bison. The conservancy efforts pretty much started off at Bornholm, and it's not really a full-blown European bison because they quite truly did go extinct. This is kind of a genetic mix of multiple different bison, including that of the American bison, and the American bison is also a bit of a bastardization as well, as they had to use some genetic information from American cattle to try and bring back the American bison as well from near extinction. So a little bit of an interesting part of the story of conservancy, at least from what I've heard. But here's the existent range of the European bison as they exist in Europe currently, and there are some that are being conserved and re-expanded out of the Bornholm area. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to hear of a drone incursion near to the area of the Swedish naval port of Handelshamnen, which I'm pronouncing terribly. But this area is home of the Swedish Navy, and this is where their ships are primarily moored and operated from. And there were drones that were flying directly over this area today, and I'll show you all the clip of that right here. But there it is. It's that.
There's the drone, huh?
Man, what if it turns out this entire time that these drones are simply invading NATO airspace, or they're hunting for Swedish fish? Like they were trying to find those delectable confectionaries out there, and they're trying to go find them in the water. That's all they're doing the whole time. They're scanning for Swedish fish.
Man, you shoot one of these drones down, and then you walk up to it, and as soon as you do, a speaker goes off. What are the charges? Searching for fish? A succulent Swedish fish? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my propellers! But anyways, we did get it.
Man, damn.
We did also hear that the Germans are going to be deploying a Sachsen-class air defense frigate, the Hamburg, into the Baltic to try and help bolster air defense within this region for the NATO alliance. On top of that, we also were able to hear that there's apparently some sort of a possible suspect vessel that was in the area, allegedly the Mikhail Dudin, which is a Panamanian-flagged bulk cargo ship linked to the Russian Ministry of Defense, is currently loitering off of the coast of Storkö, Sweden, to the north of the Danish island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. Incredibly close to both spottings or sightings of the drones over Bornholm and the Swedish naval yard. Some people have believed and alleged that this ship may be involved in that. We're not entirely sure, but it is something to point out just in case there's any further details or developments on that situation. In the meantime, Denmark has also stated, according to their Prime Minister, that they are taking the drone situation seriously. According to Thomas Danielsen, who is the Danish transport minister, he stated the recent suspicious drone activity is unlike anything seen since World War II. And, quote, our airspace has not been violated like this since then. We take it extremely seriously. We also were able to hear confirmations by the Danish government that apparently some of these drones did fly over defense bases during their airspace incursions, which is also somewhat concerning to hear. Nevertheless, many people have been talking about the ongoing development with the shadow tankers as the president of Ukraine has actually taken a rare moment away into European affairs as of today. He has stated, according to his information and according to his intelligence, actually we're going to have a break for a moment for some breaking news.
All right, so yeah, it's time for breaking news right now. And right now we're getting word that residents in eastern Poland are reporting the sound of fighter jets overhead near the border with Ukraine. And I want to remind people, right now there currently is no major attack underway against Ukraine at the moment. What we're seeing, it looks like the areas bordering Poland are generally clear of any kind of Russian attack right now. So, not entirely sure what this is right now, but we're hearing reports from the ground in eastern Poland, that borders Ukraine, that apparently there are F-16s or fighter jets going at high speed around the border. So, it's possible that maybe it's simply an exercise or maybe some type of training that they're conducting, or it's possible as well that maybe it's some type of new drone incursion that's happening right now as well. But considering how tense the area is, it seems unlikely to me that it would be training. So whatever the case is, at least according to eyewitnesses right now, there are fighter jets flying over the area in big numbers. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that that's a fairly interesting development to hear, and we will try and keep an eye on that and see what else we're hearing about from that area. Hopefully we'll get video and picture evidence to be able to confirm that information. In the meantime, though, Zelensky did state that, according to him, there is intelligence and information that the Russians are using tankers to launch and control drones that they launch against European countries, largely stating that the Europeans are lacking and that they need to get on their get off their ass and get to shoot these things down. But Matty, what are people thinking about that? The claim of Zelensky made today about these drone incursions, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we are hearing Zelensky claim today that apparently Russian shadow tankers are allegedly responsible for sending drones into NATO airspace, all these different incursions. And what are your thoughts? 76% said it sounds likely it probably is the shadow tankers, while 10% were unsure, 7% said it sounds like warmongering by the Zelensky, and 7% said it sounds unlikely it's something else. And it's certainly not warmongering. There's definitely a logical explanation for why there's drones violating NATO airspace.
Do not want to get close to them.
Warmongering is like the new, like, what is it, like drifters? Like, it's like the new buzz term. Yeah, it's like, if you want to just discredit somebody, you call them a drifter, you call them a
Full of brains.
what people say these days, and it means nothing at this point. They've diluted the meaning of the term. So, I would say, honestly, it sounds likely to me that it could be the case. My original assumption was these drones might have been coming from Leningrad or maybe from a Russian ship, a naval ship that is, somewhere in the area. So I was banking on it being Leningrad, but Zelensky says, or at least claims, that he has evidence showing that it's Russian shadow tankers. So if it is, that might explain why NATO's having a harder time detecting where it's coming from, but it still doesn't explain the NATO inaction, though, because so far NATO has not really taken action against these drones, even if it is coming from a Russian shadow tanker. So I would say it sounds like it could be likely. I'll do it 75%. But hopefully Zelensky actually shows that evidence, because so far he said he has evidence, but he really hasn't shown the evidence. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, first off, Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover. Some people say grifter, some people say warmonger. I would have to say, whoever calls a warmonger, your mom's a hoe. But moving on.
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn. Like, oh, damn. Like, oh, God. Busting, no cap. But beyond that, I would have to be with 75%. I would have to say that it sounds likely in some sort of a Russian customer in the area that is launching the drones. That would be the most reasonable sort of an explanation that we could make. But I would have to say that there really isn't anything else to really deduce from this, you know? Like, think about it, everyone. Think about it. There are drone incursions happening over the whole of NATO. Nowhere else. All of NATO. So clearly this is being done by a hostile country. One hostile country is within the area, none but Russia. So who in the world could it be? I mean, like, there's literally, like, this is like saying, okay, we live in O Block in Chicago, and this one block is run by one single gang in the O Block.
Ready to hold down the front line.
Who the hell could it be? It's like, well, clearly, most likely the gang that's here at this block would probably be the one that's responsible for this. They're in the area. They would be the likely suspect. Like, I don't know why we act like this is a mystery. This is like, who in the hell would be launching this many drones into Europe if it's not the Russians? Iran? What, like, Iran is launching this many drones into Europe for what aim? What are they getting out of this? They would get nothing out of it. China? No, why the hell would they do that? Like, that doesn't make any sense either. Russia is literally saying that they're at war with NATO. Like, that's exactly what they say every day nowadays. They're saying that they're in a state of war with NATO. If anyone would be conducting any hostile actions against NATO and flying drones over our airspace, it clearly would be them. Like, there's no other deduction that could be made at this point that would be less obvious than that. It's the Russians. And they're most likely launching it from ships in the area. That would be the most likely deduction to make from that as well. But anyway, With that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But I would have to say it's definitely the Russians. I would have to say Zelensky's probably correct. Moving on from that, however, the Moldovans have conducted a little bit of a police raid today on 3 individuals. They had orchestra music apparently, but before we show that clip, Moldovan police and security services have detained 3 people accused of preparing mass unrest after today's election. Authorities say 2 of them are brothers linked to security structures in Transnistria, suspected of coordinating and supplying protest groups. Here is the video of them being arrested.
Let's go get the
I tell you what, this is becoming commonplace there in Moldova, it seems like.
Victory. Yes, election violence in Moldova. Oh my goodness, is that a bag of, like, it's,
Poor
what
guy.
the hell is this?
What's that?
Dynamite?
Oh, what's on that phone?
Bro, what the guy's a screensaver, bro?
What the hell is that even?
Assist.
Hey, they got American dollars. Look at that. They're rich.
What is Falcon
Like, bro,
doing?
they loaded. Let's see here. He's got a Moldovan identity card, a Transnistrian identity card. He also has another Moldovan.
Yeah, Stego was really good.
No escape from Stego's barrage.
So this guy's got all of the identity cards. This guy's collecting them like Pokemon.
Honestly, though.
You see them now arresting the others.
Their weapon's really good.
Oh, they're really putting this in this guy's face. Oh, look, they're giving him a little bit of a hat treatment here. Oh, a little bit of window treatment. Oh man, this guy right here, he shouldn't have done what he did.
Man, why in the world does this guy have that look like Willem Dafoe right there?
This guy has that look right there like the Moldovan authorities might not play around.
Man, he kind of has that look of, I already regret my actions. Please don't hurt me. But anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on to the rest of the news that we have coming from Ukraine. As we were able to see in our location unknowns, a real hype fest going on. This was one hell of a thing to see. So they're listening to a song in this video before they go to the front lines in Ukraine called F up NATO, something along those lines. And the whole song is about effing up NATO. Like just, you know, killing everyone in the alliance, all that sort of a deal. And they're all sitting around. They don't really seem to be hyped. And also the music is pretty ass. I had to show this to y'all because it was just a peak comedy in its own right. So you can already tell the music is crap. We're going to mute it from here because I can't handle that too much. But look at this hype crowd.
Oh, they are hyped. There's one guy right there that's really getting into it. He's really raising his fist there.
You can tell by the stance that this guy has and also his blank facial expression and how his helmet's put on that he just got done taking a Tylenol.
He's waiting for it to kick in.
Bro, what, dude?
He said, I've got to tone this out with something. Tylenol will take the edge off.
Dude, back in the day it was Quaaludes. Nowadays it's that Tylenol craze.
Oh dear.
These guys right here look like they're going to probably not be effective.
What would give that away?
Oh, I don't know. Kind of like the nonchalant, like I could give a damn type of attitude that every single one of these guys have. Oh look! Oh look! Hey, hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hello, hello. But anyways, the casualty report was not that good today. I think a lot of these guys ended up getting turned into mints because it was bad. It was real bad. Miss DC came on the record stated that 454 drones
1,110 troops killed.
There's an increase in troop and artillery losses, and 7 tanks is the highest since August 8th of 2025, and the numbers were not good today. We were able to see that 1,110 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 131 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 45 artillery pieces, 454 drones, and 1 MLRS. In general, quite a good day, and it is something to see that they are continuing to inflict those kinds of losses. Meanwhile, on the Volchansk front, we were able to see the Ukrainians getting the Russians on out of here as quickly as they can, expeditiously, as a matter of fact. I don't know what they're doing to the Bahakas these days, but it's getting really bad. Oh, right through the side window, and right through the windshield. Oh, actually, that was right through the radiator. And here comes another.
Through the window. And through the wall.
Till the sweat drops down there. Well, we can't continue that one on. Like, we can't keep going
I don't
from
know
there.
where that was going.
Well, that was just the lyrics of the song, my son.
Is that the song?
Yes.
They want to have a strange thing called song.
You know, I just wonder. Oh, dang, that one kind of like literally drove right into it. We see them chasing down.
I've never played Hurricane before.
I can't even tell what it is.
Now, I bet these Russians right here are wishing that 31 Atlas alien spacecraft 3000 would come in and save them at this point, because this war is not going good for them.
Man, honestly, man, they're probably hedging their hopes more so on the whoa mama. Like,
oh, Baba Yaga, please, please, we can't take this anymore, Baba Yaga.
whoa mama. Like, whatever the name of that thing was. Oh, look, it's a little camping tent down there. Also, this thing's kicking up some wind. Oh, what an outro.
Oh, look, look, a little bit of a card here at the end.
And moving on down the line and into the area of the Lehman front, we also get to see them doing something similar down here in an airstrike. This was filmed by the 63rd Brigade of Ukraine. Take a look at this. This building is here, and then it's gone. We've seen this so many times, but it's great every single time, because we know that that's an effective hit.
You know, anywhere else in the world, you'd have to get special permits for demolition, and you'd have to set up these large water sprinklers to cut down on the dust flying through the air. But the beauty of it being a war zone is you don't have to do that. The dust can just float freely.
You know, those stupid EPA regulations and trying to stop people from getting cancer, it's ridiculous, really, and lymphoma and all that. I mean, honestly,
Legs
they
are
ought to just let the
spasming
dust
again.
flow free. Let's make
It's been getting worse lately with the spasms. It calmed down there for a little bit. It would only happen every once in a while. I mean, it was still every day, but man,
Anyways, we also get to see the 100 Brigade.
I don't see neurology until December.
And there goes a drone.
Have you ever been checked for Tourette's?
Oh, this Russian.
I haven't been checked recently. I guess I'll have to take a Tylenol.
Oh. Looks like the Ukrainians are about to give them one via Direct Express.
They said, are you in pain? Would you like a acetaminophen?
How do you say that?
Acetaminophen.
You gotta take Tylenol. Like, don't take it.
Remember, this is something important. I got
Okay, I looked dead already.
From my cereal box. You have to remember, folks, nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen. Don't take it. Man, I always like it when people get their MD from a Wheaties box.
Man, I always thought, man, that Frosted Flakes was where it was at, me personally. I got my PhD from Tony the Tiger, MD. Moving on from that, we also got to see some Russians whining in Selotove because their position got hit by Ukrainian artillery. Up to you, man. This guy's got nothing. This guy's got nothing left. He's walking like it's all over. Bro, he said it's a disaster, bro. Oh, man. Bro, he was walking like he was defeated, walked right up to that guy. It's a disaster. Like, and then just walked on off. Oh, my God. Oh, man. But beyond that, it's been a bad disaster today. The Russians have made practically no ground. They're taking a large amount of losses. It really is a disaster for a lot of them out there today. And on in the Zaporizhia front, it was also the same there. Okay, well, we'll be muting that. And we also got to see a little airstrike getting conducted here.
You gotta love that heavy metal, you know, like just heavy metal, heavy uranium. It honestly grates my ears, kind of like it's a toxic metal. Honestly, I don't care for that genre of music.
But you know, the Ukrainians really are laying down that heavy metal on the Russians. They're laying down that rolled homogeneous steel with cordite behind it.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you could.
Yeah, they're putting heavy metal in Russians. We also got to see them doing that here in the 44th Brigade down in Zaporizhia. There's a D-30. It's about to go. There it goes. It's gone.
Holy, that's an explosion.
Following a drone strike. Hit them again. Gotta make sure you win the war. The war is something that you can't play around with too much. It's something really important you have to remember. We didn't pay a lot of money for Reapers for nothing. I got to get a good return on investment.
Hello, my fellow Americans. Hit them with the Tylenol.
This is stupid.
Man. Also, by the way, folks, like just to make this clear, like I always say this every night, just to make sure we're being clear here and nobody's misunderstanding. The Tylenol, like I don't know anything about Tylenol. I've always taken Tylenol. I've never had a problem with it. So we're just joking around with it, by the way. So don't take our statement seriously. It's all jokes and sarcasm.
Don't take our comments seriously. It's a joke. It's a prank. Take it like with a grain of salt, a little grain. Some people went, wow, that's a tiny grain of salt. And a lot of people said, wow, that's incredible. Like the salt mines couldn't make a grain that small. You'd have to send that through a sieve or a grinder or something like that to make such a small grain of salt. It's really crazy.
My fellow Americans, I want to make it clear. We're not trying to make any statements here that might be misunderstood. Don't get it twisted.
Gotta have them ribs.
And everything else too, with the trimmings.
With the trimmings? Oh, yeah. But anyways, moving on up to Kyiv. It's time for us to
They
get
are
to the
so
speech
weird.
from President Zelensky for the day, folks. It's time for us to get to it. We're absolutely losing it too early.
Go ahead.
I was waiting for you to do whatever you're about to do, but without further ado, folks, here's the speech. Peach! Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні увесь день після російського удару тривала ліквідація наслідків у Запоріжжі, в Києві, Київській області, в інших наших регіонах. Більшість уражень – це звичайні будинки, це цивільні об'єкти. Постраждали більш ніж 80 людей. На жаль, 4 людини загинули, і серед них одна дитина. Мої співчуття рідним та близьким. В Києві серед уражених об'єктів інститут Стражеска, це інститут кардіології, один з провідних медичних закладів нашої країни та всього нашого регіону в Європі. Там 2 загиблих, значні пошкодження однієї з будівель. Відновлення має бути якомога швидше, і уряд повинен з цим допомогти. І загалом тільки в Києві пошкодження на 32 локаціях. Російський удар по Запоріжжю був надзвичайно жорстоким. На щастя, без загиблих, але тільки там, на Запоріжжі, майже 40 людей цієї ночі постраждали. Всім надається необхідна допомога. Я хочу подякувати кожному, хто залучений до рятувальних. Дякую нашим працівникам ДСНС України, екстренцям, лікарям, медичним сестричкам, поліцейським. Дякую комунальним службам. Були також російські удари по енергетичним об'єктам, і це вже, на жаль, традиційна така російська тактика. Росія намагається і в цьому році ударити по Україні блекаут. Фактично, протягом цих тижнів, коли тривала Генеральна асамблея ООН, Росія буквально кожен день, кожну годину використовувала для ударів по Україні. Дуже підлі удари. Саме це характеризує Росію. Те, що вони роблять, а не те, що вони говорять, чи запускають різними сигналами по світу. Вони відкинули всі реальні пропозиції миру і заслуговують на дійсно жорсткий тиск. На тижні очікуємо рішень Європи щодо такого тиску. Щонайменше новий пакет санкцій має бути. 19-й пакет. Особливо важливо, щоб санкції болісно ударили по російській торгівлі, енергоресурсами, по всій інфраструктурі танкерного флоту Росії. Тим більше зараз є інформація від розвідки, що росіяни використовують саме танкери для запуску та управління дронів, які запускають проти європейських країн. Це ще одне свідчення, що Балтійське море та інші моря мають бути закриті для російських танкерів, щонайменше для тіньового флоту. Також розраховуємо на сильні кроки Сполучених Штатів Америки. Ми говорили з президентом Трампом про те, що реально може підштовхнути Росію до зміни позиції та зупинити війну. Світ має інструменти, які спрацюють дійсно миротворчо. Сьогодні говорив з президентом Фінляндії, подякував йому за підтримку. Ми скоординували контакти з нашими партнерами і, зокрема, з Америкою. Важливо, щоб ми поступово просувалися і до фіналізації гарантій
Okay, I wasn't sure about
тих
that.
речей, які можуть і цю війну допомогти закінчити і стримати Росію від будь-якої іншої агресії. Говорив також з прем'єр-міністром Норвегії. І про сьогоднішній російський удар було більше 500 дронів. З них шахедів близько 350, 48 ракет, в тому числі 2 аеробалістичні. Саме тому ППО для України незмінно перший пріоритет. Дякую партнерам, які допомагають. Норвегія серед них. Це один з найсильніших наших партнерів. Дякую тобі, Йонас. Говорив сьогодні ще з Марком Рютте, генсеком НАТО, серед іншого про нашу програму Pearl. Програма працює, дуже активно допомагає, і це саме та програма, що дозволяє нам купувати американську зброю за кошти партнерів в Альянсі. І це такі речі, як ракети для Петріотів, ракети для Хаймарсів вже у Пьорлі. Є 6 держав, які надали кошти: Нідерланди, Данія, Швеція, Норвегія, Німеччина, Канада.
Easy
Ще 6
peasy.
країн заявили про готовність приєднатись: Литва, Латвія, Естонія, Люксембург, Бельгія, Ісландія. Дякую всім. Це те, що дійсно допомагає. Ми будемо на тижні разом з європейськими нашими друзями працювати, щоб якнайшвидше реалізувати домовленості по ППО. Обов'язково Росія відповідатиме за все, що робить. Дякую кожному в світі, хто допомагає Україні, нашим людям, нашій державі, нашій незалежності. Слава Україні!
And that is the end of the speech, everyone, from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1313 of the war. That's day 1313. The numbers, they line up. That's crazy. A lot like that comment. Everyone say your prayers, but nevertheless, it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is that a fun time. Woo, buddy, that is a fun time. We don't allow people to ask or answer that in any other way rather than it is the funnest of times. Because we get to talk about literally anything and everything. And it's a great and wonderful time. It's an incredible time. Because anything and everything is on the table. We can talk about everything except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare. And some of y'all are thinking, why in the world is that one that we can't talk about, the A-10 Warhawk? Apparently that's a really divisive topic, and some people will die on the hill that the A-10 Warhawk is relevant in the battlefield or not. And also we can't talk about climate change. That is something that gets people really, really angry. Like insanely angry. I mean, religion and politics is just the baseline. But beyond that, it is time for us to move on into all of those questions and to get the chit-chat with all of y'all. Before we do, we have one last thing we have to do before we get to chit-chat with y'all, which is to talk about this bow. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this bow? And what do you think about this one?
So, by the way, we got a hell of an influx of bots. I don't know what it is. Lots of flooding into it. It's always like the Ukrainians are getting upset. But I've never questioned the bots as they're here. We know that they all like to get paid and trouble or something. Do you get your potato revoked if you get banned out of the live chat? Like, I want to know, because every time I ban a bot, I'm like, is the bot going to go hungry if I ban them out of the live chat? Like, is Russia not going to give me the potato if I get them up out of here like that? I don't know. Like, me personally, like, I feel for you. You're going to go find a new line of work, my friend, because you're not going to be able to earn your potatoes here. It's just not going to happen. You just can't stay around
Hey,
this
I did the
chat.
tutorial.
I'm what's known as the bot man. I got to get him out of here. I got to get him out of here.
All right, I guess we can try to get
Jumping
him.
into our final poll right here. It says Denmark, Sweden,
Need to
and
get
Norway
7
spotted
kills with
drones
them, I think.
violating their airspace yet again today. And how long will it continue? 67% said it will not end. It's the new normal, as the old buzzword goes. We love a new normal, right? 12% said it will end in a few days, while 12% were unsure, and 9% said it'll end in a few weeks. And honestly, I think it will end, unfortunately. I don't want to be morbid with this, folks, but this is my honest thoughts. if NATO does not act, I have a feeling that whatever adversary is launching these drones is eventually going to escalate these drone violations to the point of causing civilian casualties. I think it's going to come to that. So that's why I'm advocating
Serious.
for NATO to take action right now before
NATO
whatever
does.
adversary is launching these drones can have the chance to hurt innocent civilians. That's imperative they do that, and they're derelicting their duties right now by not shooting these drones down. So that's my take. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be honest, I would agree with Enforcer Matt on that. I would have to say that this is going to be the new normal, and it's going to be the new normal until they end up killing someone, which is a real shame, and I think that should not be the case. But that's how it's done over here in the West, folks. We don't give a damn about anything until some people die unnecessarily because we didn't give a damn, and then we act like it's the craziest thing ever. And then also on top of that, what's even stupider is that the governments that didn't pay attention to this matter and deal with it proactively will then build a ginormous memorial to the people who ended up dying because of their own negligence. It's like that's something that really is quite annoying to me on a lot of instances, because that's usually how it goes. Like people will be out here like us screaming, this is about to end a disaster, people will end up dying, and they'll just keep ignoring it until people end up dying, and then, oh my god, who could have seen this coming? This is terrible. And then we'll react to it. It's terrible at that point because people have died, and then they'll also say, we're going to create a special commission to make these poor lost lives, no one could have seen it coming, we'll make them a memorial. And I'm like, we could have avoided the whole memorial and the whole commission to make the memorial and the fact that these people died because of this.
No,
if we
I need
acted
hurricane.
proactively and shot down the drone.
Ready to strike.
But they won't, unfortunately. I would hope that they do grow a spine. I would be wildly surprised if they did shoot one of these down, but it appears that that sort of a spine is not yet seen, at least for now, by anyone
Pilot
that's in the
proceeding
alliance.
on board.
So we'll have to wait and see how this
I don't know what he
goes.
does.
Hopefully we'll act sooner rather than later and save lives instead of unnecessarily losing some. But with that, I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion, and we are on to the next one.
All right, so it's now time to move on from that poll. Excuse me, by the way. It's time to move on to our live chat questions. But first of all, though, we got some more top donors to call off. Because we're currently sitting at $2,825 raised of the $2,500 goal. So calling off the rest of our top donors here, we had a 150 come in from Uptown Drums. And thank you very much, Otis, for that 150 to the fundraiser right there. We do appreciate that. Also, Greg Carrier threw in a 100 as well, along with Tom S., who put in the 75. And Howard Turgell also threw in a 50, along with Snow White, who threw in a 50 as well. And a huge shout out to all 5 of y'all for throwing in that generous support and helping to raise money to help the Ukrainians once again. It's a huge honor that we're able to be here every single Sunday and make that happen. And we do appreciate every single one of you in the LSA very much.
Take it off.
What say you? And I gotta say, it is truly incredible. And I also have to give y'all a huge shout out as well, because all of our donors, big and small, have come together tonight to make this fundraiser a reality and for us to get to the insanely large amount of $2,825 raised at this point. Probably even higher than that before the show. I would hope. I would hope. Wouldn't you all hope? I'd hope. Yeah, but still, I hope that I've addressed that the best I can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on to because there is quite too many of them. And we love to talk about all of those great and incredible fights. And sometimes comments. And some people just want to
Ready to pick off some stragglers. Party console.
You gotta have holes. You cannot have holes. It's something you have to live with. A little bit of that hole.
But anyway, it's now time to jump into our live chat questions. But first, believe it or not, we still have Super Chat. Typically, we do not have Super Chat. But this is the last time that I'm going to announce it on the Sunday night stream. It looks like the feature is here to stay. So it looks like YouTube now allows people to throw in Super Chats on the fundraiser. So that's interesting. But by the way, this is the last time I'll mention that. So next Sunday when this happens, y'all will know. It's just
No idea what
now,
I'm doing.
This is simply the way it is. But jumping into our first one here, a big shout out to Old Warrior for putting in $1 donation. We appreciate that very much, good sir, for that support. He said, Umama, was cigar shaped and showed outcasts as it left the sun, making it a top.
Moving in to provide cover.
Also, Snob 31 is in third, and I for Interstellar, and Atlas stands for Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Blast Alert System.
Oh, I thank you for the support. I thank you for helping the show to keep running and sharing that critical information with us. I don't know a lot about these rocks in space. I just look at them all as rocks. So, generally, I do thank you for the support and sharing that with me, because that's something
new tweet. So big thanks to you once again. And also, folks, I've got to say that it is quite interesting that some mobs just happen to float in from elsewhere. Because all of these are from outside the solar system. They kind of float in and then they float right back out to wherever the hell they came from. But anyways, I hope that this addresses the question. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, I'm trying to check this out on the live chat to see if this is true. Let's see here. So we are breaking news right now. Take this with a grain of salt, folks. I'm currently seeing this from one source on Twitter. I'm seeing a source, and I'm not going to name them right now just in case it turns out to be something that is retracted. I'm going to wait on those, but take this with a grain of salt. This is what I'm hearing right now through the grapevine. We are hearing that the U.S. officials have allegedly authorized Ukraine to carry out long-range drone and missile strikes against targets inside of Russia, though some strikes will require additional approval from the Pentagon, according to what we're hearing right now. So it sounds like the U.S. is changing their position dramatically about how Ukraine can strike Russia and what weapons they can use. So that's big news right there. It turns out to be true. We're trying to get some corroboration of that. That is indeed the case. But enforcers,
It's quite large. I have to say, that's very interesting to hear. We'll have to see if that is confirmed. We'll most likely get confirmation of that by tomorrow. But that is very interesting to hear.
Very weird. I don't know if I like it.
So with that, hopefully address that well. And with that, folks, it's time to get on to those questions now.
yes, indeed. And also, by the way, I see people asking, what do y'all think about those tanker planes heading over to Europe? I did post about that on Twitter.
Picking off stragglers.
To actually cover that. Currently, we did see a large deployment of tanker, U.S. Air Force tankers heading over the Atlantic and toward Europe. And also, there were some more aircraft as well that were not appearing on ADSB. They were also in tow with the tankers. And unfortunately, we don't have that to say publicly for what those aircraft are. So, honestly, I really couldn't tell you what that is. It could be a normal rotation of tankers. It could be normal, or it could be preparation for a strike against maybe Iran. It could be a preparation for war with Russia. There's just no telling. But it was a very large deployment, though, that we did see. And also, by the way, me and the Enforcer actually saw tanker movements yesterday over Birmingham, Alabama, and that did not appear on Flight Radar 24. Apparently, it was off ADSB, and it was not being tracked. We actually saw that with our own eyes yesterday when we went outside and looked up and touched the grass. We actually saw that. We were like, oh, look, there's tankers right there. That's pretty interesting. But of course, it looks like this.
I'd have to say the touching grass was really interesting. And also, we did see those at an extent. It was two KC-135s, and they were just flying around Birmingham. They were heading east. So, that was kind of that was quite interesting to
Narukami,
see.
moving in to provide cover.
This is some sort of a normal rotation, or a forward deployment of the tankers for some sort of an air operation. A little bit hard to tell. We'll have to see what we get as the days pass by. And so that, I hope that doesn't address that matter. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next super chat goes to Duncan CR. And Duncan, what is it? Thank you very much, Duncan, for the support right there from Australia. He said, have a burger or two burgers. And now black.
And Bob Meow Black. We will have a burger or two on you. We actually had a burger today.
Hurricane! Coming in to draw enemy fire!
But still, we want to stay so I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Silent Killer. And thank you very much, Silent, for that $10 support. This is really good reporting, and y'all kept us informed while we were in the Middle East during the 12-day war. It was wild to see it live. And honestly, Silent Killer, that's the reporting days I love. When those are like adrenaline-filled and crazy days when we report on stuff happening live like that, I love those. Like, now obviously I don't love the war part. That's not good. War breaking up's not a good thing, but I enjoy being able to bring y'all the coverage of it with the Enforcer live on air when it's happening, because that's something that the mainstream media can't keep up with anymore. And generally on YouTube, nobody does it quite like we do when it comes to keeping up with it in real time. People cover it later, but not really in real time. It takes a lot of effort to do that, and most people can't keep up with it. So I'm very proud of this page right there, and also we're glad to have it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for supporting the kind words. And those are days that we absolutely live and breathe for, breaking news days where we can cover the developments live on air when they're happening. That's usually quite rare. We wait for major news events to happen, so that way it's an endless information that we're getting for all of y'all on what's going on. And those days are something else. And another thing that really is great about those is that we've had folks that were over there that I personally knew, folks I knew in the Air Force and so on, that would tell me after they got back from being over there, they were like,
in the bunkers and shelters at those air bases and listening to you tell us about the next Iranian missile barrage 5 minutes before the air raid sirens even went off at our base. So, like, we were really proud about that sort of stuff, hearing those kind of feedback from over there, and we love to know that people have just absolutely adored that sort of coverage here from the channel, because we put as much effort into this as we can possibly do. Like, we put 110% effort into it. So when people sit there and say stuff like it really meant a lot to them, they really got a lot of information out of it, or they were, you know, in the armed services listening to us talk about it, and actually, you know, were in it and seeing that we were getting information 5 to 10 minutes before it actually happened or came over their area, that is just really cool. I mean, an amazingly cool sort of thing. And also, Soundgo, I gotta say thank you so much for also
Definitely need to see what he does.
sort of a story to hear.
Oh yeah,
It's crazy to know that folks from the armed forces listen to our show, and we're in the midst of that, and it was happening, like we were reporting it a couple of minutes before it made it to y'all's area. That's just wild to think about, honestly.
Isn't that crazy too? Like the soldiers over there in the Middle East that are literally in the area are getting their news first from OSA analysts, which are us here on YouTube, versus hearing it from their commanders first. That's crazy when you really think about it. Honestly, like we've come up with a very, very efficient way with getting that information very quickly, and that's why I'm so proud of those live news days that we do live on air, because it's something very hard to replicate. And sometimes we have to issue retractions for certain things on those days, but most of the time, the majority of the information is up to date, real time, accurate, which is insane. And mainstream's never been able to do that, by the way. Like, they've not been able to copy that because their way they operate just simply doesn't allow for it. So it's just very fascinating. I love those days.
Yeah, it's the greatest days, and I got to thank you so much for the support and enjoying it, and also being over there in the midst of it, doing your part, and also hearing about what was about to be coming over your area a couple of minutes before it happened. So humongous thanks to you so much once again, and say, what's with all the dressed at? Address it really quickly today. That generally emotional. That's something that I'm not really a big fan of. When I first started this channel, I wanted to be something that people could come on to the channel and listen to and understand exactly what was going on in a great depth of detail, because it would be simplified enough that people who have even little knowledge of how the military works would be able to know about it.
They're just doing the. Yeah, what happened in Michigan was very evil today.
Again.
They're very sad.
I swear, like, stuff keeps happening. They're posting once a day is not enough. Well, here I am. Welcome back, I suppose. To hell. Okay, so we've got a shooting. Michigan church shooting leaves multiple victims. Police say shoot it down. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Like, we can't go 2 days without something like this happening. We'll have to see if we can figure out the motives behind it, and one good way to figure out the motives is to see how CNN reports it, because then we can say that the opposite is probably true. Regardless, let's see if we can check a few of the updates here, figure out the information. My gosh, look at that. The whole building is ablaze. Goodness, is this the piece of shit? So we know who the suspect is. Let's see what we can find out. So let's check out first Yahoo News very quickly. 2 dead and several injured in shooting and fire at Michigan church.
An idiot.
A gunman opened fire inside a Michigan church during Sunday services before apparently setting the building ablaze, killing at least 2 people and injuring several others before police shot him, authorities said. Hundreds of people were inside the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township when a 40-year-old man rammed his pickup truck through the front door, then got out of the vehicle and started shooting, Police Chief William Rain told reporters. Police believe he deliberately set the building on fire. Well, yeah, I would say so. I would suppose so. All right, so let me see if I can give you some extra information on this, because as usual, I want to try and report as much correct information plus adding supplemental data whenever I can. So what we read here, we have this Facebook post, which is interesting, 18 hours ago. So the 40-year-old suspect from Burton crashes a truck into the church at around 10 a.m. Keep that one in mind. During a service and began shooting with an assault rifle. I don't know why they call it assault rifle. I think that's imprecise. It's just a rifle. Police said, probably police didn't say this. He was killed in a shootout with the police. Okay. So already I'm figuring this one out. So the fact that they say it was during service, it means from the LDS perspective, so the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, that they were having what is called a sacrament meeting, which would be the Mormon version of a, say, Catholic Mass. So it's basically the main meeting where they have speakers talks, and then
Did
they
I
take the
trust
sacrament,
first
which
puzzle
would
marriage
be
is linked to
similar
strong
to
like the point
Catholic
systems
communion,
now.
if you will. It's just that they
No.
actually use bread instead of using, how do you say, ostia, for crying out loud? How the heck, ostia? Well, it translates it as a host or a wafer. So yeah, that thing that is used in Catholicism for communion. Usually in LDS churches, they either start their day with the sacrament meeting where everyone is attending, men, women, and children, or they start with Sunday classes, which are then they have Sunday school, and then they have priesthood meeting for men and Relief Society for women, and usually that's after, or they start with the classes and then they have the main meeting. So this must be one of those units where they were starting, since it's 10 a.m., with the actual main meeting. Another thing that I'm noticing here is that they say that there were hundreds of people in attendance, which means
to shoot
this was
anyone
not a
seen
brunch,
looting,
it was
and
a
at least
ward,
11 people
which
were
is the
killed. I guess it's
bigger
okay for
unit.
Democrat
Basically, a ward
presidents.
has a
Yep.
bishop, just to give you an idea. Continuing. After the suspect left the church, 2 officers pursued him and engaged in gunfire. The man was killed. Good. Good, I'm glad. Flames and smoke could be seen for hours before the blaze was put out. That is insane. That's crazy. They think there might be additional victims in the rubble. Goodness gracious. So, from what I can read, at least 2 have already died because of gun wounds. Authorities did not provide any additional details about the suspect, including whether he was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, widely known as the Mormon Church. Well, let's see if we can figure that one out. But, I mean, if he was a member, it would have been... I mean, that's not what active
Cesspool.
Mormons
That is what
do.
Twitter is.
2 dead and several
A
injured. So,
cesspool.
okay. All right, let's see CNN. At least 1 dead and 9 others wounded. At least 1 person was killed and 9 others were wounded in a shooting at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay. We already know this. The guy is from Michigan. Authorities will execute a search warrant at the suspect's residence and go through cell phone records to find out if there was a motive. Yeah. Rain said the FBI has allocated 100 agents to the area. Okay, that's good. Statements from witnesses. Let's see what we can figure out about this guy. What we know about Thomas Jacob Sanford, the Michigan church shooting suspect, aka piece of shit. Michigan law enforcement authorities identified 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford of Burton, Michigan as the suspect who killed 2 people and injured 8 others when he rammed a pickup truck into a church in central Michigan and opened fire. I'll have to say, it is horrible that this happened, but it could have been a lot worse, considering there were hundreds in attendance, and he had an automatic rifle. One of the 8 injured victims is in critical conditions, while the 7 others are in stable conditions. Okay. I want to also see what New York Times says. Yeah, they're probably going to say he's a conservative. Thomas Jacob Sanford, 5 shocking things. Right. So it is this guy. Motive. Authorities declined to reveal the motive behind the shooting. Investigators did not provide details about the suspect, including whether he was a member of the church. Well, authorities, we would like to know. The New York Post earlier reported that Thomas Sanford was a war veteran, according to the outlet, citing his mother's Facebook post. 40-year-old served in Iraq. I'm glad he didn't injure more people than if he was a professional. Because, of course, we all want to know. I mean, let's address the elephant in the room. Let's address the elephant in the room. Was this politically motivated? We want to know. We want to know. We deserve to know. That's where we live. We need to know. And do remember that there was a recent, apart from the assassination of Charlie Kirk, but there was a recent shooting at a church. Only on that time it was a Catholic church, on the children. Now, this doesn't mean that automatically this is a politically motivated action. We should look at evidence before we state that. But if we're going to be actually honest, intellectually honest, if this is a private matter and the guy just hated Mormons and needed to go and shoot them, that's one thing. But if it is politically motivated, then it's coming from the left. Like, this is clear, right? I'm not stating that that's the case, but considering the fact that we have had several in the last few days, weeks, and they keep coming, they keep happening, you can't gaslight us anymore. I'm not once again saying that that's the case, but I'm saying it is more likely. Also because, what's the percentage of Mormons that vote conservatives? Like, what, 90%? Party affiliation, US voters. There you go. Yeah, there we go. I was actually quite close. So, as you see, Protestant, kind of higher Republican voters, white evangelical, very high. In fact, this is probably the highest. Black Protestant tend to vote mostly Democratic. Catholics are kind of split with a slight higher number of conservatives. And then if you look at that split within white Catholics, then 61% are going to vote right-wing, and Hispanic tend to vote left-wing. But Latter-day Saints, 75% are conservative. So there is, not to mention that in general, it's a very tradition-oriented church. Now, the church does not tell people who to vote, so every member of the church can vote for whoever they want. But due to the fact that they're very traditionalists, if you will, then this happens. So if it's not politically motivated, that's another thing. It could still be an act of hatred towards religion in general. So there is that. But if it is politically motivated, then at that point, this becomes another crazy leftist who just started to shoot people. I don't know it yet, but I'm just being honest with you. Why? Because CNN is 100% going to tell you this guy was MAGA. Now, if this guy was MAGA, that would very surprise me. But if that's the case, I'll report it. I don't care. I just want to know the truth. I'm just telling you, just being straight and honest with you. What's more likely? What's more likely? New York Post, all right, let's
service are
cops
questionable.
probing whether Michigan church shooting has ties to Mormon leader's death. Report, I swear they will find anything to prevent you from figuring out the truth. So what they're saying now is that because of the fact that I believe, today or yesterday, the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, President Nelson, died. Now they're going to create, it's very likely, you never know. Maybe this guy really hated President Nelson and decided, you know what, I'm going to, since your prophet just died, then I'm going to take out all 17 million of you one by one. Clowns. Absolute clowns. Unbelievable. New York Post. Russell M. Nelson, according to report. Yeah. Investigators are urgently working the shooter's motive, checking for any recent threat to congregation and whether the attack's timing bears any relation to Nelson's passing on Saturday. So it happened on Saturday in Salt Lake City at age 101. Well, let me tell you this much, ABC, DEFG News. How about investigators check for his political affiliation first, considering the wave of insane, politically motivated, lethal violence that has been happening in the last weeks, months, I don't even know now. Politically motivated crimes that have just happened. How about you check that one instead of saying, I don't know, because the guy just died, the prophet died on Saturday, so maybe this guy wanted to do what? Send more members of the church to be with the prophet? Like, what are you on about? What are you on about? Check his political affiliation first, so we can immediately look.
De Niro is a loon, man.
You should check.
He is just deranged, if anything. You're in no position to lecture the public about anything.
Tablets, all of his history, and see, because if the guy was watching news that have to do with, for instance, the assassination of Charlie Kirk or the other shootings that happened or the attacks on ICE, then it's very likely that he was some kind of copycat and decided, yeah, I want to do something too. Let me take out as many members of this church
Harold has her flag violently snatched from her by police in Newcastle.
You see how that can makes a lot more sense than saying, maybe it's because the president just happened to die.
And he crumples it up.
Nah. Nonsense.
What a loser.
So, we want to know what happened. We want to know his political affiliations. Now, I was on X, of course, checking for stuff. I found some information, but I don't know if it's true. So I'm going to need you to give me a day at least to double check it, but I am going to share it with you very quickly. So CNN is posting, police identify the suspect. They posted this like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. And then there is people already in the comments speculating for stuff. One person is saying he was MAGA, while someone else here is saying another leftist incident. When does it ever end with these people?
Don't know.
This disgusting person saying where was God. Oh, I hate people like you. You're disgusting. I'm going to block you immediately. I don't want to have to do with scum. So anyways, as you can see, people are already making
those guys that are like, where was God? Like, have no understanding about the religion whatsoever. If we slowly buy up the housing on the private market and convert properties into
what I
communes.
believe to be the most logical conclusion, the most probable, but I'm also telling you, until I see evidence, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say, this is what I think, maybe, it's more probable, and that's it. Instead, people are just saying, no, that's what it was. Because they don't even care about the people who are dead on the ground. All they care about is, how can we claim it as a political move? What is this guy even saying? Is anyone surprised that
we can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership? We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for...
What, have you been under a rock?
Did
you see? No. I didn't see an assassination of Destiny. I didn't see an assation of Hassan Piker. I didn't see an attempted assassination of neither Biden
points
nor
argument and biased
Kamala
language
Harris.
Not needed on this
You
post.
filthy, pathetic liar. This person says, let me guess.
That's exactly what he said.
It could be, that's the more probable one. Absolutely. If this offends you, it's not my problem. You're offended by the truth at this point. Anyways, let's see what people say, that he was MAGA. Right. MAGAs are definitely shooting up churches. Yeah, that too. What? Okay, so someone has found this information, which it has his name, and then it says
What
Blue
is this
Origin
weirdo?
LLC Political Action Committee, Blue Origin PAC. But I don't know. I need to verify this. I'm not just going to do what these people are doing, the ones that are saying it's MAGA, it's MAGA. Okay, well, I'm not going to do the same in reverse. I'm seeing this, but I don't know. So I'm not going to use this to be like, Blue Origin LLC, is this some Democratic guy? Is it a Democrat? I don't know. We need the actual information before we say stuff like this. What we can do right now...
Police are still searching for an anonymous web user called this German politician fat on social media. Well, she is.
But maybe it's not him. Act Blue. So if this is real, it means his political affiliation would have been with the left. But we don't know that, one, because I haven't confirmed this. This could be anyone could be posting this and manufacturing it, right? So we can't just run with it. What we need to do is stay focused, see if the authorities grace us with some details, and just wait for them to go through his personal belongings. And after the information has come out, we need to report it as is. So if for whatever reason, which would strongly surprise me, this guy was just a Christ-loving conservative, right? And he just decided that he wanted to shoot some conservatives who were praying at church, it would strongly surprise me, but if that's what happened, I'll say it. On the other hand, if it comes up that this is another far-left lunatic, then something needs to be done about this, because this is not acceptable.
Learn how to parallel park.
In that case, too, I will report it.
What we know right now is that a 40-year-old suspect from Burton, he's a male, he drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church. 10 gunshot victims have been transported to local hospitals at this time, including one who has been deceased. Officers who were trained immediately responded to the area. One was a DNR officer, and then one was a Grambling Township officer.
I'll have to say, the officers did respond very quickly, so that's very good.
Suspect, and they engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grambling Township Fire Department within the past hour.
Okay. All right, so nothing new, though. Oh, I know him. I know this guy, yeah.
I bring all these folks up here on stage today because we couldn't do this as a community without everyone who's standing up here today. And with me on stage,
and AOC.
Acting Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Ruben Gleeman.
That's hilarious.
Special Agent in charge of the ATF, James Deere. Grambling Township Supervisor Scott Bennett. Grambling Township Fire Chief Gent. Genesee County Sheriff's Department.
Look at that. She tried, she lost.
Weston.
Nobody wanted her.
MSP, Michigan State Police Captain
Even my state voted red. Or purple state usually.
Update from the incident that we spoke about earlier today.
Not deep red down in South California.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at 10:25 a.m.
Latter.
Isn't it latter?
Our officer's response. That call came out at 10:25 a.m. and 57 or 20.
Yeah, no, he couldn't make me to ride in public.
We had officers on scene.
Donnie's an idiot.
25 and 57.
You hit her with your car.
Insane. That's great.
The suspect, again, we're in the preliminary stages right now.
Him,
was neutralized at
her.
10:33:44 in the parking lot of that church. That suspect is a 40-year-old male from the city of Burton, who we identified as Thomas Jacob Sanford. That's Thomas
This is
Jacob
full
Sanford,
down.
Sanford. Currently where we're at, an update I gave you.
He doesn't
10
get what he
victims
deserves.
Who were,
Play stupid
victims
games,
of
win
gunshot.
stupid prizes.
Since then, we have 2 victims who are now deceased. One additional one had died at a local hospital. And again, that suspect is deceased as well. 7 other victims at this time are in stable condition.
Okay, that's good.
1 is in critical condition. Now, for the reunification, I had a question earlier about, hey, where can people call to see if their loved one is okay at the reunification center? I want to provide a number for you for that. It's 248-705-7352. Also, I know that our community is hurting right now, and we want to provide some resources for our community moving forward. At the Genesis Athletic, 8 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, well, I wish they told us a little bit about the perpetrator and possible motives. Thank you for being with me, and I will see you tomorrow. If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, form the wall, defend the truth. Man, this guy is the real deal. I like the fact that he literally, when he answers a question, he shows you. He doesn't talk theory like me.
And I have some...
Is he Oh my gosh, is he gonna make a fire in the studio? Man, this is like dad on steroids, isn't it? Like, you know, when your dad tells you how to do something and then shows you, oh, yeah, let's pin this picture on the wall, but let's do it the right way. Well, this guy, he is awesome. Hey, noble ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking, and YouTube has been pestering me with a specific video recommendation, aka the Survivalist Answers Survival Questions from Twitter, posted 6 months ago on the channel Wired. Now, Wired, oh my gosh, this channel, like literally, they had some really, really horrible experts that were pushing politics the entire time, even though they were supposed to talk about history. And then they had the Egyptologist that I liked a lot. Where is she? Where the heck did she go? Oh, there she is. There we go. So why did Egypt fall? She was great. Like, this video was fantastic. She was like straight to the point, unbiased, professional. Loved it. Now, that is why I haven't got a clue what to expect from this video. But let me tell you, the guy looks awesome. Like, I don't know. This is a 24 minutes and 31 seconds video. Maybe he will answer the question. Well, igloo, how the heck do you read it? Is made of ice. How does it keep you warm? And then he'll speak for 1 minute and 31 about igloos. And then after that, it's going to be like straight on politics. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but maybe not. And once again, guy looks awesome. So let's check it out.
I'm Donnie Dust, survivalist and primitive skills expert. I'm here today to answer your questions from the internet. This is Survivalist Support.
Oh my gosh, primitive survival expert. This guy's incredible. Donnie Dust. Double D.
Question number 1. CDN Pooh Bear. Why do survivalists say to drink your urine if lost in the wild? No thanks. You're absolutely right. No thanks. Do not drink your urine. It is a waste output. It is the waste from your body. The last thing you want to do is drink your urine. It is a bad idea to do. Next question.
Yeah, I imagine, I mean, I'm no survivalist, of course, but I imagine that would be literally a last resort, like, situation. Like, it's not something that you would do if you can man it up, if you will, or maybe wait for rescue before you try that. I imagine that's something you would do only if, like, you're literally dying of thirst. I think. I don't know.
Question is from A Survivalists. How do you navigate without a compass or GPS?
So if he's a survivalist, the person writing the question, how is he a survivalist if he doesn't know that?
There are a number of ways that you can apply some natural navigation. Anytime we see a crescent moon, just like the tattoo on my hand is a crescent, when you're in the northern hemisphere and you see a crescent moon in the sky, If you follow tip to tip all the way down to the horizon, that is a cardinal direction of south. When you see puddles will typically dry from a southern edge to a northern edge because the sun moves through the sky in a certain direction. If you see snow on certain mountain edges, well, snow likes to be protected. Typically, snow will last longer on a northern side compared to a southern side.
Okay, this is fascinating. You know, of course, once again, I can't really fact check him on anything he says, so do keep in mind that I am no expert whatsoever when it comes to survival skills, but I am interested to know, like, let's say that everything he said checks out, and I mean, the guy looks the part and sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I imagine he has a lot of direct experience. Let's say that everything checks out. Wouldn't it be fascinating to find out when humans actually figured these things out? Because, of course, today we have tech, which in a way helps us a lot. It also makes us dependent on it. Whereas, you know, survival, people that were surviving in like the Bronze Age, in the Stone Age, in the freaking Mesolithic period, all the way even up to the Iron Age, they would develop skills that were practical, real, and they didn't rely as much as we do on tech. They had their own technology, of course. I mean, Iron Age technology, Bronze Age technology, even Stone Age, you can call it technology with all the flint knapping and all of that, but still, it's a fascinating thing. So listening to someone who has actual direct experience and experiential knowledge, it's fantastic for me.
We've all heard the saying about moss only grows on the north side of a tree.
Never heard it.
Well, moss will grow 360 degrees around a tree, but dry moss will typically die out first compared to a wet moss. And the dry moss is drier because it's getting hit by the sun. Even looking at trees, all tree branches will have a natural bend towards the sun. That can be a cardinal direction. So if you take multiple natural signs and indicators of a direction, compile them together, that can give you a cardinal direction when you don't have a map or a GPS.
That is incredible. Basically, you're taking nature's sensory cues and the way it reacts to certain exposure, to elements, to sunlight, and use that to navigate the environment that would be otherwise. This is incredible. So you know what I just noticed? The guy looks like he's straight out of a Valheim game, but with good textures. That's great. He's a Valheim guy.
From Life, Math, and Money. What does it mean to die by exposure? When you die from exposure, it means simply that the elements are going to kill you. That could be sun, that could be cold weather, that could be rain, it could be anything that's out in that natural environment in the form of weather. When you don't have a shelter or the proper clothing, you are essentially exposed to it. Whether it's your bare skin or improper footwear or even maybe a beanie not covering your head. Exposure will kill you fast. Question from Reddit. Is it possible to make a knife out of wilderness materials?
Oh yeah.
You can definitely make a knife out of wilderness material. The easiest way to make a knife out of wilderness material is a process called flint knapping or lithic reduction. What it requires is a piece of stone that is high in silicate, and when it breaks similar to glass.
I have a dedicated video, link in the description.
Has a waxy, glassy, smooth, and featureless sort of interior. Not all stones are the same. This right here is a granite cobble. This here is a piece of chert. It has a high silicate rate, and when I strike it with the cobble, it's going to create essentially a razor blade flake that I can use to process all manner of game, cut fibers, cut notches in fireboards. I'm going to support my stone
and deal with the men from the rival tribe.
812.
A few little taps.
Boom.
And that right there is your knife. This edge is razor sharp. It can cut just about anything. So even cutting a piece of bark tan leather.
Look at that.
It's razor sharp. When you hear it,
man, this guy's the real deal.
It's got a little ting. The reason why this works so well is that it breaks in a conchoidal fracture. So if you ever shot in a BB at a windshield, it creates a perfect 90-degree cone. And with every strike,
boom,
I can impact and, more importantly, create.
That could be an arrowhead if he works a little bit on the what is going to be the flat side, so the side that goes connected to the shaft. Then yeah, that could be a great arrowhead with one strike. Work it a little bit around, maybe make it serrated a little bit. Fantastic.
The blade that I want. If I hit it harder, I get a bigger flake. If I hit it softer, I get a smaller flake. I can then take this small flake, turn it into a projectile point to hunt game.
I told you. Or shoot to the rival tribe.
I can take this bigger flake and turn it into a stone knife
Look
that I
at
can use
that.
for any number of tasks when I'm out in the bush.
Yeah, you see how he worked a little bit all around to make it serrated. Once again, stone is a massively broad term. It's an umbrella term, of course, and one thing will be the sort of stones that were used, for example, in Mesoamerican civilizations, just to give you an example. But then again, as I was saying, one of the problems is the fact that every time you strike, particularly when you encounter bone, or if you encounter another stone, it breaks, it chips away with every strike, or not necessarily every strike, it kind of depends what sort of resistance it encounters. But yes, the durability is one of the problems, because its ability to cut, he just demonstrated it, and it was incredible, wasn't it? But due to the fact that it is, as he says, similar to glass, it also has this sort of problem that we usually associate with glass, which is the fact that it's brittle. This is in fact something that even medieval craftsmen had to deal with when they were including too much carbon into their steel, because it went into too high of a carbon state, which made it brittle. So that wasn't great for armor. It does happen, by the way, because they were experimenting, but usually a medium carbon steel is the best for armor, because then you can heat treat it and whatnot. If you go too low with your carbon in your steel, then you can't heat treat it, and if it's too high, it might get brittle.
Next question, Sherry C. How does one keep good dental hygiene as a survivalist or primitive survivalist? What I do when I'm out in the bush is I use something called willow. Willow is a plant that typically grows near water. You can take any section of willow at any diameter, and what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to peel the bark off. Don't throw away this bark, because this can also be used as aspirin in case you get a headache
Really?
or you're not feeling so hot. Peel the bark off like a banana, pop it in your mouth, and you chew it with your molars.
Huh.
You're twisting.
Look, I mean, his teeth are clearly the teeth of an American, because, I mean, he must have had dental work. I know Americans do it a lot more than other people, but it's, yeah, his teeth are perfect, pearly white. So I don't think that he achieved that with this alone. But if he spent a lot of time during the year as a survivalist in the woods, well, he managed to maintain it, and then I imagine still go to the local dentist. But yeah, impressive.
Rotating, and ultimately, you'll create a little paintbrush of fibers. Take those fibers, start scrubbing your teeth. I never bring a toothbrush with me when I know I have willow. Never had a cavity. This question is from On the Gorge. Can you start a campfire without matches or a lighter?
On the cavity thing, I'd like to say it's also genetic. The fact that he never had a cavity, I don't know, he said it as a joke, but it might also have to do with that. And once again, I do not believe that this man never went to a dentist. Of course, that's not what he said. But I like him so far very much. And I like the fact that he literally, when he answers a question, he shows you. He doesn't talk theory like me. He actually shows you that's how you do it. Boom.
How do you do it? One of the more scientific, or what I like to call high-tech ways, is something called a ferrocerium rod. A ferrocerium rod is a synthetic made rod. It's man-made. You can't find it naturally in the environment. They can reach an excess of around 5,500 degrees. And most fires, like a tinder bundle or even a small little ember, is between 600 and 800 degrees. Another option is through friction. That's my personal favorite. You can use something like a bow drill or a hand drill, and that is where you are using the friction between two different types of wood to create enough heat, more importantly, enough dust that has been drilled out from one of the spindles to create a small
Holier than thou Christians.
drop into a tinder bundle, blow it into flame, and you got a fire. So I'm going to use this rock as a little platform, and I have some...
Is he... Oh my gosh, is he gonna make a fire in the studio? I mean, the background looks solid though. I don't know if that's a green screen or if he literally brought with him half his hut, but I love it. I love it. But I can already imagine like the wired employees, the cameraman and whatnot, microphone and sound people getting a little uncomfortable now.
Juniper bark. Let me use as a tinder, and I'm going to rub it between my hands. This is a fibrous bark. What I want to do is I want to create a little bird's nest. I want to try and open these fibers up as much as possible to give them a little bit more surface area. So I wash it over my rock. You can kind of see bark just gently breaking up. I'm going to put that right on top of my rock like this.
Man, this is like dad on steroids, isn't it? Like, you know, when your dad tells you how to do something and then it shows you, yeah, let's pin this picture on the wall, but let's do it the right way. Well, this
ferro rod and the striker. On my striker, I have a little lip, and it's going to allow me to throw sparks into my tinder bundle. I'm going to take my ferro rod, place
I imagine people in the Stone Age would have done this with stone, of course.
it into my tinder bundle.
Whoa.
And I'm going to create my fire.
Literally, this guy has a success rate of 100%. Everything he does works well. He is awesome. I will repeat this. My type of guy. Really, really fun. I would love to spend some time and learn from him.
Let it eat the fuel. Let it eat the tinder. This is where I would add all my wood, and I've got a fire. So the last form of fire is fire by friction, specifically a bow drill. This is a bow.
Yeah, not a green screen. Although then again, when it comes to the metal shelves on the right, I would have covered that a little bit with another one of these animal skins, to be honest. But apart from that, this is incredible.
Piece of cordage, a spindle, and a hearth board. And last, I'm gonna have a bearing block, which is a rock with a small little divot to give me downward pressure. I'm gonna combine all of these elements together by taking my spindle, putting it between my cordage, and putting my bearing block right on the top.
Yeah.
Wow. Start bowing until...
Look at that.
Sorry. Kind of got lost in the rabbit hole of Metatron. Do I want to see what Capturing Christianity has said? Kinda. Raymond.
So a couple days ago, I was on the phone with my pops, and during this call, he dropped this sort of gem on me that I know I will never forget. I mean, it was such a bar that I am here making an entire video just about that one point he made. Now, what he said was in context to some of the videos that I've done in the past when I speak on Black culture and how what used to be a subculture and what, you know, the likes of Dr. Thomas Sowell called a subculture, this degenerate, sort of vile, criminal, depraved culture. It was on the fringes. We have now moved from a place where it is where it was sub to where it is the mainstream culture. And that's no surprise unless you're living in absolute delusion. Now, I'm not saying every black person is a criminal or degenerate or whatever it is in America, but I am saying that it is the mainstream, meaning it is the most accepted. And what my dad said was this. He said, you know when a subculture has become the mainstream culture when the parents stop correcting the children. Now, before I get into this first video, I want to give y'all an example of how serious my pops is about this. Hopefully he doesn't mind me sharing the story. But essentially, when we were still back in Zimbabwe, you know, I was born overseas. They like to call me a tether baby, right? See, I can't have an opinion about Black America, even though this is what I've known more than all else. Anyway, when we were kids, or my brother was first born 6 years before me, my dad said my children will not, you know, curse. They will not curse in my house. There will not be any curse words used in my house.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't either. He wasn't a hypocrite about that. So he said to his employees, because he had built out, you know, successful ad business, etc. He said, if my child comes to me cursing, I know it happened because of one of my employees, because my brother would visit the offices, or I would when I was little. So he said, if they come back cursing, I know where it happened, or I know where it came from. It came from one of my employees. And he said, if I found out who was the one who was exposing my kid to this, you're going to lose your job. Or when I find out. Now, of course, that set a precedent at work where, you know, people are cleaning up their language there as well. And so again, it's like the cultural element is trickle down. If the parents don't accept something, the grandparents didn't accept something, then the grandchild or the child will not accept that. We've now gotten to a place where the aunties, the mamas, the big sisters, the big girl cousins, starting in that section first, because many of our boys and girls are being raised by mothers and women, and the man is almost absent and obsolete. right? But they're being raised in a culture where some of y'all may not feel comfortable watching this. You know, I don't want to disturb your spirit at all, but it is going to be some grown women in a church, more specifically in a funeral, I believe it is, doing some very inappropriate things. Not like rated R or whatever. Is it rated R? Rated M? Not that type, but might as well.
If not deactivated in time, stop them before it's too late.
Now, here we have two grown women who are twerking in a church at a funeral. They getting on like, first of all, I don't know who it is that passed, but I have never been to a funeral in my life where people are laughing and getting on in that way. I haven't. It's not to say that you won't have moments of, you laugh and you enjoy, you outside reminiscing. No, I'm talking about they're in the funeral, casket's still up there, and they're twerking. Now, even without that context of who is just these women in church are twerking, first thing that'll come into my mind is, that's not God. That's not church. That can't be. Or at least maybe it is a God. It's a small g God, some other God. God of, I don't know, God of degeneracy or something like that. God of depravity. But that's not the true living God. That's not the fruits that bear from that sort of relationship with the true living God. That's not it. Twerking is not a part of the curriculum. It is not a y'all gonna get a kick out of this. Twerking is not a fruit of the spirit. Let me repeat that. Twerking is not a fruit of the spirit. Ladies, hear me well. Sisters.
Why?
Twerking is not a fruit of the spirit.
Initiating ejection sequence.
You do with that as you may. I'm not going to tell you. You're going to do what you're going to do based off of that information. Now, going back to that statement my father made, when the mothers or the parents stop criticizing, stop correcting, stop disciplining around a specific issue, that issue has now become acceptable. It's become the mainstream. When a parent no longer has a problem with the kid cussing because the mama and the daddy are cussing, because the music that they're listening to in the background at all times are cussing, when the parents no longer have a problem with the child being on the loud pack, the Maui Wowie, the icky, because the parents are doing it, that's an issue. And it's still an issue if the parents are trying to, change it in the child, but they're doing it themselves. That's just called hypocrisy. And to be a hypocrite is to be a liar. And if you are lying, then I can tell you whose spirit that you are operating from. I'm sure you can guess it from my folk out there who have opened up that good old word. So, I came across that right there. Then I came across this right here. Now, some would say, well, it's better in comparison because it's not in a church, but
Enemy down.
Yeesh.
So now imagine your child runs up in the store, your little one, and they start tearing the store up like this. Look, they start throwing stuff over. They start tossing all kinds of things, tossing signs down. Just real big backetry, real big back behavior, right?
Assist.
Let go and have fun. So imagine your child runs up in the store and does that. What's the first response reaction that you're going to have as a parent? Maybe you're a grandparent now, your kids are grown, but let's say that was your kid. What are you going to do in that situation? Let me know in the comment section below. What are you going to do if your child runs up in the store and starts acting like that type of food, that specific subgenre of foolishness? Now, I'll tell you what I do. I would handle it. I would deal with it accordingly. And it would not be gentle parenting, as they like to call it. Now I'm not going to use my child, but it's not going to be gentle parenting. The lesson is going to stick. Simple as that. Now, this just so happens to not only not be a child, but this is somebody's mama. This is somebody's auntie. Somebody's big sister. And this is the sort of example that she is setting. This is the cultural acceptance. That response is a culturally accepted response within the quote-unquote community. Now, a lot of black folks out there like to get mad at people like me and others who speak on these subjects. And the reason they like to, I guess, refer to us as sellouts or whatever it is because they need some sort of way to shut us up, because looking in the mirror is a painful experience when you've been avoiding them your whole entire life. When you have been told that good is bad and bad is good, and somebody says no, bad is bad and good is good here, and you are being bad, you're being evil, you're on the side of darkness as opposed to good. No, but I'm a Christian. Only God can judge me. Where are the fruits? You shall know them by their fruits. You look, the devil can tell you he believes in Jesus. The devil can tell, of course he does. He believes in him more than you do. Terrified. But you, oh yeah, you know, on Sunday we gonna do it. You're on stage singing on Sunday, but on Saturday you were singing on another stage twerking. You were on top of a table at a club with dudes pouring champagne on you, twerking, and the next day you showed up at a church and you thought that meant something. Come on. Nah, we're playing.
Enemy down.
We're playing. This is modern day mainstream black culture. And I almost gave up on it. I did. There was a video that I did a couple of days ago, which was my
coming in to draw enemy fire.
My begrudging coming back to this one, because God said, I know you think you're done with this, but I'm not done with it. I'm not done. I felt like Jonah a little bit. I don't want to go to Nineveh. They're crazy. They've lost their ever-living minds. They have no sense in them. They're murderous. They're devious. I'm good off that. I know what they're about. God said, yeah, okay, but that's not what I asked you to analyze. I asked you to go there and tell them the truth. And you're gonna tell them to their face that they've been living wrong. Huh? Okay, God, but I already did that, and it's not your job. I'm the one who's gonna bring the transformation. You just do what you're supposed to do, and so here we are again.
Enemy down. Energy low.
In black culture, there has been a distinct break from the old and the new. The old used to have reverence and respect for God. Even those who were not given over to the gospel, who had not given their lives to Yeshua, the Messiah, Jesus the Christ, even they had some level of respect and reverence. Now, you go into a so-called black church and you are liable to see the same things that had happened in the club the night before and are going to happen that same night at the lounge. Same activity, same communication styles, same temperament of the heart.
Initiating ejection sequence.
There's a clear and distinct break. There is your grandmama, your great-grandma, because your grandmama at this point, she might as well be a part of that whole entire collective.
Enemy down.
There is your great-grandmother
Ready for deployment.
who feared God, who made sure to raise her babies in the ways of the Lord. That was your great and your great grandma. Great granddaddy. He said, at the very least, I may have my little drinking problem, Lord works with me. But I gotta bring my baby to you, right? I gotta bring them to church. We have to do something different. Lord, I know I'm struggling with this thing, but let us keep this household together for the sake of raising your children up in the ways of the Lord. Help me. Nowadays, what?
Come on, like really?
They're not having the babies out of wedlock.
What is with this gun?
They're calling it baby mama, baby daddy.
I don't like him. I don't like him at all.
That's my future baby daddy. Are you not? Maybe this is new. Maybe you don't know anything about what I'm talking about. Maybe this is common, but it's not that. Listen, I've been inundated and saturated with it most of my life. Oh man, that's my future baby mama right there. What? You mean your wife? Wife? Nah, I ain't getting married. What? Crazy. That's my baby daddy. Why? Because he's a godly man? God. No, because he gets to the bag. But he's a criminal. But he steals, kills, and destroys. I mean, look, he got the bag or whatever. He does a little time or whatever. Whatever. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's my bag. That's my baby daddy. Okay. All right, good luck with that. Sean Creature, good luck. Good luck with that one. Oh. Again, fellas, I ain't forget about you. You're looking at the rear end of a woman and you believe that that's going to raise your children, huh? What did you like about her? What brought you to the conclusion that this was a wife? I mean, man, you know what I mean? She's stacked. You know what I mean? She's thick. Really? She's thick is what led you to want to procreate with her, to raise children with her. Not her heart, her mind, her faith, her virtue, integrity, dignity, modesty. No, you want the opposite of that. You want a fellow devil to join you in your demon activities. That's what you want. And you call yourself the church. It's a farce. It's a lie. It's a scam that y'all are running. And the person that you're scamming more than anybody else is yourself, because you got to deal with it. See, when you don't accept the truth about you going down this road to hell, you're the one who ends up there. You know what I'm saying? It's not somebody else doesn't get your penalty. Somebody else doesn't get your results about this life on that judgment seat. It's not going to be anybody else. It's going to be you. You're the one who's going to get that. You're the one who's going to, well, life review. Well, how did you live? Let's see it. And it ain't going to be judged. God that has to judge you. You're going to be judging yourself. You condemned yourself already. You lived a lie. You lived a life of depravity. You lived a life where you were your own God, and your mama did the same, and her mama did the same. Your daddy was gone, and his daddy was gone. And it was their fault. Even if it was, man, you know, he got shot up in the streets. Why? What was he involved in? In street activities? Oh man, you know, Pop's been locked up since I was like 3 or something. Why is Pop's locked up since you're 3? Because of the decisions that he is making as a conscious adult male? Nah, but you know, he didn't know no better. Okay, now he does, right? How's he living today? You know the word repentance? I used to think that, you know, it just meant, oh, sorry, God, I'm so sorry. Please, God, please. And then you just go back and do whatever. No, it means acknowledging.
Remember when people like Tucker Carlson say we shouldn't be having a regime change, or America shouldn't be getting involved in Iran or trying to cause a regime change in Iran because apparently regime change don't work? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It seems like the gaslighter has gaslit us all once again into oblivion, because they're very, very good at that. Because apparently Tucker Carlson is actually for a regime change. It's not the regime change that you may be wondering or actually agree on, like the Islamic regime of Iran, having an actual regime change there. no, we're actually going to call out and say that we shouldn't be getting involved in the Islamic regime change in Iran. No. We can't touch that. Let's defend Islam. But when it comes to Judaism, when it comes to Israel, yes, we definitely need a regime change there. It's time for Bibi Netanyahu to go. Remember when Tucker Carlson said this? Have a watch.
He's running around. This is a fact. I'm not guessing about
Four
this.
more kills.
I talked to people he said it to. Is running around the Middle East, his region, and his own country, and telling people point blank, just stating it, I control the United States. I control Donald Trump. He's saying that. And I dare them to say that's not true. Bibi, not the nation of Israel, not Israelis, and certainly not Jews, whatever that means. The leader, the secular prime minister of a country, is doing immense harm to Donald Trump's presidency, to the United States, and to the world. This is an unbalanced person whose only real concern is for himself. He's meddling in an extensive way in American politics. He's loathed by the entire world. He needs the United States, and yet at the same time, he has this patronizing attitude toward Donald Trump, demeaning Trump to people Trump knows. Separating from Bibi immediately, I think, is an essential next move. But objectively, that is absolutely necessary, and very soon, because he is hurting his own country, our country, and the world.
Tucker Carlson goes, it's time for Bibi to go. So again, Tucker is now.
I haven't seen Bibi do anything that he said.
For a very long time.
I've been following for at least a year and a half.
Change. Or how about, why does America even give a rat's you know what about Israel? Oh, you know why? Because
it's a
America
foothold
and
in the
Israel
Middle
are allies.
East. Mm-hmm.
But because America and Israel are allies and not allies with Iran, Tucker Carlson only cares about Israel being America's ally because he hates Israel. But he loves Iran. He loves the Qatar, claiming that Qatar is America's #1 ally. Yeah, okay. Well, that seems to make a great deal of sense, doesn't it? The gaslighter is gaslighting us all considerably.
Stego.
Look,
Ready
the Americans,
to strike.
they can do whatever they want.
Ready
Trump
to
is going to do
strike.
whatever he wants. He's not controlled by anyone. And for Tucker to go around saying, well, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's not a suggestion. It's a fact, guys, that Bibi is running around his entire country. He's just running around yelling and screaming whenever he wants.
Pilot
Hey,
proceeding on
I
board.
control Donald Trump. Control America. That's what Tucker's alluding to. Well, not alluding to, actually saying. He's saying, Bibi's going around and saying to people, I control America. I'm the one that's winning everything. I'm controlling Trump. I'm telling Trump what to do. When there is no evidence at all. And
Yeah,
Tucker's
none
going,
whatsoever.
And it's like, no, I'm not against Israelis or Jews, whatever that means. What do you mean, whatever that means? They're Jews. But of course, Tucker doesn't believe the current Israelis are Jews. See, that's what I mean, guys. Tucker Carlson is not a good faith individual, and even Bibi Netanyahu's son responds by going,
taking
"Source,
off."
My Qatari handlers text me that. Seriously, Tucker just say
Coming in
any
to draw
BS
enemy
propaganda
fire.
lie without any source of proof and expect everyone to believe him. Very similar to Candace Owens. I'm going to say the most provocative thing, even though it's a lie, and I'm going to get away with it. Heads, it works. Tails, it doesn't. And if it's just tails, it doesn't work. The worst that can happen is people just pull me out of it. So I'm just going to keep rolling with the punches. You know, the thing is, Tucker has been doing this a lot longer than Candace has, so he knows. He knows what he's doing, and he's very, very good at it, even though he sounds like an actual lunatic. He's obsessed about Israel, Jews, and Netanyahu. He's been obsessed for the last 2 years, and he's been super biased. Netanyahu's son, my dad isn't running around the Middle East saying that, you know what, he can't go anywhere in the Middle East these days. In the Middle East, Muslim Arab leaders are his biggest enemy. Why would he tell them something that will be used as the best weapon against himself? It's like I would declare Tucker is running around saying to everyone, "Cars, bitch, George, touch me, bro." Exactly. So when you put it into a common sense sort of approach, and you listen to what Tucker's saying, yeah, it makes a great deal of sense. doesn't it? Now, Nathan Livingston of Milk Bar TV came up with a brilliant 4-minute-long video to show that Tucker Carlson is the textbook definition of what a gaslighter is. Have a watch.
Fight hero.
Oof.
And I
Well,
can
I can go for a
picture the
while.
scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us. We must make him stop talking.
You okay, Diva?
I was on Twitter about getting a text from people like, oh, they're so mad at you about the hummus or something. Well, what is hummus? It's an Arab food. You don't think it's so bonkers.
And as someone who has zero interest in participating in any kind of boycott, much less against Israel, I'm just not interested. I'm happy. Whatever. Buy the hummus and use the software. I don't care.
Hurricane. Gas coming in to draw enemy fire.
Over a long period of time, often months or years, a gaslighter slowly leads their victims to believe they can't trust themselves. So they have to trust the gaslighter instead.
Supporting Israel because it's an ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I think Israel's a great country that deserves our support, as I do.
And who is Israel that depends on the United States, that is a vassal state of the United States, supposedly, to say we don't care what the President of the United States wants in his foreign policy? That's not the behavior of an ally.
They both know what that means to be an ally. Here are the tactics of the gaslighter.
Hamas is like what organization?
Falcon here.
I didn't say that.
Look, I never want to fight about Israel, ever. I'm pretty moderate on the subject, I think.
Rejection.
But it is an obsession for Zionists in a very unhealthy way.
I tried.
And it's actually the definition of craziness. You know, you like see things that aren't there.
Threatening.
But I think there's a real possibility.
Hurricane.
Kids could be
Coming in to draw
now they're
enemy
in.
fire.
And if they're threatening your children, I don't care what their justification is. They're your enemy.
These tactics are used day after day over the course of months and years. After being told hundreds of times that they're too dramatic, victims might slowly start to believe it.
I sincerely say Jerusalem is probably my favorite city in the world. Well, it is, of course, my favorite city. There's no more amazing place to live there. Hardly against Israel.
I have a million interests and concerns. In fact, almost all of them that have nothing to do with Jews or Israel, or it's just not an obsession for me at all.
I think I'm obsessed with Israel. Just want to get away from the topic. A lot of other things going on.
Here are a few ways to help you defend against gaslighting. First, keep a daily journal. Record what happens in your day, especially interactions with the gaslighter, so you can go back in the future and review events from your own perspective, rather than your gaslighter's perspective.
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which truly is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with other than having been a visitor there and really enjoyed it. And it's now at the center of the conversation in my country, when my country is degrading at high speed. There's a lot of concerns here. I just resent the kind of solipsism that pulls everything back to the concerns of a foreign country.
Well, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel. Israeli censor Israel.
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
So many conspiracy theories on what's going on with Charlie Kirk. Israel assassinated him.
Let's say I got drunk and slept with some random girl and got caught doing it, I would probably deny it because I wouldn't want to be caught. It's an awful thing to do.
You do see it a lot online where everybody on, your X feed is talking about the Jews. How is that good? It's not good for the Jews, it's not good for anybody else. It's all kind of a species of mental illness.
To learn more about gaslighting.
So as Nathan Livingston's video quite clearly points out, you have the 5 signs of a gaslighter, or someone that is actually gaslighting, right? And is it any wonder that so many people kind of feel like they're going crazy because the gaslighter is making them feel like they're going crazy, or they're the ones that are in the That's what Candace does, what Tucker does. Like saying these really provocative, crazy, insane statements that sound almost too good to be true.
Hurricane.
And
they make me feel like
truth
is wrong to actually believe. When the truth is the right thing to believe. If they are going around saying certain things, like I can pinpoint a number of crazy claims that Candace has made and even Tucker has made, and then all of a sudden they just twist it and make themselves out to be like, well, I didn't actually say that. You are the crazy one for thinking that I said that, even though we've got evidence to show the fact that they did actually say it. So denial, minimization, rejection, put down, and threatening.
The sky is
Threatening
ours.
people, then you're putting them down consistently, rejecting, then minimizing what you said, and then denying it flat out. Like, that is textbook gaslighter. That's what Tucker does on a regular basis, especially when it comes to Israel, right? And what I just showed you at the very beginning by saying, at one point, I'm not for regime change when it comes to Iran or for other countries, but I am pro-regime change when it comes to Israel, because Bibi needs to go. Bibi's going around and saying that I control Trump. He's going around the entire Middle East, apparently. Walking the streets and chanting and yelling, hey, I control Trump. I control the US. I am the big bad wolf. That's essentially what, not essentially, once again, is exactly what he's saying. And it's like, I'm watching
Don't speak
this
either.
and thinking to myself, how in the world are people believing
Did
this?
it.
But then again, he's a gaslighter. And people are more inclined to believe someone that's gaslighting them than someone that's not, and actually telling them the truth. I look at consistency throughout, and I've said many times on this show that all you've got to do is look at someone's back catalog and follow them for a long period of time and listen to the things that they say, and you will pick up on whether or not someone is gaslighting you, whether or not someone is lying to you, the things that they've said before, and they've changed it, and they don't really have a good enough reason to why they're changing it, aside from the fact they just hate that, or they've got a difference of opinion at the moment, and it's not actually grounded in any kind of facts or reality. They're just thinking it. It's not healthy. It's actually a sickness and a mental illness. It's evil, is what it is. And if we're not careful, these people have millions of people following them, right? And if we're not careful, if we allow these people to continue sharing their dangerous opinions without people like myself or many others that do a fantastic job, like Nathan Livingston of Milk Bar TV, of revealing this is what Tucker's like, this is what Candace is like as well. They're bad faith. We shouldn't be listening to them. At least their opinion has no reason to control any of the discourse in our society. It's no wonder that Trump no longer listens to Tucker, and he's got no power anymore. It's like he just talks out of his backside and gets people to think, oh, woe is me, woe is Tucker. I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. And then the laugh, oh my goodness. The laugh is something else, isn't it? Kind of like an evil laugh, isn't it? Like an evil villain. Can't even do it because I don't even have an ounce of evil spouting from me, because I actually want to do good, believe it or not. Yeah, so that's the video, my friends. That's what I wanted to share with you today and explain for you all, because maybe you weren't aware, maybe you were, but hopefully it made a lot more sense for you today. But anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care. Be blessed. Be careful of the gaslighters. See you guys in the next video.
All this stuff. Good stuff.
Now, I want to get into the unhinged backlash to the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey in just a minute. But first, we got to have a little fun and a reminder of the bullet the United States and the world dodged when Kamala Harris's presidential ambitions were finally laid to rest last November. Yes, that's right. Kamala Harris is out promoting her new book. And, well, she has some thoughts about babies.
It would happen is invariably somebody would want me to take a picture or to hug their child. and someone in the back would hand that baby over through the crowd
Up to you.
People who would
bless the baby,
but pass the baby.
See.
And then pass the baby back.
Pass the baby back.
And I don't know, there was something about that when it would happen. I mean, I could get very emotional about it, but you know, I believe that we should always feel that, you know, the children of the community are the children of the community.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Babies. Well, you know, we missed out. We missed out, Rowan and Rita. We missed out on having that as the President of the United States. And here's a little truth bomb for you this week as you get ready for an onslaught of mainstream media coverage, though, now of the big story of this week and this weekend, claiming that Donald Trump is abusing his power and using the Department of Justice for his own needs and his own political ends over the indictment of James Comey. All because of this indictment handed down at the end of last week against this man, as I say, former FBI Director James Comey. Well, guess what? Here's the truth bomb about everybody complaining. They're all a bunch of hypocrites, because Comey now stands accused of misleading Congress over this testimony he gave way back in 2017 about whether or not he leaked or authorized leaks of classified information to the press to advance the Russiagate conspiracy hoax against Donald Trump, thus undermining his first term as president.
Director Comey, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
Never.
Let me get by the hat. I like that
question hat. Two on relatively related. Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
No.
But that testimony was later disputed by Comey's former deputy director at the FBI, Andy McCabe, who said that he was told to leak information to advance the anti-Trump Russia conspiracy. Comey was then asked about this again, and this is where things get interesting, in 2020. And it is this testimony which seems to have gotten him into trouble with the Trump administration.
Now, as you know, Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it. Now, what Mr. McCabe is saying and what you testified to this committee cannot both be true. One or the other is false. Who's telling the truth?
I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by what the testimony you summarized that I gave in May of 2017.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak. And Mr. McCabe, if he says contrary, is not telling the truth. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
Okay, firepower, but...
Well, they cannot both be right. They cannot both be telling the truth. Now, I don't want to get into the merits of the case, though there is a lot of evidence that McCabe's version of the truth is correct, because we do know that there was a general rush to stitch Trump up for being involved in Russian collusion, and that the press was a willing or unwilling accomplice, witting or unwitting accomplice, through FBI Director James Comey and an operation known as Crossfire Hurricane. And we also know that this effort went all the way to the top of the Obama administration, which was outgoing, with the then President Obama implicated in helping to engineer the hoax against his incoming successor, Donald Trump.
In this simulation.
There's more, too, because we also know that, among others, longtime Comey friend and Columbia University professor Dan Redmond was given, according to his testimony, access to highly classified top secret information, and that he, the professor, was used as a conduit to provide this information to the New York Times.
Next, we'll conduct
Fair
a
bit
drill
of evidence
with the
there, but as I
autocannon.
say, the rights and
Neutralize
wrongs
all
are,
enemy
for
strikers.
now, for the courts to decide. And against all this, Comey is claiming he's the innocent one.
My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent.
Yeah.
So let's have a
He's not
trial
innocent. He's a jerk.
and keep the faith.
He's gonna try to pay somebody
Well,
off.
okay, you say what that's your story there, Mr. Comey, but what about the hypocrisy of those who cheered on the nakedly political and coordinated prosecution of Donald Trump through the courts last year on charges ranging on everything from election subversion to, this is my favorite, taking out loans and then paying them back. Chuck Schumer was one of countless Democrats who was on Friday all over the Comey indictment saying Trump has corrupted and weaponized the Justice Department to go after his enemies and help his friends. But it's interesting, if we go back in the Wayback Machine, when Trump was convicted of the incredibly rare charge of bookkeeping fraud, Schumer cheered, saying, "No one is above the law." Except maybe, of course, James Comey. Now, here's MSNBC's Ken Delanian.
That is a watershed. That is a line that we have crossed now in this country. And Republicans are going to say, Jen, well, wait a second, didn't the Biden administration do that? Didn't the FBI go after Donald Trump? That was completely different. That had no resemblance to what happened here with James Comey.
Yes, completely different because, well, there's that great legal doctrine we all know so well from the show, Orange Man Bad. And, of course, in the great pantheon of tweets that didn't age well, this is a banger. James Comey himself in 2023 when Trump was indicted. Quote, "A good day for the rule of law." Anyway, one more, why not? Here's former lead prosecutor in the failed Robert Mueller investigation, Andrew Weissman.
Wow.
First, when Trump
He does do
was
his 3 deals and amount of damage.
then after James Comey was. Tell me, dear viewer, if you can spot the difference.
He is being treated no better or worse than anyone else. This is not selective prosecution. That this is not somebody who's singled out. That he's being treated just like anyone else. That is what it means to have a rule of law.
This is such a horrendous moment for the rule of law, for the Department of Justice, for the country writ large, being singled out for impermissible reasons. And so just because you did your job, but just because you referred the president, or you opened an investigation into the president.
Now, I could do these all day, at least for the rest of the hour, but you can see what is happening here. And it's not just in the U.S. where this is happening. Selective prosecution of any so-called
hard.
who cuts against the globalist line on mass migration and the dissolution of fundamentally distinct nations or campaigns against climate change or anything like that these days is a worldwide phenomenon. And this we've seen happen in the last year or so from France to Brazil to Germany and elsewhere. But the funniest thing here is that the Democrats are now openly ascribing that when it's their person in the dock, they'll go back to prosecuting Republicans, and that is up to the right to lay down their arms. Here's a little bit, just to round this off, of Senator Richard Blumenthal a little while ago.
And the old saying, what comes around goes around. You know, today it's a Republican president, but I think it's time for Republican colleagues to say enough is enough, and we are going to push that and do it hard.
Look, we all want to see justice be impartial. No one more than me. But if the change from Democrats, if the charge from Democrats is somehow that the Comey prosecution is political, but all those prosecutions against Trump were not, well, I'm really sorry about that, but there's another old saying that comes to mind, and it ends with the words, pants on fire.
Launching electro trails at you.
Good evening.
Neutralize
and welcome
drones
to a
within
program
range.
devoted entirely to
neutralize enemy
lefties
drones
losing
using
it.
electro trails.
Let's start with the fascinating revelations about how much the Democrats are paying mindless, unprincipled influencers to post anti-Trump, pro-Democrat propaganda.
Okay, now I know what they do. That makes a little bit more sense.
Teachers are getting cut left and right. Our classes are packed and we have like zero funding. Trump says America first and then guts the most American institutions we've got.
I saw news today that Sweden has voted in digital ID. Overwhelmingly, 50-something% of people in Parliament voted.
A lot here in the game.
It's quite concerning,
We're up
isn't
to
it? We know
gold
that
something.
Germany currently has a digital ID system. It seems like we are moving ever so close to this 2030 agenda, or the globalist kind of agenda, which is quite scary. It seems like 1984 is becoming an increasing reality in 2025. And if we let these politicians get their way, we could end up losing all of our freedoms. We can end up being like communist China. It's because these people want to frame digital ID as being something that is actually good for society, but we know what it actually is. It is a hellscape. If you end up getting digital ID, the government will be able to control what you think, what you do, and how you do it, and so much more. They're able to control your medical records, even though they already do, even more so. So say, for example, you cross the road illegally, right? And there's cameras everywhere. London has already got the most cameras. You're heavily surveilled in London, even though there's so much crime. It's amazing how you got so much crime and it's super surveilled, but yet nothing really gets done to fix the crime issue. How about that, right? So if you, say, jaywalk across the street and a camera catches you and they recognize your digital ID, they can penalize you and worse. Also, say, for example, your bank accounts are linked to your digital ID. In London, Keir Starmer is saying, or in England, I should say, Keir Starmer is saying that you cannot work without a digital ID. So it's forcing and putting pressure on the UK citizens, saying you can't earn money unless you have a digital ID that the government approves of, and that is all to combat illegal immigrants. Because apparently, according to Keir Starmer, people come to the UK illegally to work, and they have more people working illegally than anything else. Now, have a watch of this, ladies and gentlemen, because Keir Starmer crumbles quite considerably when asked about digital ID. Have a watch of this.
One of our viewers got in touch and wanted us to ask this question. Russ Brown wanted us to ask you if you really believe that those profiting from human trafficking will think, oh dear, I have to check your digital ID now. I can't carry on paying you £1.50 an hour to work in my sweatshop.
I am absolutely convinced that amongst the reasons that people travel through France, which is a safe country, to come to the United Kingdom,
joining me while we game a little bit.
Is because
hopefully everybody has a good night and God bless. And hopefully I'll be on tomorrow. We'll see how things go.